Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The mysterious phenomenon first caught my attention on a serene autumn evening. While engrossed in an ancient tome within my study, a peculiar dimming of the natural light filtering through the window drew my gaze upward. What I beheld was nothing short of extraordinary. The sky above my dwelling slowly cloaked itself in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the warm hues of sunset. A subtle yet undeniable contrast unfolded before me, as if an unseen veil had chosen to linger solely over my roof. The scent of damp earth and fallen leaves wafted through the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze that stirred the lace curtains, creating a hypnotic melody with their delicate rustling. In the ensuing days, the phenomenon persisted without fail. As evening descended and the sun dipped towards the horizon, that specific slice of sky above my abode would adopt deeper shades compared to the rest of the heavens. It appeared as though a patch of the firmament had been painted with strokes of gray and midnight blue, forming a surreal juxtaposition with the vibrant blue expanse surrounding it. I found myself captivated by this spectacle, often spending hours in the vintage velvet armchair near the window. The aged wooden floor murmured softly under my movements as I tracked the progression of this celestial display. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, and a delicate layer of condensation graced the window panes, yielding abstract patterns that seemed to dance alongside the shadows. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, a new revelation emerged. Amidst the darkened expanse, tiny points of light flickered into existence and vanished, akin to stars that chose to twinkle solely for my benefit. Their erratic dance bore a hypnotic quality, almost musical in its rhythm. The silence of the dwelling amplified their presence, while the pendulum clocks ticking in the hallway seemed to synchronize with their movements. Over time, I observed subtle reactions from the objects within my home to this phenomenon. The antique mirrors reflected a gentler, more embracing light, while shadows elongated in peculiar configurations resembling ancient symbols. The window plants flourished luxuriantly during these moments of selective darkness, as if drawing sustenance from that unique twilight. One evening, while seated in my study, a faint caress brushed my shoulder, as if borne by the breeze. Startled, I turned, only to find emptiness in the room. The fragrance of aged tomes and weathered wood grew more potent, and for a fleeting instant, time appeared to halt. Although the clock's hands continued their motion, their ticking seemed remote, as though from a distant realm. I commenced a diary to document these occurrences, meticulously recording every nuanced shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. The pages filled with detailed depictions of the evolving light, shifting shadows, and the subtle vibrations permeating the air. During these moments, my script flowed more elegantly and fluidly, as if guided by a gentle, enigmatic force. On tranquil nights, a melody seemed to emanate from that darkened portion of the sky. It defied verbal description, resonating as a sensation within me. It felt as though the darkness harbored an ancient music, a cosmic lullaby audible solely to my dwelling. With time, I embraced this enigma instead of dreading it. My abode had transformed into a conduit between the mundane realm and something profound, something vast. While the world outside continued its daily rhythm, I found solace in the embrace of these tender shadows, in the interplay of light and darkness tailored exclusively for me. Thus, night after night, I remained an observer of the darkening sky above my dwelling, cognizant that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. My home evolved into a haven of marvel, a realm where the ordinary intertwined with the extraordinary, in an eternal waltz of light and shadow, of familiarity and obscurity, of reality and reverie. Story 2. The rain whispered its ancient lullaby, a soothing cadence that wove through the night as I navigated my way home. Each raindrop pirouetted on the pavement, capturing the warm glow of the streetlights, like ethereal brushstrokes on a canvas of darkness. The air held a chill, heavy with the fragrance of damp earth sneaking in through the cracked window, teasing my senses with its earthy embrace. The parking lot, usually mundane, hummed with an otherworldly energy that evening. A delicate mist swirled around the stationary cars, enveloping them in a silent, gentle hug. Pausing before entering my car, I gazed at the shimmering reflections of the streetlights on the puddles, mesmerized by the watery dance. In that moment, a presence tiptoed into my awareness, not menacing, but definitely out of the ordinary. A vague figure lingered a few paces away, a mirage barely visible through the veils of mist. Its features remained shrouded, yet its stillness captivated me. I stood transfixed, my breath suspended, as the figure gradually dissolved into the swirling mist, melding seamlessly into the night. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as if I were witnessing a tale untold, a mystery left unspoken. Starting my car, I began the slow journey homeward, the echo of the extraordinary lingering in my soul, a presence beyond comprehension, yet oddly familiar. The rain symphony continued, a melodic shroud that wrapped around me like a comforting cloak. In the days that followed, each rainfall beckoned me to seek out shadows in the night, not from dread, but in anticipation of rediscovering that enchanting wonder, that quietude reminiscent of a bygone era. Even the sanctuary of my home, a bastion of normalcy, now harbored a veil of enigma. Every creak of the floorboards, every gentle draft stirring the curtains, whispered secrets untold. One evening, as rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the windows, I left a lamp ablaze in the living room. The flickering glow painted dancing silhouettes on the walls, a ballet choreographed by the wind. Nestled in my armchair, a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I observed the shifting shapes with a tranquil curiosity. A sense of anticipation lingered, though its source eluded me. It was then I noticed a detail previously unseen. An ancient mirror on the wall reflected an eerie light, as if from an invisible wellspring. Intrigued, I drew nearer, peering into the looking glass. But it wasn't solely my reflection that greeted me. Lurking in the shadows behind me, barely discernible, a figure materialized, much like the one from the parking lot, indistinct yet present. No fear stirred within me, only a quiet acceptance, as if this presence had always lingered, biding its time for my notice. Turning slowly, I found emptiness. Only the rain's hushed cadence and the faint creaking of the wood remained. Returning to my seat, I attempted to rationalize the inexplicable encounter. Perhaps a trick of the light, a play of rain and shadows. Yet deep down I sensed more. Not terror, not menace, but a deep, enigmatic resonance. Even now, when rain cascades in torrents and the night stillness enfolds all, I find myself seeking traces of that presence. I slow my pace passing vacant parking lots, peering into the spaces between the streetlights where darkness breathes. Though I haven't glimpsed that figure definitively since, on rare occasions, when the elements align just so and the silence deepens, I feel a whisper of something elusive. It's not fear, but a peculiar solace, as if that presence were a forgotten fragment of myself or a memory unwilling to fade. And so as the rain continues its gentle descent, and the world dissolves into a tapestry of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, understanding that some enigmas require no unraveling, only experiencing. Story 3. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple, the gentle rain tapping against the windows in a mesmerizing melody. On my antique vanity mirror, a gift from my grandmother, flickering shadows from the candle I had lit to ward off the encroaching darkness swirled, like ethereal dancers. The warm aroma of wax intertwined with the smoky scent of burning firewood downstairs, cocooning me in a snug and reassuring embrace. In that tranquil moment of reflection, a peculiar sight caught my eye. As I arranged my hair before the mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, a ghostly presence in the air. Startled, I turned swiftly, but the room remained empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I dismissed it as a mere trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections surrounding me. The gleaming surface of the polished wooden table after a thorough cleaning, the window glass at dusk, even the tiny rearview mirror in my car, all seemed to capture fleeting glimpses of that enigmatic being. It was as if a parallel realm existed within these reflections, where this silent figure observed me with serene interest. Devoid of distinct features, it exuded a soft, silvery glow, at times hinting at a gentle smile or subtle gestures, as if attempting to convey a message. Instead of fear, a sense of familiarity enveloped me, as though this presence had always been intertwined with my existence, only now revealing itself to my consciousness. One tranquil evening, engrossed in a book within my cherished armchair, I noticed the figure in the window's reflection appeared more defined than usual. Unlike before, it lingered, refusing to dissolve when confronted directly. A hushed rustle, akin to silk stirred by an unseen breeze, tickled my senses, though the air remained still. Rising slowly, I approached the window, and to my astonishment, the figure mirrored my movements on the other side of the glass. Details emerged, its attire flowing and weightless, movements graceful as if waltzing on air. Extending a hand towards me, I mirrored the gesture almost instinctively. At that moment, a realization dawned. Each appearance of the figure ushered in a profound tranquility. The world hushed, colors softened, time elongated, as if this presence carried a fragment of a serene realm where reality merged with dreams. Seeking out reflections became a meditative pursuit, no longer driven by apprehension or curiosity, but by the yearning for that enveloping peace the figure brought. It seemed attuned to moments of calm, appearing when my mind shed worries and anxious thoughts. A silent companion in my daily routine, I refrained from uncovering its essence or purpose. Some enigmas, I reasoned, were best left unsolved, for the mystery itself held a value beyond any explanation. Even now, as the setting sun casts long shadows and the world falls into a tranquil hush, I pause to observe the reflections. In those quiet interludes, when time seems to stand still, I catch a glimpse, a radiant figure twirling among the mirrored surfaces, imparting a profound serenity, and the gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not unraveled. Story 4. The hushed glow of candlelight waltzed gracefully along the walls of my bedroom, signaling the onset of yet another tranquil evening in solitude. Raindrops tenderly tapped against the window panes, orchestrating a gentle symphony that synchronized with the rhythm of my breath. Nestled amidst the embrace of aged wooden furniture and the familiar aroma of leather-bound books, I found solace in these moments of seclusion. However, on this particular night, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred within me a sense of intrigue. Seated at my vintage writing desk, a peculiar sound beckoned for my attention, a faint, elusive scratching emanating from the wall beside me. Initially attributing it to the commonplace settling of an antiquated house, I soon discerned a peculiar pattern to the noise, as if it were purposefully etching its presence onto the wall's surface. Drawing closer, I pressed my ear against the weathered wallpaper, allowing the scratching to guide me into a world of mystery. The cryptic rhythm of the sound unfolded before me, pausing momentarily before embarking on deliberate sequences, as though unveiling a clandestine message. My fingertips delicately explored the wall, seeking out any anomalies. A subtle warmth beneath my touch led me to a discovery. Beneath the layers of aged paper lay a revelation waiting to be unveiled. Peeling back a small section of the wallpaper, I uncovered a series of intricate markings etched into the plaster with meticulous intent. These were not random scratches, but a collection of symbols, some resembling ancient glyphs, while others bore resemblance to mathematical equations. In the flickering candlelight, I retrieved my notebook and meticulously transcribed the enigmatic symbols, each stroke unraveling a deeper layer of the enigma. As I sketched, a pattern emerged, 12 symbols recurring in varied configurations, akin to a cryptic code awaiting decryption. The familiarity of these markings resonated within me, as if retrieved from the recesses of a half-remembered dream. Time itself seemed to slow, the rain outside providing a gentle backdrop to my investigation. The symbols, imbued with a mesmerizing fluidity, seemed to metamorphose under the flickering light, shifting in meaning with each gaze. At times, they resembled foreign words. At others, intricate star charts charting celestial bodies unknown to me. The ambient rhythm of raindrops intertwined with the subtle creaks of the house, and the candle flame swayed in response to imperceptible whispers in the air. Further exploration of the wall yielded more hidden sections, each concealing additional symbols that branched outward like cosmic tendrils. Running my fingers over each marking, I sensed a latent warmth as if they pulsed with a hidden vitality. The intensifying rain outside mirrored the cadence of the symbols, as if nature itself conspired with the enigma. Approaching midnight, a palpable anticipation permeated the room. The scratching had subsided, replaced by a soft hum resonating from the wall, akin to a distant chorus whose melody eluded comprehension. Hours slipped away as I meticulously documented the symbols, pages filled with their intricate designs. Yet, as soon as I believed I had captured them all, new symbols appeared as if the wall itself was unraveling its enigma. The candlelight cast eerie shadows, animating the symbols as they danced across the exposed plaster, imbuing them with a life of their own. Succumbing to exhaustion, I reluctantly retired for the night. As slumber beckoned, the gentle lullaby of rain persisted, accompanied by whispers that seemed to emanate from the very walls, whispers of forgotten secrets shared among ancient allies. With the dawn's arrival, sunlight bathed the room, casting a new perspective upon the enigmatic symbols. Though still present, they exuded a subdued aura, patiently awaiting the veil of night to descend once more. Running my fingers over them one final time before concealing them behind a painting, I embraced the realization that certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather savored and contemplated. On quiet, rainy nights, echoes of that familiar scratching occasionally resurface, a subtle reminder of the enigma locked within the wall. While the message remains uncharted, perhaps it is a testament to the allure of the unknown, where the journey of discovery surpasses the destination of revelation. The symbols, veiled behind the painting, stand as a silent testament that ordinary walls may harbor extraordinary secrets, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for revelation. Story 5. The autumn wind whispered softly through the rustling leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. The GPS had long given up its guidance, but I felt no sense of unease. This familiar landscape held secrets I had yet to uncover. The dirt road snaked gently between hills adorned with barren vineyards, a tranquil scene embraced by the ethereal glow of twilight. Each breath of air that entered through the cracked window carried the earthy fragrance of moist soil and fallen foliage, inviting a moment of serene contemplation. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. This road was a stranger to my memory, a path uncharted in my mind's eye. Pausing briefly, I sought to reorient myself as the elongating shadows wove intricate patterns among the trees that flanked the road. The asphalt beneath my tires remained unnaturally flawless, devoid of the usual blemishes that marked forgotten country lanes. It was a ribbon of smoothness disappearing into the misty embrace of the approaching night. Leaves twirled lazily in the air, their dance a leisurely testament to time's unhurried pace in this enigmatic realm. Proceeding cautiously, my interest peaked as the landscape transformed subtly around me. Trees stood ancient and gnarled, their canopies intertwining above the road like nature's cathedral, diffusing the dimming light into a mystical twilight. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, moving gracefully among the tree trunks, their fleeting presence a whisper of forgotten memories. The silence enveloped me like a tangible cloak, broken only by the gentle hum of the engine and the whisper of leaves stirred by the breeze. As I ventured onward, the road seemed to undergo a subtle metamorphosis. Its edges blurred, softened by an unseen hand, while shadows deepened without menace, as if reality itself were yielding to a dreamlike state. Abruptly, a sight caught my eye. An ancient brass mailbox, gleaming as if untouched by time, adorned with an intricate compass rose. Approaching it, a faint warmth seemed to emanate from the metal, a stark contrast to the cool evening air. The road continued its gentle curve, revealing more curious anomalies. Milestones glowed faintly, their luminescence emanating from within as if infused with otherworldly radiance. Above, the sky bore a hue indescribable, a color unique to this forgotten enclave. Stars timidly emerged, casting their light upon a canvas that seemed to belong to another era, another reality. Time wavered, unsure of its own passing, as minutes stretched into eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. Upon reaching what felt like the summit of a hill, the road unveiled a circular clearing paved with ancient stones, a quaint lamppost at its center exuding a welcoming glow. Stepping out of the car, the air hung still, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. The distant city lights shimmered like distant memories, veiled from this secluded haven by an unseen veil. Surveying the panorama, I beheld a transformation. The road behind me morphed into a path of ancient stones, trodden by countless feet, a stark contrast to the modern surface I had traversed mere moments earlier. Retrieving the map from the glove compartment, I sought validation of this surreal reality. Confirming my suspicions, the map bore no trace of the road I had journeyed, as though I had wandered into a realm born of dreams. A gust of wind stirred the map in my hands, momentarily revealing gilded lines tracing a path that shimmered before dissipating into the night. Blinking in disbelief, the ephemeral vision vanished, leaving me standing in a place where peace permeated the very air I breathed. As I reluctantly prepared to depart, the lamppost extinguished its warm light in silence. The road ahead lay shrouded in darkness, yet an unspoken assurance whispered that it would lead me home. Driving towards the distant city, I stole glances in the rearview mirror, witnessing the lamppost rekindle its glow, receding into the distance like a fading memory. A golden radiance danced in the air, a spectral trail of stardust unfurling upon the road unmarked on any map. In the days that followed, I embarked on countless quests to rediscover that mysterious road. I traversed the countryside for hours, exploring every fork and byway, yet the path with its solitary lamppost and luminous stones remained elusive, vanishing like a dream upon waking. A slender golden trace on my aged map served as the sole reminder of that enchanting journey, visible only when touched by a certain light, a secret yearning for rediscovery. Story 6. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, crafting a soothing melody that mingled with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly gazed at the recent acquisition adorning the wall, an ancient painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, its rich hues and enigmatic aura drew me in. The gilded frame, weathered by time, shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting playful reflections across the room. On that particular evening, as the storm outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence captured my attention within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to sway gently, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of the fire's shadows, but the longer I observed, the more apparent the anomaly became. The colors deepened, grew more vibrant, transcending the boundaries of my memory. The meandering path within the painting, once concealed by trees, now extended further, twisting beyond the confines of the canvas. Rising from my seat, I drew nearer to the artwork. An unusual coolness enveloped the space around it, stark against the fireplace's warmth. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a smooth, almost velvety texture, unlike the expected roughness of an oil painting. A faint scent of damp earth and leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike it blurred the line between reality and artistry. While pondering these peculiarities, movement in the painting's upper corner seized my gaze. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred. Not a mere play of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a hidden presence lurked among the painted foliage. My pulse quickened, not from fear, but from an insatiable curiosity. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view. It was then that the brushstrokes seemed to shift on their own, crafting new pathways and forms in the scene. Trees swayed gently, as if guided by an ethereal breeze, and in the distance, previously shrouded in mist, the outline of a small structure emerged. The rain's patter outside transformed into a whisper, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Settling back into the armchair, I became fully engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting extended its realm into reality. Through the night, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and faded in a mesmerizing cycle, blending shades unseen before. The distant structure grew clearer, a stone cottage, chimney billowing smoke, windows aglow with a golden light. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, peering through that enchanted window disguised as a painting. Oddly, the notion didn't unsettle me. Instead, a serene tranquility enveloped me, as if I had stumbled upon a hidden portal where truth and fiction intertwined gently. Hours slipped by, the painting unveiling its secrets with patience. Figures appeared to traverse the path at times, their forms ephemeral, dissolving like morning mist when focus shifted. As dawn painted the sky pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, colors settled, and the distant cottage dissolved into the dawn's embrace. Only the fragrance of damp leaves lingered, a whisper of the nocturnal marvel witnessed. Since that night, each evening finds me in my armchair, gazing at the painting, waiting in quiet anticipation. Sometimes it divulges its mysteries, other times it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am aware that beyond the canvas lies a realm, one that stirs only when the world slumbers, for those patient enough to observe. Story 7. In the hush of the night, the train's wheels whispered their rhythmic song on the tracks. I found myself in the final carriage, enveloped by a soft, dim glow from the gentle lights above. The air held a comforting warmth, and the steady movement of the train cast a spell of hypnotic calm. Peering through the window, the mist outside swirled lazily, shaping fleeting forms that melted into the night's embrace. It appeared I was alone in this carriage, or so I believed. My reflection in the window mingled with the darkness beyond, conjuring an illusion of an indistinct presence observing me from the other side. The lullaby of the rails, like a mechanical embrace, nudged me towards slumber. Yet, amidst this tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the glass. A shadow lingered behind me, a figure seated a few rows away. I couldn't recall anyone boarding, yet there they sat, a silent companion. The train journeyed onward through the night, and the wheels' murmur seemed to murmur ancient tales long forgotten. I pivoted slowly, careful not to startle. The carriage basked in amber light, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. The enigmatic figure I had glimpsed in the reflection remained still, cloaked in a dark garment, their face obscured beneath a broad-brimmed hat. Time stretched as I studied that silent presence. The atmosphere grew heavy, pregnant with memories not my own. The passenger remained motionless, wordless, as though an integral part of the train itself. Trepidation nudged me to rise, feigning a visit to the rear lavatory. Drawing nearer to the mysterious figure, I noticed their coats seemed to swallow light, absorbing every gleam. A chill lingered in their vicinity, a faint aroma of lavender and aged books wafting through the air. Passing by the seat occupied by this enigma, time seemed to pause. The rail's clamor faded into the distance, as if from another realm. A disquieting realization dawned. Beneath the dark cloak, no breath stirred, no sign of life. Reaching the end of the carriage, I hesitated, unsure whether to press on to the next compartment or retreat to my seat. The corridor stretched endlessly, hypnotic patterns dancing in the dim illumination. Glancing back, the spot where the mysterious figure sat was vacant. In its place rested an aged train ticket, yellowed with time. Trembling, I picked it up. The date etched upon it was 50 years past, precisely that day. The ticket radiated warmth, as though freshly held. Returning to my seat, the ticket clutched between trembling fingers. The train rumbled through the night, its wheels a soothing cadence once more. The fog outside thickened, and silhouettes seemed to pace alongside the train, companions on its nocturnal voyage. Weariness tugged at me, pondering how many others had crossed paths with that mysterious passenger on the final train of the eve. The ticket, tangible proof of the surreal encounter, grew increasingly elusive, like a vanishing dream. The train bore forth with its enigmatic secrets and passengers, seen and unseen. Drifting towards slumber, a hint of lavender and the echo of fading footsteps lingered in the air, a parting whisper down the corridor of the carriage. Story 8. The gentle evening wind whispered secrets as it caressed my skin, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in the cozy embrace of my favorite armchair, I found myself entranced by the play of shadows dancing across the walls, painted by the flickering glow of a solitary candle. Beside me, resting on the small table, lay my treasured possession, an old Polaroid camera gifted to me by my grandmother, a relic of cherished memories. Though neglected for some time, on this particular night, a mysterious urge stirred within me to reach for its familiar weight. In the soft, dim light, my fingers traced the contours of the camera, finding solace in its well-worn familiarity. Almost instinctively, my hand gravitated towards the shutter button, a motion ingrained by countless snapshots of the past. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens towards the shadowed recesses of the room and clicked. A fleeting flash of light pierced the darkness, followed by the mechanical whirring of the photograph slowly revealing itself. Patiently, I observed as the colors materialized on the blank canvas, only to be captivated by an unexpected anomaly. In the corner, captured by the lens, an ethereal figure materialized in the developing image, its form vague and intangible, akin to a wisp of smoke assuming a human semblance. A curious sensation enveloped me, prompting a glance towards the physical space depicted in the photograph, revealing only emptiness. Intrigued by this enigmatic presence, I embarked on a photographic exploration, each click unraveling a new layer of the spectral apparition. With each successive snapshot, the figure drew closer, its contours gradually sharpening into focus. It was as though the camera lens served as a conduit for its manifestation, each exposure lending its substance in our world. The ghostly outline began to coalesce, hinting at a bygone era, a silhouette adorned in attire reminiscent of a bygone era, perhaps the 1940s. The room grew pregnant with silence, the atmosphere thickening with an unseen but palpable aura, as if the very air held its breath. As I continued the photographic communion, A surreal stillness enveloped the space, the temperature dropping imperceptibly, the candle flame flickering in defiance of any breeze. Mesmerized by the unfolding spectacle, I captured each frame with deliberate reverence, a silent dialogue unfolding between the realms. In the final photograph of that mystical evening, the figure loomed so near, filling the frame with a haunting presence. Within those glossy confines, a gentle smile graced the woman's countenance, her eyes seeming to meet mine in an ethereal gaze. A sense of familiarity tinged with nostalgia stirred within me, evoking childhood memories long dormant. It was only when I rose to retrieve an aged photo album that I noticed the tremor in my hands, a tremor of revelation. Leafing through the yellowed pages, my quest led me to a portrait of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid camera. The mirrored smile, the identical gaze, a poignant connection bridging generations. Arranging the captured images in a silent narrative on the table, they wove a tale of a spectral encounter, a transient bond forged through the lens of antiquity. I never sought to replicate that otherworldly communion, the Polaroid finding its resting place upon the shelf once more. Yet, on quiet evenings bathed in the golden hues of twilight, I find myself drawn to those haunting photographs. At times, the smile within the frame seems to shift imperceptibly, as if my grandmother's spirit whispers across the fragile divide. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between memory and reality blurs, akin to the delicate surface of a freshly developed Polaroid, where past and present converge in a timeless dance of whispers and echoes. Story 9. The night was a symphony of silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock. Seated on my cozy couch, bathed in the stillness of 2 a.m., I relished in the solitude that enveloped me like a warm blanket. The soft glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the air. During one of these tranquil moments, a peculiar detail caught my eye in the neighboring apartment. It dawned on me that, in the span of 6 months, I had never witnessed a soul entering or exiting that mysterious abode. No sounds, no lights, just an eerie stillness. Yet on this particular night, a dim light seeped from beneath the door, flickering like a solitary candle in the darkness. Intrigued, I rose from the comfort of my couch, leaving my tea on the table, and approached the dividing wall between our dwellings. Pressing my ear against the cold surface, I strained to detect any sign of life. The silence was profound, yet an unspoken tension lingered, thickening the air around me. Resuming my seat, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in my bones. In the days that followed, my attention gravitated more and more towards the enigmatic apartment next door. I observed peculiarities that had previously eluded me. No accumulation of mail, a spotless doorknob amidst dusty surroundings, and on silent nights, a faint rustling akin to hushed footsteps. Curiosity bloomed within me like a vine reaching for the sun. Researching the building's history unveiled a shroud of mystery surrounding the apartment's occupants. Rent paid anonymously, memories fading like mist in the morning sun. One fateful night, the haunting melody of a piano drifted through the walls, a ghostly echo of a bygone era. Startled from my slumber, I pressed my ear to the barrier once more, only to be met with a sudden cessation of music, leaving my pulse as the only sound in the void. Encountering a neighbor from the floor above, I inquired about the phantom piano. Her response, laced with a knowing smile, shattered my illusions. Her father, the architect, had designed the building. There was no space for a piano. Her words ignited a fire of fascination within me, drawing me deeper into the enigma that shrouded the apartment. Subtle anomalies continued to unveil themselves. The absence of warmth on frigid nights, the perpetually dry doormat in a deluge. And then one evening, the door stood ajar, beckoning like a siren's call. Heart pounding, I hesitated at the threshold, torn between curiosity and fear. In the end, I chose retreat over revelation, sensing that some mysteries are best left unsolved, their secrets safeguarded by the veil of the unknown. As dawn broke, the door stood closed once more, as if mocking my fleeting courage. Since that night, a ritual has taken root within me. When darkness descends and I return home late, I pause before the enigmatic door. A distant melody sometimes whispers on the wind, a flickering light dances in the shadows. Yet I resist the urge to unravel the enigma, finding solace in the enigmatic presence that dwells beyond the divide. In a world clamoring for explanations, perhaps there is solace in the unknowable, in the mysteries that defy logic and reason. And so, I embrace the enigma, finding peace in the silent presence that lingers just beyond the wall, a reminder of the beauty in life's unanswered questions. Story 10. As the rain softly tapped against the windows of my rustic farmhouse, a hypnotic melody filled the room, blending with the gentle creaking of the wooden floor beneath my feet. It was an autumn evening when reality and fantasy seemed to intertwine seamlessly. Outside, the leaves of the trees swayed in the darkness, casting ever-shifting shadows on the cream-colored walls through the misty panes. Nestled in my favorite armchair, holding a cup of now-cooled chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden circle on the ground. A subtle but persistent feeling enveloped the air that night, a sensation that eluded definition. The atmosphere felt denser, the silence of the house almost palpable. Slowly, I stood up, drawn by a flicker of movement caught in my peripheral vision. The hallway leading to the bedroom seemed elongated, as if stretching beyond its usual boundaries. Shadows in the corners appeared darker, more alive, as I hesitated at the threshold of the living room, peering into the deepening darkness ahead. The temperature dropped gradually as I ventured forth, the floor creaking beneath me in unfamiliar patterns. The ancestral photographs hanging on the walls seemed to gaze upon me with altered expressions, their familiar faces slightly distorted. Midway down the hallway, a peculiar scent wafted towards me, an ancient aroma of old books and damp wood foreign to my home. I turned to the window, rain creating intricate patterns on the glass, following a cryptic design. And then I saw it. A shadow, darker and distinct from the rest, moved with an eerie grace along the opposite wall, as if independent of any source. It glided leisurely, almost cautiously, as though acknowledging my presence. My breath slowed as I watched with a mix of curiosity and recognition. There was no fear, only a sense of strange familiarity, as if this presence had always lingered, awaiting acknowledgement. The shadow paused by the guest room door, assuming a vague human-like form. I took a step closer, and it seemed to react, wavering slightly in response. The rain's whispers turned into a constant murmur, as if conveying a message. Straining to listen, I caught fragments of an unknown yet oddly comprehensible language. The chill in the air grew, though not unwelcomingly so, like being embraced by a cool silk sheet on a warm summer night. The shadow began to move towards me, its movements fluid and deliberate, akin to a slow-motion dance. I stood motionless as it drew nearer, stopping just a few steps away. In the hushed stillness, my heartbeat echoed calmly. The shadow inclined slightly, a silent greeting. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I raised a hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to extend a hand towards mine, creating a fleeting warmth where they almost met. Then, with a graceful dissolve, the shadow dispersed into the air, leaving behind a delicate scent of jasmine and a profound sense of peace. I lingered in the hallway, time seeming suspended, until the diminishing rain drew me back to the living room, where my tea remained hot, untouched. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with heightened awareness, searching for glimpses of that familiar form, dancing just beyond sight. The mystery of the shadow remains unsolved, yet it left me not with unease, but an acceptance of the inexplicable. The hallway now holds its secret, and in the quiet of nights, when rain taps against the windows, I await with a blend of curiosity and tranquility for another encounter with the dancing shadow beyond the hallway. Story 11. In the hush of the night, my footsteps murmured through the ancient wooden corridor. Each step I took echoed softly, a gentle rhythm blending with the patter of rain on the window panes. The air was heavy with a sweet, nostalgic fragrance, a mix of aged wood and yellowed paper. Standing before the door at the hallway's end, a room untouched for months, I felt a pull, a whisper of curiosity tugging at me. The lock on the door shimmered faintly in the dim lamplight, a subtle invitation. I recalled locking it securely last time, the key turning thrice under my careful watch. It was a ritual of reassurance, a familiar dance. But that night, a shift stirred the air. The space around the door felt colder, a delicate dusting of age settling on the brass handle in intricate patterns that seemed to beckon. Drawing closer, I noticed the dust forming concentric circles, a phantom design etched by unseen hands. The door's surface emitted a faint warmth, a subtle caress against my palm. Odd, considering the room lay dormant, untouched by warmth. Pressing my ear to the wood, I strained to listen. Amidst the quiet, a distant sound, a whisper of breath, teased my senses. Retrieving the key from my robe, its warmth a comfort in the cool air, I inserted it into the lock with deliberate care, mindful of every soft click. The key resisted at first, a subtle challenge from within. A flutter of anticipation danced in my chest, not fear but a yearning to uncover the unknown. With a delicate turn, the lock yielded, ushering me into a world both familiar and strange. As the door swung open, a wave of warmth and fragrance enveloped me, reminiscent of vanilla tea freshly brewed. Moonlight danced through sheer curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room. Everything appeared unchanged yet shifted, a subtle metamorphosis. Books stood in a new order, their spines forming cryptic patterns. An empty cup rested on a side table, a silent witness to unseen hands. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingertips traced forgotten trails in the dust, words whispered then erased. Beside the inkwell, a yellowed sheet bore a sentence in my own hand, a message from a forgotten time. Time flows differently here. The room's silence pulsed with a hidden life, a symphony of whispers beyond reach. Sinking into the velvet armchair, I gazed at the room's reflection in the window, a mirage of familiarity and mystery. A fleeting shadow seemed to dart behind me, a ghostly presence vanishing upon inspection. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the room's embrace, feeling time ebb and flow around me. Upon reopening my eyes, a subtle shift had occurred, every object minutely rearranged. The cup now warmed my touch, a wisp of steam rising in silent invitation. Rising from the chair, a shroud of enigma draped over me as I moved towards the door, footsteps silent on the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a final glance back, the room exhaling softly, a slumbering entity. Closing the door with a gentle sigh, I turned the key, the soft click a lullaby in the night stillness. Since that evening, a hint of vanilla tea lingers by the door, whispers of pages turning by unseen hands. I have not ventured back, letting the room keep its secrets, a hidden world best left undisturbed in its silent vigil. Story 12. The weight of silence hung heavy on that autumn night. As I strolled along the gravel driveway leading to our ancestral home, each crunch of my footsteps reverberated in the shroud of darkness. Whispers of a gentle breeze swirled dry leaves around me, creating a serene dance at my feet. The old house stood still, untouched for months since Aunt Mary's farewell, and now it was my duty to ensure all was well within its walls. With a click, the antique key turned in the lock, sending a metallic echo through the deserted porch. The air carried a distinct fragrance, a blend of aged wood and a hint of something elusive, reminiscent of childhood days spent in this very house. Stepping inside, I observed the dim light filtering through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. The silence indoors was profound, broken only by the steady rhythm of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, beneath that quietude lay a peculiar aura, as though it veiled an unseen presence. Moving through the main corridor, my footsteps echoed on the familiar hardwood floor. The walls were adorned with portraits of generations past, their eyes seemingly following my every move with newfound intent. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a subtle change caught my eye. Her smile appeared more enigmatic, as if concealing a secret. And then it began. A faint sound, barely audible, initially dismissed as a figment of my imagination. A distant echo, akin to a lullaby sung in a faraway chamber. The melody tugged at my memory, familiar yet just beyond recognition. Following the sound, I ascended the creaking stairs, each step narrating tales of yore. The melody grew clearer, yet remained elusive, like a fleeting dream slipping away at dawn. Upon reaching the landing, I pinpointed the origin of the haunting tune, the old playroom, where childhood memories had been woven. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to pierce the darkness within. Pushing the door open gently, I beheld a scene frozen in time. The rocking horse, the bookshelf, the toy chest, all as I remembered. And yet, a new addition awaited me on the windowsill, a music box unknown to me. Approaching cautiously, I beheld the tarnished brass music box, adorned with intricate floral engravings. Strangely, it lay silent, while the ethereal melody continued to fill the room, as if the very walls hummed its tune. Peering at the box, I noticed its reflection in the window, where the dancer atop appeared to twirl, defying the stillness of the night. A blink, and the illusion dissipated. In that moment of clarity, I recalled, the melody was my grandmother's lullaby, the very same she sang to us before bedtime. But how could her voice echo in a room transformed long after her passing? Taking the music box in hand, I felt a warmth seep through me, as if a connection to the past was rekindled. Beneath it, a nearly faded engraving revealed a date, the day my grandmother entered this world. The melody began to fade, merging with the silence of the house until it was but a whisper in the air. Seating myself on the old toy chest, the music box cradled in my palms, I watched as the moon cast its enchanting glow upon the floor, painting shadows that danced in silent harmony. Since that fateful night, the music box accompanies me on every visit to the house, its tune never playing audibly, but sometimes, on the stillest nights, a phantom echo of the lullaby drifts through the air, as if the very essence of the house holds within it the echoes of all the songs sung within its walls. As I close the door behind me, I ponder. Perhaps some places retain the memories of love and care bestowed upon them, resonating softly across time, like an eternal echo that whispers to us that nothing truly fades into oblivion. Story 13. The snow drifted down noiselessly on that winter night, softly caressing the windowsill like a plush white quilt. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the tea hugged me, a stark contrast to the chill creeping through the ancient wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's ticking painted the passing moments with a mesmerizing cadence, akin to a soothing lullaby. In that tranquil interlude, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Amid the twirling snowflakes, a visage materialized. It was indistinct, possessing an otherworldly quality, as though sketched by the mist of my breath on the frosty glass. Yet, the eyes held a peculiar clarity. Profound and shadowed, they seemed to regard me with an eerie intimacy. With a gradual rise from my seat, the wooden floor groaned beneath my weight. Drawing nearer to the window, the apparition in the reflection wavered, dissipating into the ether. Nonetheless, a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The aroma of tea now mingled with a delicate jasmine essence that had eluded my notice before, evoking hazy recollections of a summer dusk long past. Though I returned to my seat, My gaze continued to scour the reflection for that enigmatic face. The pendulum maintained its hypnotic sway, but now its ticking murmured unintelligible whispers. Retrieving my weathered leather-bound journal from the adjacent shelf, I absent-mindedly leafed through its pages, unearthing a photograph nestled between them. Quivering hands retrieved the aged, yellowed image. A cluster of individuals beamed at the camera in what appeared to be a summer outing. It was a picture I had no memory of encountering, yet each countenance bore a strangely familiar air. One figure in particular captured my attention. A young woman in the background, slightly blurred, gazed directly at the lens with those same deep, dark eyes reflected in the window. A languid thud reverberated in my chest as I examined the photograph. Clad in a white floral frock, she clasped a bouquet of jasmine in her hands. Her smile exuded a tender, almost wistful allure. Turning over the photo, I sought a date or inscription. In elegant script on the reverse, a message whispered, "Don't forget me." A gust of wind fluttered the curtains, though I was certain all windows were shut. The fragrance of jasmine enveloped me, enfolding me in a gentle embrace. For a fleeting instant, I shut my eyes, and fragments of memories bubbled to the surface. A crystalline laughter, the distant echo of a piano, the whisper of a white dress among garden foliage. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow continued its silent descent. The window's reflection reverted to normal, revealing only my weary visage. Yet, as I nestled the photograph back into the journal, I sensed that countenance would shadow my dreams. It harbored no malice, but rather a tender melancholy, akin to a forgotten tune resurfacing unexpectedly. Draped in a cozy blanket on the couch, I succumbed to the pendulum's mesmerizing sway. The jasmine scent lingered in the air, gradually dissipating like a memory fading into slumber. Before drifting into the realm of dreams, I pondered how many other forgotten memories slumbered in the recesses of my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, some faces are not destined to fade but linger as gentle phantoms, guardians of memories veiled by time but not effaced. And as sleep beckoned, the crystalline laughter seemed to echo in the wind, carried alongside the swirling snowflakes dancing through the night. Story 14. In the soft moonlight filtering through my bedroom window, a tranquil ambiance enveloped the room, casting delicate shadows upon the wooden floor. Known for my light sleeping habits, I often found myself awakening during the silent hours when the world held its breath. On a particular autumn night, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees outside, creating a serene melody against the glass panes. During one of my midnight explorations through the aged house, I stumbled upon an intriguing anomaly in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially dismissing it as a play of shadows, I soon realized a subtle transformation unfolding before me. As my fingers traced along the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, evolving into a polished, aged wood instead of the familiar textured wallpaper. This discovery became a nightly ritual. With the sun's descent ushering in the quiet of the world, I eagerly awaited the subtle shift in the air. A drop in temperature, accompanied by scents of cedar wood and ancient leather-bound books, signaled the door's imminent appearance. Materializing gradually, the door emerged like a developing photograph. An ornate wooden portal adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and morph when gazed upon. The brass doorknob emitted a warm, inviting glow from within, captivating my attention night after night. Sitting in the hallway, I watched the door take shape, bringing a cup of chamomile tea to accompany the mysterious scents filling the air. Though tempted, I refrained from touching the doorknob, sensing that crossing its threshold would alter everything in ways I wasn't prepared for. As my nighttime vigils continued, subtle changes in the house revealed themselves. Shadows deepened, echoing purposeful movements, while the house's settling sounds took on a rhythmic, lullaby-like quality. The air grew pregnant with possibility, laden with the weight of untold stories awaiting discovery. On quiet nights, mysterious sounds emanated from behind the door, the rustle of unseen pages, the faint ticking of an ethereal grandfather clock, and at times a soft, unfamiliar melody hummed in the distance. Delving into the house's history yielded no information about the door, but tales of past residents recounting peculiar dreams and tranquil nights emerged. An elderly former owner's journal spoke of a passage to peaceful slumber that manifested only in the darkest hours, a passage I now found myself enveloped in. The door became a nocturnal companion, offering a sense of comfort and peace during sleepless nights. Its presence, though enigmatic, exuded a protective aura, as if safeguarding a precious secret rather than harboring malevolence. One memorable night, the carvings on the door seemed to weave a tale, figures navigating forests, scaling mountains, voyaging across seas. Each time I attempted to follow their journey, the patterns shifted, unveiling a new narrative. The door itself appeared as a master storyteller, sharing endless sagas with patient observers. Years passed, yet the door's handle remained unturned by my hand. I pondered if my reverence for its mystery was the reason for its persistent appearances, a silent acknowledgement of its enigma and a vow to preserve its secrets. The door stood as a reminder that some enigmas are best left unsolved, their beauty heightened by the allure of the unknown. On sleepless nights, I'd find myself in the hallway, tea in hand, welcomed by the door's comforting presence. Perhaps its true gift lay not in revealing what lay beyond, but in the tranquility it bestowed upon those who cherished its existence in the stillness of night. As day broke, casting sunlight through the windows and returning the door to mundane wallpaper, doubt crept in about its reality. Yet, as night descended once more, accompanied by that subtle shift in the air, I understood that some wonders exist solely for those willing to embrace the magic that appears in the hushed darkness. Story 15. The night draped the old house in a velvety hush, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, my gaze drifted absently to the painting hanging across from me. An heirloom from my grandmother, it portrayed a woodland scene at sunset. Though not a prized possession, its charm lay in its power to evoke a bittersweet tranquility. As the golden glow of the lamp cast dancing shadows, a peculiar notion seized me. The painting appeared askew, leaning slightly to the right, a deviation I was certain had not existed before. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose, the floorboards whispering underfoot as I approached. With gentle fingers, I realigned the painting, savoring the rough touch of the aged frame. Resettling into my seat, I delved back into the book I had momentarily forsaken. The tea's warmth and the rain's soothing melody lulled me into a contented daze. Only later, when I glanced up, did I notice the painting's new tilt, this time to the left. A subtle chill skittered down my spine, though I endeavored to dismiss it as fatigue or a trick of light. Rising once more, I advanced cautiously, scrutinizing the painting. What I beheld took me aback. The sunset hues seemed more vibrant, almost pulsing, and the tree shadows stretched longer than before. Tentatively, I brushed the canvas with trembling fingertips, sensing an unusual warmth, as if it had absorbed the room's heat, yet the paint shimmered with an unfamiliar luminosity. In the ensuing days, my focus shifted to the painting. Each visit revealed a subtle alteration in its position, sometimes imperceptible, other times glaringly obvious. Not only did it tilt differently, but the scene itself underwent subtle metamorphoses. The trees thickened on occasion, while the sky's clouds altered shape. I commenced documenting the painting, capturing images every morning and night, meticulously comparing them. The disparities, though slight, were unmistakable. Within the painted woods, hidden details emerged and vanished. A nest nestled among branches, a concealed glade, a faint trail that had not existed prior. The sunset seemed to inch along imperceptibly, as if time within the painting flowed at a separate cadence. On a particularly tranquil evening, ensconced in my familiar chair, movement caught my attention. The painting was shifting, almost imperceptibly, as if guided by an unseen force. Curiosity eclipsed fear, leaving me with a surreal tranquility. The motion was fluid, as though an invisible hand caressed it tenderly. Drawing nearer without hesitation, I sensed a faint vibration beneath my gaze. In the glass's reflection that shielded the painting, a fleeting image materialized. My grandmother's blurred visage, like a faded memory, seemed to smile as she corrected the painting's tilt. Since that moment, I've embraced these alterations as the house's enchantment. Each night before retiring, I devote a few minutes to studying the painting, unraveling its fresh secrets. I often ponder if it's my grandmother's way of conveying her presence, watching over me through this enigmatic canvas that breathes and shifts like a living entity. This tale remains a secret, cherished within me. The painting moves less frequently now, as if striking a balance between revealing itself and safeguarding its mystery. And I, ensconced in my armchair each evening, with tea in hand, listen to the rain's gentle cadence against the windows, observing the painting that dances its silent ballet in a dialogue known solely to us. Story 16. The night draped the house in a silent embrace, as the wind whispered softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Seated in the armchair of my bedroom, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls in the flickering lamplight. It was the time when sleep usually beckoned, yet an odd resistance had taken hold of me lately, defying the call of Morpheus. The cause was clear. A recurring dream had been haunting me with uncanny precision for weeks now. The room's warmth and the steady tick-tock of the old pendulum clock gently soothed me. My gaze fell upon the open diary on the desk, where I had meticulously documented every detail of that persistent dream. The pages were adorned with my tidy script, narrating the same series of events each time. A spiral staircase of gray stone spiraling into the depths, the distant dripping of water, and a grand wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. As I flipped through the diary's entries, a detail caught my eye, unnoticed before. In every iteration of the dream, the temperature appeared to drop gradually as I descended the stairs. My fingers grazed the chilly stone, and my breath materialized in the air, forming wisps of vapor. However, what truly set the dream apart was the overwhelming sense of familiarity that accompanied me throughout the journey, as if the staircase led to a place I intimately knew, despite never setting foot there in reality. The closed door at the staircase's base beckoned, its enigmatic symbols drawing me closer each night. They were fluid shapes that seemed to shift under my gaze, almost alive. In the dream, my fingertips traced the contours of those mysterious symbols, and each touch elicited a subtle vibration coursing through the wood, as if the very door breathed. That night, as I readied for bed, a peculiar sight greeted me in the room. Nestled on the nightstand beside the lamp sat a small object I had no recollection of ever seeing. An ancient bronze key, its ornate designs oddly reminiscent of the symbols adorning the dream door. I picked it up, surprised by its weight and the coldness it exuded. How it came to be there eluded my memory, yet its presence felt entirely natural, as if it had always been intertwined with my existence. Settling into bed, I clutched the key in my hand, its solidness a reassurance of reality amidst the surreal. As slumber enveloped me, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air. The dream unfolded as usual, the spiral staircase, the echoing drops, the chilling air with each step. But this time, upon reaching the door, the key in my grasp throbbed faintly, in harmony with the etchings on the wooden surface. Bringing the key to the lock, I discovered for the first time a hidden mechanism among the engravings. With a steady hand, I inserted the key. The mechanism yielded with a gentle, melodic click, akin to an ancient, forgotten tune. The door creaked open slowly, revealing not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the reflection, however, the steps ascended instead of descended. Awakening in my room, the soft dawn light filtering through the curtains, the key remained in my hand, now imbued with a warmth that felt almost alive. On the diary, spread open on the desk, a fresh page awaited, pen not in my handwriting. The characters bore a resemblance to the door symbols, shifting shapes like undulating waves in a sea of ink. Since that fateful night, the dream has not revisited. The key rests on my nightstand, and on serene nights, it seems to hum faintly. I often ponder what awaits at the peak of that mirrored staircase, and whether one day I will muster the courage to ascend it. For now, I am content to observe the dancing symbols in the diary, narrating a tale that perhaps I am not yet prepared to comprehend. Story 17. The grandfather clock in my study announced the witching hour with its deep, resonant chimes, each one creating ripples of sound that floated through the stillness of the night like echoes on a tranquil pond. Nestled in my weathered leather armchair, a well-loved book cradled in my lap, I listened to the soft melody of raindrops dancing against the window panes. The old house sighed and creaked around me, its ancient wooden frame settling into the hush of the midnight hour. My gaze wandered to the hallway door, its silhouette outlined by the warm glow of my reading lamp. There was a subtle shift in the air tonight, a whisper of change that lingered just beyond grasp. The brass handle gleamed under the lamplight, casting a peculiar glow, or was it the wood itself that had transformed? Familiar yet strange, the door beckoned with an enigmatic allure. Rising from my chair, I marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor felt cool beneath my slippered feet as I approached the door, a chill creeping into the air as though winter had claimed this solitary corner of my abode. My hand brushed against the handle, its unexpected warmth a stark contrast to the surrounding chill. With a smooth motion, the door swung open, revealing the unchanging hallway beyond. Closing the door with a shake of my head, I dismissed my fanciful thoughts as mere tricks of the mind. Perhaps the mysteries I delved into within the pages of my books had woven their way into my dreams. And dreams I had that night, of doors appearing in improbable places, each bearing the same warm brass handle that seemed to beckon with secrets untold. The following day passed in a blur of routine, the hallway door a mere backdrop to my daily comings and goings. It wasn't until dusk descended, casting a golden hue across the room, that I noticed a subtle alteration. The door appeared to have aged, its hue lighter, its brass handle now adorned with a patina of time. Intrigued, I scrutinized the door, noting the intricate grain of the wood, the altered color of the hinges. Night after night, the door underwent subtle metamorphoses, shifting between epochs of time with a silent grace. Each transformation, a whisper of mystery in the quiet hours of the night, unseen but for the watchful eye of dawn. I began to keep a journal, capturing the door's changes with meticulous sketches and detailed observations, a silent observer to its nocturnal dance. One fateful evening, curiosity roused me from my slumber. Determined to witness the door's transformation firsthand, I stationed myself in vigil, facing the door as the midnight hours crept by. The grandfather clock measured time in steady ticks, my resolve unwavering, and as the clock struck 3:17 a.m., a fleeting darkness enveloped the room, a prelude to change. With a flicker of light, the door revealed a new guise, its oak now lustrous mahogany, silver inlays shimmering with ethereal patterns. Drawn to this newfound spectacle, I reached for the crystal handle, a sense of foreboding settling upon me. The air thrummed with a mysterious energy, the absence of a keyhole beneath the handle a stark revelation. Puzzled, I delved into my journal, seeking answers to the missing detail that had eluded my notice. The absence of the keyhole haunted me, a puzzle unsolved, a mystery unspoken. And as I pondered the enigma of the door, a whisper of uncertainty trailed through my thoughts, a warning to tread lightly in the realm of the unknown. Now, as twilight descends upon my study each evening, I find myself captivated by the door and its ever-changing nature. Shadows dance beneath its frame, hinting at unseen realms beyond. I contemplate rearranging the photographs that line the hallway, a test of reality against illusion. Yet a voice within cautions against probing too deeply into the veils that separate truth from perception. The door continues its nightly transformations, a silent guardian of secrets untold. I have come to embrace its enigmatic presence, finding solace in the quiet evolution that unfolds with each passing night. Is it the door that changes, or perhaps the lens through which I view it that distorts reality? The answer eludes me, shrouded in the mysteries of the night. And so, as the grandfather clock heralds midnight, and the rain whispers against the window panes, I await with anticipation the unveiling of yet another iteration of the door, a portal to hidden truths that linger in the ephemeral hours before dawn. Story 18. The gentle glow of my reading lamp bathed the mahogany shelves of my personal library in a soft, flickering light. Outside, the rain tapped a soothing melody against the window panes, a lullaby that had woven itself into the fabric of my nightly routine. Nestled in my beloved leather armchair, I inhaled the comforting aroma of old paper and polished wood that enveloped the room, a fragrance that whispered of stories long told and cherished. On this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention, though its source remained elusive. My gaze wandered over the meticulously organized collection of books, each one a treasure carefully arranged within the confines of my sanctuary. The leather-bound volumes shimmered in the lamplight, their golden titles winking in the shadows. And then, as if beckoned by unseen hands, my eyes alighted on a peculiar sight. A gap nestled between two books, a void that seemed to defy the logic of my meticulously curated library. The space, precisely the width of a single volume, stood out like a whisper in a silent room. Rising from my chair, the leather protesting softly beneath me, I ventured closer to the enigmatic gap. Tracing a finger along the untouched void, a chill ghosted through the air, its presence a silent specter in the stillness. The neighboring books stood sentinel, their pages unruffled, yet the absence of the missing volume hung heavy in the air. A rare edition, acquired not long ago, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. Alone in my sanctuary, the mystery deepened. The dust that clung to the adjacent tomes avoided the gap as if by silent agreement, a hushed conspiracy that defied explanation. A delicate scent, sweet and elusive, wafted from the void, weaving tendrils of intrigue through the air. Old parchment mingled with hints of vanilla and aged leather, a symphony of fragrances that stirred memories just beyond reach. In a daring moment, I reached for a neighboring book, hoping to uncover the missing volume hidden in the shadows. But my fingers met only solid wood, the bookcase offering no secrets. As I withdrew my hand, a flicker of movement danced at the edge of my vision, a shimmer of light where none should exist. Intrigued, I leaned closer, drawn by a warmth that seemed to radiate from the empty space itself. The rain outside whispered a cryptic refrain, its rhythm a language I strained to decipher. Entranced, I found myself captivated by the void, its depths a portal to unknown realms that beckoned with silent allure. Throughout the night, I remained ensnared by the empty space, its mysteries unfolding in subtle whispers and fleeting shadows. The patterns of light danced on the periphery of my vision, teasing with glimpses of hidden truths just beyond grasp. Time lost meaning as I lingered, torn between the tangible world and the ethereal void that defied logic. As the night wore on, the rain softened to a gentle murmur, its cadence a backdrop to the enigma unfolding in my library. The shadows shifted, a slow, deliberate dance that seemed to converge upon the empty space as if drawn by unseen forces. I watched, entranced, as the room breathed with a life of its own, an echo of stories untold. When at last I surrendered to the call of sleep, a single page materialized in the gap between the books, its ancient script a testament to forgotten tales. Before I could decipher its cryptic message, the words dissolved into wisps of memory, leaving only a phantom echo of what once was. The missing volume remained a ghost in my collection, an enigma that defied all attempts at resolution. Each night, as the rain whispered its secrets and the shadows danced their silent waltz, I found myself drawn to that empty space, a reminder of the mysteries that linger just beyond our reach. And so, the gap endures, a testament to the boundless expanse of the unknown. In its emptiness, I find solace, a reminder that some stories are meant to remain untold, their whispers lingering in the spaces between reality and imagination. And as I sit in my quiet library, surrounded by the scent of possibilities, I embrace the uncertainty, knowing that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, forever haunting the edges of our understanding. Story 19. The tranquility of the night was broken by a distant, delicate melody that drifted through the darkness like a whispered secret. Nestled in my favorite armchair, a cozy wool blanket draped over my knees, and a cup of chamomile tea grown cold at my side, I glanced up from the book that lay open in my hands. The ethereal notes wove through the air, elusive yet undeniable in their presence. I recognized the sound of a piano, playing a tune that felt just out of reach, like a half-remembered dream from long ago. In the dimly lit room, shadows swayed in time with the mysterious music, cast by the soft glow of a lamp beside me that created a circle of warmth in the surrounding darkness. Rising slowly, I let the blanket slip from my shoulders with a gentle rustle, the soft creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet as I made my way to the living room window. Beyond the glass, the night lay still and silent, bathed in the silver light of the full moon. Trees stood sentinel in the garden, their branches swaying in the gentle night breeze, while neighboring houses slumbered in shadowed quietude. Yet the haunting melody persisted, seeming to emanate from all directions and none at once. I wandered through the house, following the elusive strains of music as they shifted and changed with each room I entered. In the kitchen, it whispered from the living room. In the living room, it beckoned from the stairs. On the stairs, it descended from the upper floor. It was a mesmerizing dance of sound, leading me through the familiar spaces of my home in a silent reverie. Ascending to my bedroom, I noticed the door slightly ajar, though I was certain I had left it open that morning. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor, illuminating the room in a soft, ghostly glow. The music, now clearer and more defined, drew me closer, as if I were on the verge of discovering its origin. Pausing at the threshold, I gazed around the room, my eyes finally settling on the old music box atop the bedside table. A relic from my grandmother, untouched for years, it gleamed faintly in the moonlight. To my surprise, the tiny ballerina inside twirled gracefully, casting a dancing shadow upon the wall, the melody resonating throughout the room. Approaching cautiously, my heart beating in time with the music, I reached out to touch the music box, only to find its surface warm to the touch, almost alive. The ballerina, once a simple porcelain figure, now bore the features of my grandmother, her familiar smile etched upon the delicate face. Our eyes met for a fleeting moment, and the melody shifted, transforming into a lullaby I had not heard since childhood. Enveloped in a sense of peace and nostalgia, I stood transfixed as the music washed over me like a gentle tide. The notes ebbed and flowed, filling the room with a profound stillness that seemed to speak volumes. As the music faded into silence, the music box closed with a soft click, leaving me in a hushed reverence. Returning to my armchair downstairs, I retrieved the fallen blanket, wrapping myself once more in its comforting embrace. The book lay open before me, its words now forgotten, as my thoughts lingered on the enigmatic music box and the memories it held within. I pondered the untold melodies that lay dormant within its quiet confines, waiting for a moment such as this to unfurl their hidden truths. Since that fateful night, when the house falls into a hush and the moon casts its silvery light upon the garden, a familiar melody drifts through the rooms, a reminder of mysteries left unsolved. I no longer seek out its source, content to close my eyes and let the music wash over me, knowing that some secrets are meant to be felt rather than understood. Story 20. The old grandfather clock chimed softly, signaling the arrival of midnight in the quiet house. Nestled in my cozy armchair, enveloped by the warmth of a woolen blanket, I could hear the winter wind whispering through the window panes. The gentle light of my reading lamp created a soothing oasis, casting shadows in the corners of the room that seemed to dance in harmony with the night. Reading before bed had become my cherished nightly ritual, a moment of solitude that I treasured, especially during the long, dark winter nights. The house settled into its familiar rhythm of soft creaks and sighs, like a lullaby murmured by an old friend. Yet tonight, there was a subtle shift in the air, a whisper of difference amidst the familiar sounds of the night. Setting my book aside, I raised my gaze, letting my senses reach beyond the pool of light around me. The atmosphere had changed imperceptibly, a hint of chill that tingled the skin, akin to the calm before a snowfall, though the sky outside remained clear. My eyes wandered to the partially open hallway door, positioned just enough to allow the comforting chimes of the clock to drift in. As I observed, a peculiar sensation crept over me. The slice of darkness beyond the door appeared denser, as if the shadows had coalesced into a tangible form. The longer I stared, the more I noticed a delicate complexity within that darkness, like layers of silk suspended in motionless air. The radiator hummed softly, but its warmth seemed to avoid that particular corner, as if diverted by an unseen force. Leaning forward in my chair, not out of fear but a tranquil curiosity, I found myself drawn to the shadow's enigmatic presence. It seemed to respond to my focus, growing sharper yet retaining an elusive quality, like a half-remembered dream. Marking my place in the book with a silk ribbon, I set it down, the leather chair creaking softly as I shifted. I remained seated, allowing my eyes to adjust to the interplay of light and shadow. The darkness behind the door stirred subtly, as if moved by an unseen breath, while the room itself lay in stillness. The steady ticking of the grandfather clock seemed to synchronize with the shadow's gentle undulations, creating a tranquil rhythm that matched the pace of my breath. The shadow swayed, a graceful dance of obscurity, as if it too was alive, communicating in a language of motion and form. It evoked a sense of watching a silent conversation unfold, where meaning transcended words, conveyed through the ebb and flow of darkness. Time seemed to elongate, a fluid continuum where moments stretched and contracted like a mesmerizing dance. I found myself entranced by the shadow's movements, intricate patterns swirling and dissolving within its depths, defying the logic of ordinary darkness. These ephemeral shapes felt like cryptic offerings, secrets whispered in the silent tongue of shadows. As the grandfather clock struck 1, a subtle shift permeated the air, and the shadow began to thin, gradually receding back into the hallway, leaving behind a profound sense of tranquility. The room, unchanged physically, now carried a weight of significance, as if touched by a presence that transcended the ordinary. I picked up my book once more, but instead of reading, I sat in the soothing glow of the lamp, holding on to the serenity that lingered after the shadow's departure. Sleep beckoned, its gentle embrace weaving through my thoughts, promising dreams infused with the memory of that enigmatic visitor from the realm of shadows. Since that night, I have left the door ajar, inviting that wedge of darkness to form again. On quiet evenings, I catch glimpses of the familiar shadow gathering behind it, and I simply smile, ready to share another tranquil hour with my silent companion from the depths of the night. Story 21. The gentle patter of autumn rain danced on my office window, a soothing lullaby as I worked in my study. The world outside seemed to hush, cocooned in a cloak of raindrops that hummed a natural, mesmerizing tune. The soft glow of my desk lamp bathed the yellowed pages of ancient manuscripts I meticulously cataloged for the city's historical archive. And then she appeared. A solitary figure emerged, crossing the square beneath a scarlet-red umbrella, a vibrant splash of color in the muted palette of autumn grays and browns. There was a peculiar grace to her stride, a rhythm so melodic that it harmonized effortlessly with the rain's steady cadence. Each evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square with her presence. Her nightly passage became a ritual I eagerly anticipated, a moment shrouded in intrigue. Her face remained a mystery, veiled by the shadow of her umbrella and the misty rain that faithfully trailed her every step. But one fateful night, as she traversed the square, something shifted. She paused at its heart, briefly turning towards my window. A fleeting glimpse of what might have been a smile adorned her pale visage, illuminated by the dim street lamps. And then she continued on, disappearing into the evening mist. In the days that followed, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Water stains materialized on the documents I handled, as if rain-kissed fingertips had brushed their surface. The delicate fragrance of antique roses lingered in the study during twilight hours, permeating the air even when all windows were shut tight. One evening, an unfamiliar black and white photograph materialized on my desk. It depicted the square as it stood 50 years prior, featuring a figure with a red umbrella amidst the crowd, the sole burst of color in the faded tableau. On its reverse, elegant script revealed a date, October 15, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unearthed the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once graced the halls of my very building half a century ago. Known for her crimson umbrella and ardor for ancient tomes, her life had met a tragic end in that very square on a rainy night, much like the present. As I immersed myself in her story, the scent of roses grew more potent. The rain's melody seemed to evolve into a gentle hum, as if a forgotten lullaby was softly sung. The pages I perused stirred as if caressed by an unseen breath. Gazing up from my work, I beheld her, closer than ever before. The red umbrella now folded, revealing her countenance. Her eyes exuded kindness, her smile radiated serenity. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of melancholy and comprehension. Following that poignant encounter, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly traverse of the square. Yet on rainy evenings, when the archive was draped in silence and shadows waltzed along the walls, I still sensed the echo of her steps and the faint perfume of antique roses. At times, while sifting through aged documents, I discovered fresh droplets of water on the pages, as though they had been recently caressed by rain-dampened fingers. I often pondered whether Sarah lingered, watching over her cherished books, her spirit continuing to stroll in the rain with her iconic umbrella. This tale remains my cherished secret, shared solely between myself and the library's enigmatic shadows. Whenever rain taps on the window panes, a smile tugs at my lips, for I know that somewhere, woven within the fabric of time, a woman with a red umbrella embarks on her eternal journey. Story 22. The night draped over the sea like a velvet shawl, its tranquility palpable as I sat on the porch of my wooden haven, cocooned in a woolen blanket. The gentle rhythm of waves caressed the shore with a soothing whisper, serenading the darkness. Above, the full moon cast its silver glow upon the water, painting a mystical path that beckoned me to venture forth into the unknown expanse. In that moment of silent contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A soft, green luminescence dancing amidst the waves, a shimmering anomaly in the tranquil scene. Slowly rising from the aged rocking chair, its faint creak a ghostly echo, I was drawn by an unseen force to explore this enigmatic presence. The salty breath of the ocean brushed against my face as I descended the weathered steps, the warmth of the sand beneath my bare feet a comforting embrace despite the late hour. Approaching the water's edge, where the gentle tide kissed the earth, the ethereal glow grew more defined. A vintage glass bottle, its elongated form cradling a yellowed parchment within. With a delicate touch, I lifted the bottle from the sandy shore. Surprisingly weighty and adorned with a salt-encrusted patina, it shimmered under the moon's tender gaze, casting hypnotic reflections across its surface. The cork stopper, sealed with ancient black wax cracked by the passage of time, remained intact, preserving its mysterious contents. Returning to the porch, bathed in the soft glow of an oil lamp, I placed the bottle upon the weathered table and settled into the embrace of my favorite armchair. The symphony of the sea grew more pronounced, its whispers carrying a message only the heart could decipher. With deliberate movements, I began to unravel the seal of black wax, its remnants crumbling like ancient memories. The cork, remarkably preserved, released a scent as elusive as a forgotten dream, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an indefinable essence that lingered in the air like a whispered secret. Within the bottle, a parchment awaited, tightly bound with a faded blue ribbon. Hands trembling slightly, I untied the knot, revealing a resilient paper that bore the weight of time with grace. Unfurling the scroll, the sepia ink revealed cryptic words that danced upon the page, their meaning just beyond reach. In elegant script, the message unfolded, weaving tales of a realm where time flowed like a river and light held mysteries untold. Constellations unknown to mortal eyes adorned the text, their celestial dance entwined with lunar diagrams that spoke of cycles eternal. Yet it was a drawing at the page's end, a perfect spiral that seemed to stir with life, that captured my gaze. As I delved deeper, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting shadows that danced in time with the sea's whispered chant. The air grew heavy, thick with a sense of suspended time, as if the universe itself held its breath. The final paragraphs emerged with startling clarity, as if the ink had preserved their essence against the ravages of ages. They spoke of a place where dreams melded with reality, where time ebbed and flowed like the tides. A chilling realization coursed through me as the message concluded with a haunting decree. If you read these words, you too are chosen. Behold the sea, for it has changed tonight. Raising my gaze from the parchment, I beheld a moon transformed, its reflection upon the water taking on an otherworldly hue. The bottle on the table pulsed with a verdant light, a heartbeat in the stillness of the night. Gently folding the parchment and returning it to its glass vessel, I left the cork aside, drawn to the horizon by an unseen force. I pondered the tales of those who came before, who too had felt the siren call of the sea's mysteries. The night unfolded in a tapestry of stars and shadows, each moment pregnant with possibility. As dawn approached, the green glow of the bottle dimmed, fading into the light of day. Uncertain if I would ever unravel the enigma of that message, I knew within my soul that something had shifted that night. Even now, beneath the full moon's gaze, I glimpsed that ethereal glow dancing upon the waves, a reminder of the mysteries that lie beneath the ocean's surface, waiting to be discovered in the hush of night. Story 23. The soft patter of rain on the rooftop tiles serenaded me as I readied myself for the night. Each droplet cascading down the window pane cast playful shadows in my study, where the remnants of burnt wood lingered in the air from the fireplace's previous glow. A gentle glow from the desk lamp enveloped the room in a cozy hug, inviting tranquility to settle in. In the midst of this perfect calm, a sound pierced the stillness. A ring that should have been impossible, for the old rotary phone on the shelf had long been disconnected in favor of the modern cell phone. Yet there it was, a clear and captivating chime hanging in the air. Setting aside my book, I rose from the plush armchair, my steps muffled by the luxurious Persian rug beneath my feet. The antique black phone, a relic passed down from my grandmother, gleamed faintly in the dim light. As I reached out to touch it, the ringing ceased abruptly. The receiver felt cold to my touch, evoking memories of my grandmother's deft fingers dialing numbers on its rotating disc. Dismissing the occurrence as a trick of fatigue, I turned away. But as I did, the phone rang once more, its tone more insistent, demanding attention. Turning back, I regarded the phone with a mix of curiosity and unease. Each ring seemed to vibrate through the receiver, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance. Counting them silently, 1, 2, 3, 4, I found myself captivated. And on the fifth ring, almost instinctively, I lifted the receiver to my ear. The ensuing silence was profound, broken only by the steady rhythm of raindrops outside. Bringing the receiver closer, its cold backlight pressed against my skin, I awaited a familiar dial tone or the hush of electronic silence. Instead, what greeted me was a void, an absence of sound that seemed to echo with a presence of its own. And then, a breath, a slow, steady exhale, distant yet intimate, as if the caller on the other end patiently awaited my response. The breath held a familiarity, stirring memories long buried in the recesses of my mind. It mirrored the gentle rhythm of my grandmother's slumbering breaths in her cherished armchair, always within reach of the phone. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice a mere whisper against the backdrop of rain. The breath seemed to pause, as if contemplating, before morphing into a deep sigh, brimming with poignant melancholy. Motionless, I listened intently, the receiver cradled against my ear. The breath now seemed to harmonize with the rain's cadence, creating a symphony of solace. No fear gripped me, only a peculiar sense of peace mingled with nostalgia. It was as if this moment, suspended between reality and reverie, spun a tale that transcended words. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses laden with unspoken significance. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the sound, allowing it to envelop me like a familiar shroud. Time lost its grip on me, and when I reopened my eyes, the room had shifted. The lamp's glow felt warmer, more embracing, and a hint of lavender, my grandmother's cherished scent, lingered in the air. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle. The phone fell silent, yet now it exuded a comforting presence, as though it had imparted its message. Sinking back into the armchair, I gazed at the instrument in the soft light, the rain's melody intertwined with memories, weaving a tapestry of emotions. Since that peculiar night, the phone has remained silent. But on rainy evenings, when silence descends too heavily, a distant breath, a familiar sigh from times long past, seems to brush against my consciousness. And in those fleeting moments, a smile tugs at my lips, for I understand that some connections transcend the physical realm. Unplugging a wire may sever a line, but it cannot sever the ties that bind us across time and space. Story 24. The rain outside painted a serene melody on the roof of the ancestral home, lulling me into a state of tranquility as I sifted through the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy. The air hung heavy with memories, mingling the fragrance of aged timber and swirling dust illuminated by the fading sunlight seeping through the cream drapes. Each item I unearthed whispered tales of yesteryears, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia around me. It was in the depths of the last box that my fingers stumbled upon a weathered photo album, its dark leather cover exuding a timeless softness. Placing it gently on the worn oak table, I traced the album's pages, inhaling the faint scent of mildew and aged paper. Within the monochrome photographs, snippets of family life unfolded. Weddings, birthdays, lazy summer days captured in frozen frames. Smiling faces of long-gone relatives stared back at me, their features echoed in the generations that followed. Among the sepia memories, a particular photo seized my attention. A snapshot from a summer luncheon in the garden, featuring my radiant grandmother and her siblings. Yet, a mysterious presence stood apart from the jovial group, cloaked in a light-hued dress and a shadow-casting hat that obscured her face. She was a stranger to me, absent from the tales spun during festive gatherings. Retrieving the photo from the album, a date inscribed in my grandmother's elegant script caught my eye. Summer 1956. No further clues lingered, leaving the enigmatic figure shrouded in ambiguity. As I scrutinized the image, a chill breeze snaked through the room, causing the curtains to dance. With twilight descending, I illuminated the room with a warm glow from the antique table lamp. Under this tender light, a disquieting detail emerged. The shadow of the mysterious woman defied the natural course, diverging from the family's shadows. A memory surfaced from years past, a clandestine conversation between my mother and aunt about a woman who had vanished without a trace after a brief stint in the family's circle. The rain's rhythm intensified, coaxing me into a hypnotic trance. The figure in the photograph appeared to sharpen while the surroundings blurred, hinting at a hidden message yearning to be unraveled. Tilting the photo, barely visible marks in the corner revealed a cryptic message: "She always sees." Reluctantly, I nestled the photograph back into the album, unable to shut it away completely. An unseen force tugged at me, compelling me to delve deeper into the secrets veiled within the old house's walls. Lost in contemplation, I pondered the untold stories this dwelling harbored, the mysteries ensnared by the lens of a camera and preserved in the folds of time. Night enveloped the house in a hushed embrace, the rain's gentle touch adding to the soothing symphony. Seated by the window, the album cradled in my lap, I pondered the enigma of the unknown woman. What had she witnessed? Was she still a silent observer of the present? Leaving the album open on the table, I retired for the night, stealing a final glance from the threshold. For a fleeting moment, bathed in the flickering lamplight, it seemed as though the figure in the photograph had shifted, as if her gaze had turned towards me. Yet, it could have been a mere trick of shadows, a mystery destined to linger within the time-worn pages of a family heirloom. And so, the rain continued its soft descent, wrapping the house in a cloak of tranquility, as the unsolved riddle remained suspended in the air, guarding its secrets under the watchful eye of an unseen observer. Story 25. The soft rustle of paper as it slid through my fingers filled the attic with a gentle echo. Sunlight, tinged with gold from the setting sun, filtered through a small, dusty window, casting dancing beams in the tranquil air. Amidst the silence, I delved into the realm of old family documents, each one a whisper from the past. And there, nestled among the faded memories, I discovered a yellowed envelope, sealed with the remnants of red wax. My name, elegantly inscribed on the rough surface, was a mystery in itself, a puzzle from a forgotten time. Settling onto a creaking wooden chair, I inhaled the scent of history, of aged books and weathered wood mingling in the stillness. Outside, a large tree swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets to the breeze that brushed against the window. The weight of the envelope in my hands hinted at secrets long kept hidden, waiting to be unveiled. With care, I broke the seal, the crackling of aged wax reverberating in the hushed room. Within, delicate pages awaited, like veils of time, adorned with the same elegant script. The date at the top whispered of a day half a century past, a time before my own existence. And there, in the opening lines, lay the words that beckoned me into a world unknown. My dear future grandchild. As I immersed myself in the letter's tale, the light in the room dimmed imperceptibly, yet I made no move to brighten the shadows. The words on the pages seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, illuminating the past with a soft radiance. The story unfolded, revealing the legacy of a woman, my grandmother, a stranger to me yet intimately connected through blood and time. She spoke of a gift, a rare inheritance within our lineage, one that transcended the boundaries of the ordinary world. On certain enchanted nights, under the full moon and the northern wind's caress, our kin possessed the ability to glimpse beyond the veil of time. Not with clarity, but through whispers of sensation and blurry visions, like echoes of dreams. My grandmother chronicled how she had foreseen my presence, how she had witnessed me in that very attic, reading her words across the decades. A shiver traced its way down my spine, a ghostly echo of her touch, as I delved deeper into her revelations. Her prose grew more intimate, more laden with secrets meant for my eyes alone. She recounted her attempts to safeguard our family, to navigate the stormy seas of fate with the aid of this mystical gift. Yet, with each glimpse beyond the veil, she paid a toll in life's precious currency. In the attic's timeless embrace, the world outside faded away, leaving only the whispers of the past to dance with the shadows on the walls. The letter unfurled prophecies of my life, some already etched in the tapestry of time, others awaiting their turn to weave into reality. With each passing word, the handwriting subtly shifted, as if the act of revelation demanded a heavier toll. The final page, a maze of uncertainty, beckoned me to decipher its cryptic message. My grandmother's penmanship wavered, each stroke a testament to her fading strength. And there in those last lines lay the heart of her legacy, a pivotal choice that awaited me, a moment when the gift would stir within my own soul. A pause, a glance towards the window where the moon now reigned supreme in the night sky, its silver glow piercing through veils of cloud. A gust of wind, laden with the scent of rain, rattled the glass panes, a harbinger of change. Returning to the letter's conclusion, her parting words gleamed as if freshly penned. When the call beckons, you shall know your path. The gift is not a burden, but a sacred trust. As I have done for you, so must you craft a letter. A letter unsent, yet destined to reach its recipient in the fullness of time. Carefully, I folded the pages, returning them to their ancient envelope. The wind outside grew insistent, a symphony of whispers that stirred the very foundations of the attic. Standing once more, I approached the window, my reflection merging with the moon's silvery gaze, a dance of light and shadow. For a fleeting heartbeat, I glimpsed another figure in the glass, an apparition of an elderly woman, her smile a benediction from beyond. Blinking, she vanished, leaving behind on the desk a blank sheet of paper and a waiting pen. Seating myself once more beneath the moon's watchful eye, I took up the pen, the ink a promise of stories yet untold. And so I began to write, my dear future grandchild. Story 26. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, creating a soothing symphony that harmonized with the gentle hum of the surrounding crowd. Seated on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of people meandering along the paved pathways. The air was cool, carrying the fragrance of moist earth and damp wood. In my hands rested a book, yet my focus was drawn to a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days. It had begun discreetly. One morning on my way to work, a tingling sensation brushed my neck as though a watchful eye was upon me. I glanced back, but only the usual rush of commuters met my gaze as they hurried toward their destinations. In the days that followed, the feeling grew stronger, more palpable. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, even moments in my favorite cafe, it persisted. As people continued to pass by my bench, some solitary, others accompanied, I sensed a shift in the familiar surroundings. Amongst the crowd, a woman in a crimson coat paused to check her phone. An elderly man with a polished cane strolled leisurely. Yet amidst these ordinary figures, an indefinable presence lingered, subtly altering the atmosphere. Closing my book, I rose, deciding to take a stroll. The sky painted itself in amber hues, while streetlights flickered to life one by one. Walking along the main avenue, the sensation trailed me like an unseen shadow at a constant distance. Halting before a storefront, I pretended interest in the displayed wares. Through the glass reflection, I observed the passers-by carefully. And there it was, a face in the crowd, a constant amid the transient, indistinct, slipping between individuals with fluid grace. Resuming my walk with heightened vigilance, I turned down side streets, the crowd thinning, yet the presence unwavering. Settling on a quiet bench in a secluded square, encircled by illuminated windows of aged structures, I felt the chill of dusk settling in. It dawned on me, unsettlingly, that it wasn't a singular gaze tracking me, but many. A silent, meticulously orchestrated ballet of shifting observers. Some faces recurred more frequently than others. A young woman in an azure scarf, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a boy with a backpack. Rising slowly, I made my way home, the weight of those unseen gazes pressing upon me. The streets now deserted, the sensation only heightened in the hush of night. Seated by my window in the apartment, I watched the nocturnal cityscape below. People passed by, pausing momentarily or continuing their journey. I pondered how many were mere travelers and how many were players in this enigmatic performance, with me unwittingly at its heart. What unsettled me most was their utter normalcy, blending seamlessly with the crowd. As the city lights flickered to life, I contemplated the nature of this silent surveillance. Who were these watchers? What drove their ceaseless observation? And why me, of all people? Unanswered questions hung in the air as night unfurled its dark cloak over the city. Since then, I've grown accustomed to this awareness. At times, I attempt to discern my observers, while in others, I feign ignorance. Yet, they persist, like shadows flitting at the periphery of my existence. In the stillness of night, as I gaze from my window onto the quieting streets, I wonder if they, too, ponder my presence from their hidden abodes, preparing for another day of this enigmatic dance of gazes and unseen presences. Story 27. The weariness of a long day's toil lingered as I entered my study. The gentle glow of the desk lamp cast soothing shadows across the room, where shelves filled with books stood sentinel. The scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me like an old friend as I sank into my worn leather armchair. My grandmother's cherished gift, my trusty diary, lay open on the desk, its yellowed pages holding my innermost thoughts. To my surprise, the last page I penned was no longer blank. Delicate script, unlike mine, adorned the paper with words I didn't recall writing. The ink glistened fresh, as though just inscribed. Intrigued, I leaned in, my breath slowing. The prose painted an autumn evening, detailing the very room I now occupied. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm on the window, weaving a hypnotic melody with the soft rustling of pages fluttering in an unseen breeze. The lamp's light flickered, casting dancing shadows that mesmerized me. As I read on, captivated by the mysteriously predictive narrative, the words beckoned me to turn the page. Without conscious thought, my fingers obeyed. A thrill raced through me as new words materialized before my eyes, as if penned by an invisible hand in real time. The ink flowed, capturing my every sensation, the warmth of the lamp, the weight of my breath, even the subtle shiver down my spine, with eerie accuracy. Standing, I couldn't tear my gaze from the pages that continued to fill with uncanny precision. The text now described books on the shelves, titles unfamiliar yet present in my study. The writing unfurled like a hypnotic pendulum, marking time in the silent room. Resettling on the couch, I watched the diary's pages gently turn as rain's symphony enveloped me, cocooning me in a world apart. Closing my eyes, I let the rain's lullaby wash over me. Upon opening them, the diary remained transformed. The words now delved into forgotten memories, intimate moments never shared. Drawn back to the desk, each step deliberate, I found the words evolving into a personal dialogue, a communion through memories. Curiosity mingled with peace, guiding me deeper into this enigmatic exchange. As midnight chimed, I realized hours had slipped by in silent conversation with the diary. The final words, cryptic yet profound, lingered. Some mysteries don't need solving to be understood. Closing the diary gently, I felt the familiar leather beneath my fingertips. Outside, rain whispered its serenade, no longer mere background noise. Would the words endure till morning, or vanish like a fleeting dream? Drifting to bed, I stole a parting glance at the study. The diary lay still, a silent witness to the profound shift within. The night embraced the room in quietude, the lamp's amber glow a sentinel to the enigma that may never fully unravel. And perhaps in that moment of closure, I realized that some mysteries hold greater value in their untouched state. Story 28. The soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a tranquil embrace. My task was to sift through the layers of time stored in the attic, a duty that carried both weight and a curious calmness. Each step on the creaking wooden stairs exhaled the faint perfume of aged cedar and faded recollections. Ascending, I entered the attic, bathed in a gentle, filtered light that poured through a small, circular window. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the pale beam, weaving ephemeral patterns in the air. The space teemed with whispers of yesteryears, with each box and trunk cradling shards of lives long lived. As I meandered among the weathered cardboard boxes, my fingertips brushing their surfaces, the rain's melody wove a harmonious backdrop to my exploration. In the far corner, partially concealed behind a mound of leather-bound photo albums, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A diminutive music box, its exterior dulled by time, rested on a faded pink blanket. It wasn't the box's appearance that intrigued me, but rather the slow turning of its metal key, as if wound just moments before. The rotation, barely perceptible, stood out in the attic's stillness. Drawing closer, a subtle drop in temperature brushed against my skin. The music box's lid, embellished with intricate carvings of woodland creatures, bore a weathered charm from years of handling. Curiously, my grandmother had never shared a tale about this particular piece, a deviation from her usual joy in recounting stories of cherished possessions. When I gingerly lifted the music box, its warmth against my touch contradicted the attic's cool ambience. The key's gentle revolution defied reason and logic. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid, anticipating the familiar lullaby's twinkling notes. Instead, a different sound unfurled, a soft, childlike giggle, distant and ethereal, wafting through the air like a forgotten echo. Not eerie but poignant, the giggle bore a poignant sense of solitude and longing that stirred a deep chord within me. Nestled beneath the music box lay a petite porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted countenance exuded serenity, yet one glass eye gazed slightly askew, imparting an uncanny knowingness. The doll's dress, once pristine white, now wore the hue of aged ivory, its lace trim fragile as spider silk. Most striking were the doll's tiny hands, raised as if in anticipation of being embraced. While I observed the doll, the rain's cadence altered, growing more deliberate, akin to footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust particles in the air twirled into peculiar formations, resembling small handprints before dispersing into chaos. The temperature continued to dip, not unpleasantly, but rather akin to a gentle breeze on a summer eve. Memories, not my own, began to surface in my mind. Flashes of a young girl frolicking in this very attic, her laughter reverberating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These scenes, akin to watercolor paintings, soft-edged and muted in color, carried an undeniable sense of truth. I realized I was witnessing my grandmother as a child, though how I knew this certainty eluded me. At last, the music box's key ceased its motion, and the ghostly giggle faded into silence. Clutching both objects, a compulsion seized me to transport them downstairs, infusing them with new life in the warmth below. Yet a hesitation held me back. The doll's misaligned gaze now seemed fixed on something, or someone beyond my sight. Gingerly, I returned both items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. A subtle shift in the air, akin to a sigh of contentment, accompanied my actions. The rain resumed its natural rhythm, and the dust settled back into its lazy waltz in the sunbeam. A newfound understanding dawned upon me about this space. Certain toys are not meant to be forgotten, even when they appear relegated to oblivion. They exist in a realm betwixt memory and reality, past and present, frolicking with spectral children in the hushed hours when no eyes observe. That evening, preparing to depart, the distant strains of a music box melody, accompanied by the sound of tiny feet dancing across the creaking floorboards, teased my ears. I refrained from investigating. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, dwelling in the gentle liminal realm betwixt wakefulness and dreams. Here, the impossible melds with the possible, and memories pirouette eternally in the dust-kissed light of aging attics. Perhaps therein lay the reason my grandmother never spoke of the music box. Some treasures are meant to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely to those who chance upon them at the precise moment when rain whispers softly and the world hushes to listen to the echoes of the past. Story 29. In the quiet embrace of twilight, the antique shop beckoned with a timeless allure. Wanderings through its narrow passages were a symphony of comfort, accompanied by the soft serenade of aged floorboards groaning beneath each step. Dust motes pirouetted in the warm glow of evening light that filtered through lace curtains, whispering tales of days gone by. Amidst the mingling scents of leather-bound books and polished wood, a delicate melody stirred in the air, a subtle secret shared only with the keenest of listeners. The music, faint yet distinct, wove its way through the shelves, guiding me to a secluded corner where forgotten treasures slumbered. Past tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful gazes, a majestic mahogany gramophone stood sentinel. Its brass horn, catching the last rays of day, cast a spell of enchantment. The turntable spun gracefully, though no record adorned its surface, as if plucking melodies from the very essence of time. Beside me materialized the shop's keeper, an elderly lady with silver tresses and eyes that held a depth of knowing. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice a gentle echo of the phantom music. It arrived with an estate collection, yet it plays without winding. A curious enigma. I examined the intricate mechanism, the unmoving winding key defying logic as the music continued its ethereal dance. A waltz, a nocturne, or perhaps a lullaby from a bygone era, its allure was undeniable. "Would you like to bring it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze penetrating yet kind. Some objects choose their companions, and this one seems to have chosen you. That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, basking in the moon's tender caress through the window. Hours slipped by as I explored every detail. The ornate scrollwork, the faded maker's mark, the arm poised to hold a needle that never appeared. The music, a spectral companion, whispered tales of yesteryears. Classical symphonies and jazz melodies mingled in the air, each note carrying a fragment of emotion, joy, sorrow, hope. Subtle shifts in my home hinted at unseen visitors, books askew, curtains swaying in stillness, scents of lavender and vanilla lingering where no scent should be. On a night veiled in rain's soft lullaby, the music transformed. Debussy's Clair de Lune drifted through the room, painting ethereal landscapes with its notes. Moonlit waters, dancing leaves, lovers' whispers in the dark. The music spun tales of a world beyond sight. Closing my eyes, I felt a gentle weight beside me, a presence sharing in the enchantment of the melody. Perfume hung in the air, and the room hummed with anticipation, a threshold to the mystical. As I gazed into the shadows cast by moonlight, a realization dawned. The gramophone was more than an antique. It was a conduit to realms unseen, a custodian of narratives waiting to be unraveled. Each evening I returned to my study, a pilgrim in the sanctuary of sound. The gramophone spins its enigmatic melodies, and in the hush of night a spectral companion lingers, a silent witness to the magic woven by music and memory. I have not sought to capture the music on any device, for some mysteries are not meant to be confined but cherished in their ephemeral beauty. The shop owner's words resonate in my soul. Some objects do choose their custodians. In selecting me, the gramophone has bestowed a gift beyond price, the revelation that music, memory, and enchantment entwine in a dance of the unseen. As another melody unfurls in the twilight, I smile, for in the spaces between notes lies a truth that transcends words, a truth that speaks directly to the soul. Story 30. The night lay hushed, veiled in a delicate mist that swirled like a ghostly dance. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a plush burgundy seat beside the grand antique-looking glass, I leafed through a tome bathed in the gentle glow of a bygone era's lamp. The pendulum's measured tick echoed through the chamber, a hypnotic beat that wove through the air, while the fireplace's warmth cocooned me in a tender embrace. Amid this symphony of serenity, a subtle anomaly caught my attention. Initially, it was a fleeting notion, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in one's peripheral vision. Looking up from the book, I beheld my reflection in the aged mirror. The gilded frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered softly in the fire's flickering light. A chill ran down my spine as I observed my mirrored self. Something felt awry, imperceptibly so. Tilting my head slightly, I noticed a delay in my reflection's response, a mimicry that seemed deliberate, unnatural. I tried to dismiss it as fatigue or the capricious play of shadows cast by the flickering flames. Yet the disquiet grew with each passing moment. Raising my right hand, the reflection hesitated before replicating the motion. A smile tugged at my lips, and the mirrored visage echoed the expression with a slight lag. The crackling of wood in the hearth now carried a menacing undertone, as though attempting to convey a message. The room's atmosphere thickened, laden with a subtle tension that prompted me to draw breath with deliberate slowness. The scent of candle wax mingled with an ancient fragrance, reminiscent of forgotten tomes and faded memories. Rising from the armchair, every movement deliberate, I watched as my reflection mirrored me, its motions fluid yet uncanny, as if performing a choreographed dance. Its eyes seemed to hold depths unknown to me, secrets shrouded in enigma. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further disquieting details. The reflected room differed subtly from reality, books on the shelves arranged in a different order, unfamiliar objects dotting the space. An old framed photograph, once a serene seascape, now bore a blurred countenance that appeared to watch me with unseen eyes. The pendulum of the clock swung on, its movement in the reflection languid, time flowing at a different pace beyond the looking glass. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on the walls, shaping silent specters that whispered of unseen realms. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cool surface of the mirror, and my reflection reciprocated, its gesture almost inviting. Fingertips met on the icy barrier, but while I felt the chill of the glass, the expression on my reflection hinted at a different sensation altogether. Stepping back, I watched as the mirrored image paused, as if contemplating whether to follow suit. When it moved, its actions grew more independent, as though asserting its autonomy. Retrieving a velvet cloth, I draped it over the mirror, obscuring that disquieting doppelganger. The fabric glided over the reflective surface, veiling the unsettling version of myself. Since that fateful night, the mirror remained shrouded. Yet, in the stillest hours, whispers of unseen movements seem to emanate from behind the velvet, as if a parallel existence unfolds in a mirrored realm. And in the tranquil depths of night, when the house slumbers in silence, I ponder if that reflection lingers, a phantom harboring a life parallel to mine in a world of silvered glass. The truth eludes me. Whether real or a trick of the mind, I cannot say. But each time I pass a looking glass, a lingering doubt haunts me. Is the reflection truly mine? Or has something learned to mimic me so flawlessly that reality blurs with illusion? Story 31. The grandfather clock in my study told midnight, its resonant chimes filling the room with a comforting familiarity. Instead of the expected single chime, the clock's tolling continued, each note blending seamlessly into the next, creating a melodic symphony that seemed to elongate time itself. The soft glow of the lamplight bathed my antique desk, casting a warm light on the steam rising from my cup of chamomile tea. Tonight felt different, not in a threatening way, but as if reality had subtly shifted, like a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside my windows appeared denser than usual, almost palpable, as if it could seep through the glass at any moment. Leaving my leather-bound journal behind, I stood up and was drawn to the peculiar quality of the night beyond the window. The aged wooden floorboards whispered beneath my wool-socked feet as I approached. My reflection in the window seemed almost real, yet there was a strange delay in its movements, as if time itself was struggling to keep pace. The air carried the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, a scent both intoxicating and elusive, stirring distant memories of childhood summer evenings that lingered just out of reach. Meanwhile, the clock's chiming continued, each note stretching further apart like honey slowly dripping from a spoon. Returning to my desk, intending to jot down these peculiar occurrences, I found the words in my journal shifting before my eyes. The ink flowed across the pages, forming intricate patterns and sentences I did not recall writing. Among them were descriptions of this very night, penned in my own hand, but depicting a future I had yet to experience. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, in gentle waves that mirrored the rhythm of my breath, creating a soothing ebb and flow of warmth and coolness. The shadows in the room seemed to pulse with life, expanding and contracting in a mesmerizing dance that matched my breathing. When I reached for my teacup, the liquid inside was both warm and cool to the touch, its surface reflecting the lamplight in a mesmerizing display of shifting patterns resembling stars in a cosmic dance. Each sip I took seemed to magically replenish the cup, the liquid level remaining constant despite my consumption. The soft ticking of my wristwatch harmonized with the grandfather clock's chimes, blending into a tranquil lullaby of time. I noticed that the hands of my watch moved in opposite directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand traced its path backward. Yet this contradiction felt strangely natural, revealing a deeper truth about the nature of time beyond its linear facade. Words appeared on the pages of my journal without my hand guiding them. Time is not a river, but an ocean. Reading those words, a profound understanding washed over me. This night was not endless because it refused to end. It was eternal because it encompassed all moments simultaneously, weaving past, present, and future into a seamless tapestry. The darkness outside transformed into a gentle void, beckoning rather than foreboding, like a comforting shroud enveloping the world in its embrace. Peering into the depths of the night, I caught glimpses of alternate versions of my study, other instances of this perpetual night unfolding in parallel. My reflection in the window moved independently, engaging in different activities, reading different books, and savoring tea at varying intervals, showcasing the infinite possibilities contained within this singular night. We acknowledged each other with serene nods, acknowledging the coexistence of two souls traversing the same space in divergent timelines. Settling back into my chair, a profound tranquility descended upon me. The clock's chimes had slowed to such an extent that each resonation felt like a standalone lifetime, rich with experiences nestled between each sound. The night enveloped me like a cocoon of eternal moments, each one complete and flawless in its own right. I realized that this night would never truly conclude, not because time had ceased, but because it had expanded to reveal its true essence. In this perpetual night, I remained seated in my study, witnessing the darkness breathe, listening to the timeless tolling of the clock, existing in a moment that encompasses all moments. I comprehend that I will always be here, in this eternal now, where time unfurls not as a sequence of events, but as a boundless dance of the present. Outside, the darkness pulses with infinite potential. The clock sings its eternal melody, and I find myself at peace within this eternal moment, embracing the infinite night that surrounds me. Story 32. The doorbell stayed silent on that autumn afternoon. A gentle knock, almost ethereal, like a moth's delicate wings against glass, roused me from my book on a cozy couch. Raindrops played a soothing tune on the window, creating a tranquil symphony. Rising slowly, I assumed it was the wind's playful touch on the landing. Opening the door revealed emptiness, save for a square, unmarked brown package resting serenely before me. No expected deliveries, no hints on the package, just my name elegantly scripted in ancient calligraphy as if penned with black ink. The cardboard felt smooth, dry despite the rain's persistent patter. Curiosity piqued. I brought it inside, the silence now profound, broken only by the hallway clock's soft tick-tock and the rain's gentle lullaby. Back on the couch, the mysterious package captured my attention. No visible seams or openings, its edges flawlessly folded, exuding a faint, elusive fragrance, a blend of antique books, black tea, and sandalwood. A subtle movement within hinted at unseen forces at play, like whispers in the air. Dusk crept in, casting elongating shadows in the room, the natural light waning as I refrained from switching on the lamps, embracing the twilight's gentle embrace. The package seemed to possess a unique quality, absorbing light in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. After moments of silent contemplation, I attempted to uncover its secrets. Tracing the edges, I felt warmth in certain spots, a mysterious heaped pattern that defied logic. A distant memory stirred a faint recollection of a similar package from my childhood, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The rain's rhythm intensified, its droplets tracing pathways akin to the warmth I felt on the package. Was it mere coincidence, or a deeper connection unfolding? Lost in thought, the room's temperature shifted imperceptibly, reaching a harmonious balance that enveloped me. The familiar scent mingled with the rain's freshness, the package emitting a faint glow as my touch left ephemeral, luminous imprints on its surface. Like stars fading in the night sky, the impressions vanished, leaving me in awe. As evening descended, the room bathed in a bluish hue, the package now exuding a subtle, almost imperceptible radiance. Opting to postpone the unveiling, I placed it gently on the coffee table, illuminating the room with a soft, warm lamp glow. In the days that followed, the package remained a silent enigma, occasionally revealing its mystical glow in the twilight, hinting at a hidden dance within. The ever-changing scent, both familiar and elusive, teased my senses, defying identification. The true magic lay not in its contents, but in the mystery it held. A puzzle not to be solved, but savored in contemplation. Even now, as autumn's rain taps on the windows, memories of the package linger, a silent presence in my thoughts. I ponder if elsewhere, under another evening sky, someone else gazes at a similar package, their name inscribed in that elegant script, pondering whether to unravel its secrets or let the mystery waltz undisturbed. Story 33. The night held a special essence, that of autumn creeping into your very bones, and whispering promises of nights growing longer and longer. Seated in the cozy armchair of my study, I savored the gentle wind outside, a delicate touch caressing the leaves and crafting a soothing natural melody. Amid that tranquil moment, a faint noise drifted from the basement, resembling the soft rustle of aged paper. Initially, I dismissed it as the usual settling of the house, the familiar sounds every structure makes as it readies itself for the night ahead. Intrigued rather than alarmed, I rose from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I approached the basement door. Each wooden step creaked under my weight, whispering ancient tales. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying with it a hint of damp earth and forgotten books. In the basement, shadows waltzed on the walls to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb. The space appeared familiar, with neatly arranged boxes and old furniture draped in white sheets resembling slumbering specters. Yet, that evening held a subtle difference. My gaze fixated on a detail previously unnoticed. A door stood in the far corner, where light struggled to penetrate. Simply crafted from dark wood, devoid of adornments. It puzzled me as I had never seen it before, despite spending countless hours organizing in the basement. The brass handle gleamed as though recently polished, drawing me closer. The floor felt alive beneath my feet, pulsing with a mysterious energy. As my hand grazed the door's surface, I sensed its ancient, rough texture. The door almost seemed to tremble at my touch, as if acknowledging my presence. The basement's silence grew weighty, punctuated only by the echoing rhythm of my heart. With a gentle touch, I grasped the surprisingly warm handle, contrasting sharply with the chill in the air. Slowly turning it, the door swung open noiselessly, unveiling a mesmerizing sight. Instead of a wall or another room, a thin, silvery mist undulated before me, swayed by an unseen breeze. The mist exuded a soft, hypnotic glow, inviting rather than alarming, akin to a fading dream upon waking. A distant, delicate melody, akin to a hidden piano, drifted from within. The air carried a sweet, familiar fragrance, evoking spring blooms or freshly brewed tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I watched the mist dance before me, forming fleeting shapes that defied clear definition. Familiar faces and unseen landscapes flickered in and out of view. It was akin to glimpsing beyond a veil separating reality from a deeper, enigmatic realm. Stepping back, I closed the door with a soft click, dispelling the enchantment. The house's familiar sounds returned, the clock's ticking, the wind's whispers, a dog's distant bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs slowly, I carried with me the sense of uncovering something extraordinary. In the days that followed, I revisited the basement, yet the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Still, on the quietest nights when wakefulness and slumber intermingle, I catch echoes of that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers hidden, awaiting discovery by another. Some doors, I've realized, open only at specific times, when time and space intertwine in unfathomable ways. Perhaps it's best, for the mystery of that basement door taught me that not every question demands an answer. Some secrets are more enchanting when left untouched, akin to dreams brushing against reality before dissolving into the silver mist of memory. Story 34. In the heart of our neighborhood, autumn nights unfold with a touch of magic, a whisper of mystery that dances on the cool breeze. The air is perfumed with the fragrance of fallen leaves, and the sound of footsteps on the damp streets is muffled, as if the night itself is holding its breath. Lately, during my evening strolls back from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. It revolves around the street light at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, a light unlike the others that cast a steady golden glow upon the sidewalks. This particular light behaves in a manner that is anything but ordinary. As I draw near, it begins to dim, almost as if it wishes to shield something from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, a tired street lamp in need of repair. Yet, as the days passed, I couldn't ignore the pattern. The light only faded when I approached, a phenomenon unseen by others passing beneath it. Curiosity piqued, I decided to delve deeper. One evening, I halted about 60 feet away, leaning against the weathered facade of the Art Deco building at the corner. The streetlight's beam painted elongated shadows on the pavement, causing dewdrops to twinkle in the small garden nearby. With each step closer, the light wavered slightly, as though hesitating. At 15 feet, it dwindled to a mere glimmer, casting a faint halo around me. The night hushed in that circle of dimness, the city's usual clamor fading into the background. Peering up at the streetlight's glass, I discerned intricate markings etched upon its surface, obscured by the scant light. As I reached for my phone to shed more illumination, a sudden gust of wind stirred the tree branches, and a sense of movement within the glass made me pause. In the days that ensued, I altered my route to intersect beneath that enigmatic streetlight each time. The ritual repeated, the light dimming, the silence deepening, an unseen presence lingering overhead. Details began to emerge with each encounter. Subtle shifts in color hinted at a silent communication, imperceptible changes conveying a hidden message. One night, under the full moon's watchful gaze, a peculiar sound reached my ears. A metallic hum, almost musical in its rhythm, resonated from the pole, vibrating through my palm as I touched its cold metal. It felt as though the streetlight sought to convey a tale, a melody of ages past. Documenting each visit meticulously, I unraveled the mystery further. The dimming's intensity ebbed and flowed with the lunar phases, vivid during the new moon, steady under the full moon's glow. A precise rhythm governed the light's return to full radiance after I passed, always 23 seconds, unwavering and constant. Strangely, the streetlight's behavior began to weave itself into my daily routine, guiding my steps with an unseen hand. I found myself slowing down, partaking in a silent ceremony as I approached, drawn into the dance of shadows and light. Sometimes I lingered beneath its muted glow, captivated by the faint hum that resonated with tales untold. I never sought a rational explanation for this phenomenon. Perhaps, deep down, I preferred the mystery to remain unsolved. In this corner of the city, a secret lingers, a small enigma that chooses to unveil itself solely to me. Every evening, as I make my way home, I sense the streetlight's silent vigil, our shared moment in the realm of twilight. Night after night, the dance continues, the light dimming as I pass by. It could be an electrical anomaly, a glitch in the system, or something far more profound. Yet, in that fleeting moment of darkness, when the world pauses and the shadows whisper ancient secrets, I feel a connection to something greater, a mystery that speaks through the language of light and darkness. Story 35. The gentle symphony of raindrops cascading onto the roof enveloped me as I settled in for another tranquil evening in my rustic country abode. Each droplet traced a winding path down the window, painting serpentine patterns that swayed in the flickering candlelight I had kindled to push back the encroaching darkness. A soft breeze meandered through the garden, playing a soothing melody with the rustling leaves, nature's own lullaby. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I absent-mindedly observed wisps of steam twirl gracefully into the air. Familiar sounds echoed throughout the house, the gentle groan of the wood settling, the rhythmic tick of the grandfather clock in the foyer, the hushed whistle of the wind sneaking through unseen crevices. Everything appeared ordinary, yet an indefinable unease crept into the tranquility of my evening. It was during a sip of tea that I detected the first hint of peculiarity. The upstairs bedroom window, visible through the hallway mirror's reflection, seemed to emanate a peculiar glow, akin to a candle's flicker. But I knew unequivocally that no light source illuminated that room. Rising slowly, I set my cup down on the small table beside the armchair and made my way towards the staircase. Each wooden step creaked beneath my weight, a sound well acquainted after years of inhabiting this dwelling. However, on that evening, every creak felt distinct, as though the house itself harbored a message for me. The air chilled as I ascended, a thin film of moisture seeming to cling to the walls of the upper corridor. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I hesitated momentarily before turning the handle. The brass felt unusually frigid against my touch, almost icy. The door swung open with a faint squeak, revealing the room cloaked in shadows. The window, the very one I had glimpsed in the mirror, remained shut. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift on its own, gliding slowly as if guided by unseen hands. The window commenced its gradual ascent, inch by inch, devoid of any visible force propelling it. The gentle breeze that entered did not justify such movement, and the air it carried bore a sweet, ancient aroma reminiscent of dried blooms and aged timber. Approaching cautiously, I observed raindrops waltzing into the room, forming delicate puddles on the wooden sill. It was then that I noticed the extraordinary. The drops did not fall in their usual downward trajectory, but pirouetted in the air, crafting intricate circular patterns before alighting gently on the floor. As I beheld this inexplicable display, a movement seized my attention. Upon the glass pane, ghostly writing materialized, as if an invisible hand traced letters in the mist. The words materialized slowly, yet remained too blurred to decipher. Drawing closer, my heart thrummed with a steady, fervent beat. The curtains billowed softly, though no breeze stirred them. Their motion mirrored the tranquil, rhythmic breaths of one deep in slumber. Moonlight, filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast dancing shadows on the walls, weaving silent tales. Extending a hand towards the window, I felt the cool air from outside caress my fingers. Just as my fingertips grazed the glass, the window shut gently, its movement as deliberate as its opening. The latch clicked softly, and the ancient fragrance that had saturated the room began to dissipate. I stood motionless for several moments, listening to the persistent patter of rain outside. The room had reverted to its normal state, yet a shift had occurred. It was as though the house sought to unveil a fragment of another realm, a realm existing parallel to our own, visible only in those fleeting moments when the veil between reality and mystery thins to a gossamer thread. Since that fateful night, whenever rain falls, I find myself ensconced in my armchair, gazing at the window's reflection in the hallway mirror. At times it remains still, other times it opens gradually, in a silent ritual that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The source of this phenomenon remains a mystery, yet I have embraced it as a facet of the enigma surrounding my abode, a secret shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain descends softly, I almost sense a familiar presence, a silent guardian observing from the shadows, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 36. The grandfather clock in my study had always been a steadfast companion, its rhythmic ticking echoing like a lullaby in the room. But on this particular morning, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something out of the ordinary. The seconds seemed to stretch and linger, defying the usual flow of time. Sunlight bathed the room in a warm, golden hue, casting a spell of tranquility over everything it touched. As I sat at my desk, surrounded by the familiar sights of my study, a curious sensation crept over me. When I reached for my pocket watch, the weight of the world seemed to slow my movements, as if I were submerged in a dreamlike state. The second hand on my watch quivered in place, refusing to move forward, trapped between two moments. Dust motes hung suspended in the sunlight, frozen in their delicate dance. The steam from my tea curled upwards, motionless in the air like a wisp of ghostly fog. Even the curtain stood still, caught in a moment of eternal pause. The silence that enveloped the room was not empty, but pregnant with a sense of mystery. The usual sounds of life had faded away, leaving a profound stillness in their wake. Each step I took sent ripples through the stagnant air, disturbing the delicate balance of frozen time. Peering out of the window, I beheld a world transformed into a tableau of quiet beauty. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched in eternal grace. Leaves in the garden hung suspended in their descent, frozen in a ballet of autumnal colors. Across the way, a neighbor's cat perched on the wall, tail poised in a perpetual arc. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder gripped me as I wandered through my home, observing the frozen details of everyday life. Water droplets hung in the air like glistening pearls, and every clock stood still, their hands refusing to budge. In the kitchen, the morning paper lay open, its headlines rendered insignificant in this suspended reality. Returning to my study, I noticed a peculiar anomaly that sent a shiver down my spine. My reflection in the mirror moved in perfect synchronicity with me, yet there was a subtle difference in its gaze. It held a wisdom and knowing smile that seemed to belong to another realm, where time flowed in mysterious ways. Hours or minutes drifted by imperceptibly, the world frozen in a timeless embrace. Seated once more at my desk, I pondered the enigma of existence in a reality where time had come to a standstill. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the frozen world around me began to stir. Dust motes quivered, the steam dissipated, and the curtains whispered back to life. The grandfather clock's pendulum swung tentatively before settling into its familiar rhythm, signaling the return of time's flow. Outside, the bird completed its flight, the cat resumed its movement, and the leaves floated gently to the ground. Everything appeared normal, yet a lingering sense of the extraordinary lingered in the air. To this day, the events of that strange morning remain a mystery. The clock ticks on, life follows its course, but a part of me wonders about that other version of myself, existing in a moment of suspended reality. Perhaps in a parallel world, I am still exploring the beauty of a world frozen in tranquil silence, discovering the magic hidden within each suspended moment. Story 37. The gentle hues of sunset seep through the sheer curtains, casting a comforting warmth over the walls of my study. This room, adorned with antiquities and treasured memories, had always been my sanctuary. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere gave me pause. It could have been the eerie stillness in the air, or the lingering embrace of autumn's light, tinting everything in hues of amber and gold. My gaze drifted to the latest addition to my collection, a Victorian portrait hanging above my vintage writing desk. The woman in the deep burgundy gown stared back at me with a gaze that seemed to shift each time I glanced her way. The antique dealer who had sold me the painting had mentioned its intriguing history, but my mind was preoccupied with its extravagant cost at the time. Sinking into my leather armchair with a cup of fragrant Earl Grey tea, tendrils of steam curling upwards, I observed a curious change in the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the side, now bore into mine. I brushed it off as a trick of light and wariness from a day of endless writing. The tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the corner usually brought solace, but that night each beat seemed to draw my attention back to those painted eyes. Between paragraphs, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait, convinced that subtle alterations were occurring. A tilt of her head, a shift in her smile, a change in her gaze. With the onset of night, the glow of the old brass lamp illuminated the portrait in a new light. Shadows danced across the canvas, adding depth to the intricate details of her attire. The background, once a simple drawing room, now appeared to extend into an abyss of darkness. The flickering lamplight caught the gilded frame, casting reflections that almost seemed to animate the painting itself. Small anomalies began to manifest in my study. Books I had closed were now open to pages detailing tales of vanished art and enigmatic disappearances. My pen would roll across the desk inexplicably, and the room's temperature fluctuated, growing colder near the portrait and warmer as I distanced myself. On a particularly hushed evening, a peculiar detail captured my attention. In the background of the portrait, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned what seemed to be another canvas on an easel. Stepping closer, I squinted at the faint image in the dim light. The painting within the painting depicted a study remarkably similar to my own. My heart quickened as I leaned in, realizing that the figure in the miniature study was unmistakably me, scrutinizing a painting. Startled, I retreated, feeling a chill down my spine. The woman's expression had transformed, knowing, almost playful. Her eyes tracked my movements, no longer confined to a fixed gaze. Her lips curled into a subtle smile, and I could almost hear a soft chuckle, like the rustle of aged parchment. That night, I shut the study door firmly, yet I sensed her eyes trailing me through the house. In the quiet of my bed, I pondered the past owners of the portrait, their tales, their encounters. Had they too witnessed these subtle shifts? Had they felt the weight of those observant eyes? The next morning, my study appeared undisturbed, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script that was not my own. Art is ever changing, dear observer. The line between viewer and viewed blurs, don't you think? It read. The portrait stayed on my wall, a testament to my insatiable curiosity. While writing in my study, I often caught her gaze, that enigmatic smile lingering on her lips. In moments of perfect stillness and light, I noticed the painting within the painting evolving, new details emerging, the scene subtly shifting. The portrait remained an enigma, one I now welcomed. In the tranquil embrace of my study, with the grandfather clock's rhythm as my soundtrack and the evening shadows dancing around me, I came to realize that perhaps we are both the observer and the observed, intertwined in a timeless waltz of perception and reflection. Story 38. The gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil and flowers that bloom under the moon's watchful gaze. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I surrendered to the symphony of the ancient house's breath, its wooden bones murmuring tales of bygone eras. Amid the hushed stillness, a mysterious rhythm reached my ears from the upper corridor, a steady, hypnotic beat, akin to a door knocker swaying in the wind, yet eerily precise, almost enchanting in its constancy. The soft glow of the reading lamp waltzed with shadows on the wallpaper, crafting spectral figures that danced in a silent reverie. Setting aside my book, I lingered, captivated by the persistent sound. It was not a nuisance, rather it bore a melodic quality, lulling me into a trance. Rising unhurriedly, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I embarked towards the staircase. Each creak of the weathered steps seemed a whisper, as if the house itself conversed with my curiosity. The rhythmic beating persisted, guiding me along the dimly lit corridor where moonbeams tiptoed through tall windows. Upstairs, where the air held a chill and the fragrance of aged wood mingled with beeswax, I followed the elusive sound to the threshold of the ancient library. The door, always shut, withstood the passage of time, yet the brass knocker continued its rhythmic dance against the sturdy oak. No breeze stirred the stillness. All windows remained sealed. Mesmerized, I observed the weighty knocker move of its own accord, as though an unseen force wielded it with infinite patience. Drawn closer, entranced by the regular motion, I discerned a subtle shift in the cadence, as if tracing a cryptic melody beyond comprehension. Reaching for the chilled brass handle, polished by generations of hands, I attempted to unlatch the door. Unlocked, it yielded not, as if an unseen presence gently hindered its opening. The knocker persisted, unconcerned with my presence, executing a ritualistic performance of antiquity. Seated on the floor, my back against the wall beside the door, I surrendered to the rhythmic pulse, allowing it to cradle me in its timeless embrace. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I listened to the beating that narrated a tale without words. Eyelids drooping, my mind drifted through veils of ancient lore and forgotten manuscripts. The sound melded with my breath, with my heartbeat, merging into the nocturnal cadence. Upon opening my eyes, dawn's faint light painted the corridor in ethereal hues. The knocker lay still, its melody silenced as if never stirred. Rising slowly, my limbs tingling from prolonged repose, I approached the door once more. This time, as my fingers brushed the handle, the door swung open effortlessly. Inside the library, frozen in time, every book stood in silent vigil, dust suspended in the morning's hush. Yet, upon the antique desk, bathed in the first rays of sunlight, lay an open book, unfamiliar to my memory. Its pages pristine, like blank canvases awaiting a storyteller's touch. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained dormant, but on evenings steeped in tranquility, a distant echo of that enigmatic rhythm seems to whisper through the house, as if striving to recall a forgotten melody. Story 39. Winter nights hold a mysterious charm for me, especially when the world is veiled in a soft cloak of fog. In my cozy study, wrapped in the embrace of a woolen blanket, I gazed out the window to see the landscape blurred by a shroud of silver mist. The gentle glow of the lamp on my desk illuminated the room, casting dancing shadows on the walls adorned with rows of books. In that tranquil moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the reflection on the glass. A small, dark wooden box, intricately carved with ever-shifting patterns that beckoned my gaze. Though unfamiliar, the box felt strangely known to me, as if it held secrets from a forgotten past. Perched on the edge of the desk, it exuded an enigmatic aura, its grain appearing to pulse faintly in the dim light, as if whispering tales of its own. Compelled by curiosity, I rose from my chair, the rustle of the blanket falling to the floor blending with the soft creak of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet. As I drew closer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, stirring distant memories buried deep within my subconscious. With tentative fingers, I reached out to touch the box, surprised by its warmth against my skin. The carvings on its surface seemed to weave a changing narrative. Now a moonlit forest, now a tempestuous sea, and then a celestial sky on an eternal night. I settled back into my chair, bathed in the warm glow of the lamp, captivated by the intricate details of this enigmatic object. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. This box, with its shifting carvings, had visited me in my dreams for weeks, each time unveiling a different facet of its mystery. In the hush of the room, the ticking of the grandfather clock slowed to a languid pace, as if time itself held its breath. The shadows cast by the lamp danced in mesmerizing patterns on the walls, weaving a silent symphony of light and dark. Lifting the box, I marveled at its weight, far heavier than its size suggested. Though lacking a visible lock, an unshakable certainty gripped me that something of great significance lay hidden within. As I examined it further, the carvings subtly converged towards the lid's center, forming a cryptic design that pulsed under my touch. The mingled scents of beeswax and an elusive fragrance filled the air, hinting at secrets long kept. A melodic hum emanated from within the box, a lullaby of forgotten origins that tugged at the edges of my memory. Unexpected wariness descended upon me, my eyelids growing heavy as the lamp's light pulsed in synchrony with the hypnotic melody. When I awoke hours later, still seated at my desk, the fog had lifted, revealing a star-strewn night sky outside. The box had vanished, leaving behind a faint imprint on the desk as if it had stood there for ages. I questioned whether it had been a dream, but a peculiar discovery on the back of my hand dispelled any doubt. A glowing carving akin to those on the box etched into my skin. Since that bewitching night, the box continues to visit my dreams, each time with a new purpose, a new revelation waiting to be unveiled. Every morning, the carving on my hand appears subtly altered, as if crafting a message that time alone can decipher. I ponder if others have encountered this mysterious box in their dreams, if they too carry unseen marks of a riddle that unravels solely in the realm of slumber. The boundary between dream and reality blurs, and I wonder if the box serves as a conduit between worlds closer than we perceive. As the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, I know that tonight, in the realm of dreams, the box awaits with secrets yet untold, beckoning me to unravel the mysteries that lie beyond the threshold of sleep. Story 40. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I journeyed homeward from the day's toil. The street lamps bathed the sidewalks in a warm amber glow, casting shimmering reflections on the rain-kissed pavement. In the hush of the evening, sounds lingered longer than usual, each footstep echoing softly and the rustle of fallen leaves composing a delicate melody in the stillness. It was on an unassuming Tuesday that I first glimpsed him, standing sentinel at the bend where Main Street veered past the ancient book emporium. Clad in layers of weathered garments, he exuded a quiet presence that transcended his worn exterior. What struck me was not his appearance nor his motionless stance, but the way others instinctively veered around him, forming a perfect circle of solitude, as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual path led me directly by his post, and as I drew near, I found myself caught in that same elliptical orbit, my steps naturally curving wider without conscious volition. It was then that he turned his gaze towards me, revealing eyes of pure darkness, not brown or blue, but black as the midnight sky, absorbing the ambient light rather than reflecting it. Each night thereafter, he awaited me at that corner, a silent figure in his customary place. Some evenings I diverged from my route, taking detours to avoid his haunt. Yet even blocks away, I sensed those ebony eyes trailing my every step. Strangely, he made no entreaties for alms or sustenance. He never extended a hand or cup in supplication. Instead, he observed, his obsidian gaze fixed on each passerby with a penetrating intensity that evoked both gentleness and disquiet. On tranquil nights, when the wind stilled and the urban symphony ebbed, I fancied I could discern a haunting hum emanating from him. The melody was alien to my ears, a spectral lullaby resonating with primordial echoes, evoking visions of distant constellations and ancient songs predating human memory. One rainy dusk, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing for another encounter, I spied a subtle alteration in his posture. His hand was raised, not in supplication or salutation, but pointing skyward towards the veiled firmament. Without forethought, I halted, following his gesture. The raindrops bore a weighty significance, each one a bearer of secrets more profound than mere moisture. Lowering my gaze, I found him locked in a direct gaze with me, and for the first time, I witnessed his lips part. His words, barely audible amidst the patter of rain, bypassed my ears to echo in my mind. "You see it too," he intoned, a statement cloaked in question. His voice bore the same ancient timbre as his haunting melody, transcendent, enigmatic, yet oddly soothing. That night, slumber enveloped me in visions of black eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels standing vigil on myriad corners across epochs. I dreamt of melodies shaping existence and rain conveying messages from realms beyond the stars. Upon awakening, intricate frost patterns adorned my window, despite the autumn air's residual warmth. The following eve, he was absent from his post, nor did he grace the corner the subsequent days. The void he left behind felt palpable, imbued with a significance surpassing the mundane. Occasionally, on quiet nights when the lamplight flickered just so, I caught fleeting glimpses of his reflection in the puddles pooling at that intersection. The dark eyes still observed, now seeming to peer forth from beneath the liquid surface. Passers-by continued to skirt that particular spot, unwittingly maintaining the circle of solitude, though their reasons eluded them. And on rare occasions, when the wind carried that familiar melody, I paused to gaze skyward, pondering the enigmatic messages borne by the rain. No other mendicant with ebony eyes crossed my path, yet I comprehended that he was no ordinary beggar. He embodied something else, a presence choosing that corner to watch, to wait, and perchance to remind us of the enigmas destined to elude our grasp. Each twilight I traversed that corner on my homeward trek. Sometimes I paused to listen for that ageless lullaby, and at times when the moonlight kisses the puddles just so, I discern those dark eyes peering back at me from every reflection. Strangely, it brings solace, knowing that whatever he embodied, whatever he symbolized, continues to oversee our tranquil streets as the world surrenders to night's embrace. Story 41. The rain cascaded gently that evening, draping the pavement in a shimmering sheen that mirrored the glow of the street lamps. My steps homeward were a slow dance, embracing the earthy aroma of wetness and the soothing cadence of raindrops on rooftops. And then there it was, a small enigmatic book with a midnight cover, forsaken on the sidewalk. Unscathed by the rain, it beckoned as if placed there just for me. Stooping to retrieve it, I felt the supple texture of its leather binding under my fingers. Nameless, it bore no marking save for a black satin ribbon marking a place within its yellowed pages. Curiously weighty for its size, it hinted at secrets beyond paper and ink. Sheltered beneath a nearby balcony, I cracked open the book's first page. The script, elegant and crisp in black ink, bore the date of the present day but the year 1887. The opening lines ensnared me. I have unearthed an anomaly that defies existence. Shadows cease to be mere shadows, and time meanders off its course. I must chronicle all ere it is too late. A frisson of intrigue, not fear, tingled through me. Leafing on, the words wove a tapestry of enigmatic occurrences. The author chronicled moments looping, objects transposing under night's cloak, mirrors reflecting with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper, the rain's patter morphed into a melodic rhythm, a celestial symphony. Drops fell in harmonious succession as if choreographed by unseen hands. Surveying the deserted street, I beheld the street lamps casting perfect circles on the glistening ground, melding into geometric wonders unseen till now. Much like the diary's revelations, cryptic patterns in the mundane unveiled at junctures where perception broadened. These revelations unfurled after the author stumbled upon an antique brass key, adorned with inscrutable etchings. And as I read of this key, a metallic presence nudged my jacket pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld an exact replica of the key described, ancient brass, etched with arcane symbols. Heart thrumming, I scrutinized it in the lamplight's glow. Subsequent pages of the diary spoke of a portal, not physical, but a threshold betwixt realms, visible only when light kissed reflective surfaces just so. The key, it seemed, didn't unlock a tangible door, but rather influenced reality's curvature around its possessor. Glancing up, I saw the street lamp's shadows contort into impossible shapes, morphing into glyphs akin to ancient scripts. The rain's tune grew more hypnotic, a distant lullaby whispered by unseen lips. The final page bore a solemn caution. If these words meet your eyes, the diary has chosen you. No mere chance, for chance holds no sway here. The key shall reveal truths, but heed, some doors, once opened, remain ajar. Gently closing the diary, I felt the key's weight in my pocket. Each raindrop now hummed a fragment of a grander melody. The lamplight's dance on the building's walls birthed shadow figures pirouetting in a nocturnal ballet. With the diary clutched to my chest and the key's subtle pulse against my thigh, the world shimmered betwixt dream and wakefulness. How many before me had unearthed this tome? How many had found the key waiting in their pockets? Drawing closer to home, I espied shadows on my building's facade forming an ethereal door, a portal unseen till now, or perhaps seen only by those with eyes to perceive. The key weighed heavier, as if recognizing its rightful bearer. Motionless, I gazed at the door of shadows, rain weaving its nocturnal serenade. The diary had found a guardian anew, heralding perhaps a fresh chapter on the threshold. But that tale awaited another night, another juncture suspended between reality and reverie. Story 42. As the night descended, the snow descended with it, a soft whisper coating everything in a glistening white cloak under the gentle glow of the streetlights. The old museum, where I kept watch through the silent hours, became a realm of solitude, a sanctuary of tranquility amidst the falling snowflakes. The wooden floors, weathered by time, sang beneath my steps, harmonizing with the quiet hum of the heating system that filled the corridors with warmth. Pausing by a towering window on the second floor, I beheld the dance of snowflakes in the air, their delicate descent painting the courtyard in purity. Yet, amid this serene scene, a curiosity stirred within me when a figure materialized among the stark trees, its presence unmarked by the fresh snow below. Intrigued, not by the figure itself, but by its lack of imprint on the snow, I made my way to the surveillance room, where a multitude of screens cast an eerie blue light across the walls. Each monitor bore witness to different parts of the museum, and it was on one of these screens that I glimpsed the mysterious figure once more. Yet, the image was distorted, as if a veil of interference clouded its clarity. Determined to unravel this enigma, I descended to the ground floor, the silence of the museum enveloping me in a hushed embrace. My footsteps echoed through the empty halls, a ghostly reverberation that mingled with the whispers of ancient artifacts housed in their glass sanctuaries. Passing through the glass doors that led to the courtyard, I observed the snow's ceaseless descent, a timeless dance orchestrated by nature. And there, amidst the swirling flakes, stood the enigmatic figure once more, draped in shadows, moving with an uncanny grace that defied the laws of physics. Armed with only a flashlight, I cast its beam upon the figure, only to watch in awe as it passed through him, casting ethereal reflections upon the snow. The figure turned towards me, its face a nebulous void, devoid of definition or form. As I approached the door leading to the courtyard, a primal instinct warred with professional curiosity within me, urging caution in the face of the unknown. The figure drew closer, the air turning frigid around me, a chill that seeped into my very bones. Objects behind him seemed to lose their solidity, the world bending and warping in his presence. With an outstretched hand, almost beckoning, he approached the glass door, his gaze penetrating yet inscrutable. A sense of familiarity washed over me, a recognition that defied logic, a connection unexplained by reason. As his hand touched the glass, frost began to form intricate patterns, cryptic symbols etched by an unseen hand. Straining to decipher their meaning, a distant chiming of bells momentarily distracted me. When my attention returned, the figure had vanished, leaving no trace upon the untouched snow. The frost on the glass melted, leaving behind a trail of tears that slowly trickled down the surface. In the days that followed, I scrutinized the surveillance footage, searching for any trace of the mysterious visitor, but he remained a phantom, a fleeting presence lost in the snowfall. Yet, on nights when the snow fell softly and the museum lay shrouded in silence, I found myself drawn to that same glass door, a silent sentinel awaiting the return of the enigmatic figure. Sometimes, in the play of light and snow, I fancied I glimpsed a shapeless form moving among the flakes, a specter of mystery and wonder. And in those fleeting moments, I pondered the encounter, wondering if it was a harbinger of greater truths, a reminder of the unfathomable mysteries that dwell beyond our understanding. Just like that figure on the pristine snow, leaving no footprints behind, a phantom of the night, a whisper of the unknown. Story 43. The gentle ticking of a pendulum greeted my awakening, its rhythmic sound cutting through the darkness like a lullaby. Each tick felt like a heartbeat, a steady pulse in this mysterious realm where time moved differently. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open to reveal a room bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Everything appeared unfamiliar yet strangely inviting. I found myself reclined on a plush, burgundy velvet couch that exuded a sense of history and comfort. The air carried a fragrance of aged wood, dried flowers, and a hint of an elusive scent that lingered tantalizingly. Light filtered through ornate brocade curtains, casting ethereal patterns on the faded wallpaper that whispered tales of the past. As I took in my surroundings, I noticed the silent presence of antique furniture standing guard in the corners, their dark wood exuding an air of mystery. A towering bookshelf adorned with untouched leather-bound volumes dominated one wall, a silent testament to forgotten stories. A delicate porcelain teacup, still emitting wisps of steam, rested on a small table beside me, inviting me to partake in its warmth. With aching muscles protesting my every move, I rose from the couch and padded across the room on a Persian rug that absorbed the sound of my footsteps. Drawing the heavy curtains aside, I peered out into a misty garden where shadows of trees swayed in the evening breeze, shrouded in a veil of mystery. My reflection in the glass revealed a startling revelation. I was clad in garments from another era, a crisp linen shirt, a luxurious brocade vest, and velvet trousers, all tailored to perfection in a bygone style. A flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision drew my gaze inward. Yet, the room remained still, save for the relentless ticking of the pendulum that seemed to govern the passage of time in this enigmatic place. Curiosity tugging at my senses, I resolved to explore beyond the confines of the room. The door, protesting with a soft creak, opened into a dimly lit hallway adorned with portraits of strangers whose eyes followed my every step with eerie precision. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight as I made my way towards a staircase leading to an upper floor. With each step, the air grew colder, sending shivers down my spine. The icy touch of the banister felt oddly familiar as I ascended, my breath forming mist in the chilled atmosphere. Upstairs, a row of closed doors awaited me, each bearing a brass nameplate inscribed with unreadable words in the dim light. A haunting melody, as delicate as a whisper, drifted through the air, guiding me towards the final door at the end of the hallway. The piano notes, barely audible, seemed to beckon from a distant memory. Pushing open the door, I beheld an empty room save for a grand piano draped in a white sheet. The echoes of a long-forgotten tune lingered in the air, weaving a tapestry of melancholy and nostalgia. Approaching the piano, I uncovered it to reveal an ancient photograph resting on the ivory keys. The image depicted the very room I stood in, but frozen in a time long past. A figure seated at the piano caught my eye. It was me, dressed in the same archaic attire I now wore, the sepia tones of the photograph whispering of untold stories. Descending the stairs with a newfound sense of serenity, I returned to the velvet couch where the pendulum's rhythmic cadence seemed to harmonize with the beating of my heart. The steaming teacup beckoned to me, its warmth a comforting presence in the midst of uncertainty. Sinking back onto the couch, I pondered the tea's amber depths, a vessel of familiarity in a sea of unknowns. Beyond the windows, the fog had enveloped the garden in a shroud of mystery, blurring the boundaries between reality and dream. In this house that seemed to hold secrets as ancient as time itself, I felt a sense of belonging, as if I had stepped into a dream woven by another's hand. The pendulum's ticking persisted, counting the moments of a reality that may have never been, while I savored the bittersweet taste of the tea, a tether to a world both familiar and foreign. As the garden faded into the mist, I knew that I had found a home in this timeless sanctuary, where the echoes of the past intertwined with the whispers of the present, creating a tapestry of dreams that welcomed me with open arms. Story 44. In the soft glow of the flickering candlelight, I made my way down the weathered steps of the ancient cellar. Each creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet was like an old friend, a companion on my journey to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. The air was thick with the familiar scents of earth and aged wood, evoking memories of days long past. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The candle flame danced erratically, untouched by any breeze, and a thin layer of dust clung to every surface, as if time itself had slowed in this forgotten space. The shadows on the stone walls stretched and swayed, reaching out towards the darkness that beckoned from the depths below. Pausing midway down the stairs, a sense of unease crept over me. The shelves that usually came to an end within a few paces now seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance, shrouded in darkness beyond the reach of the flickering flame. The silence hung heavy, broken only by the echo of my own heartbeat and the distant drip of water seeping through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that outweighed my apprehension, I pressed on. The jars of preserves lined the shelves, their labels bearing dates far older than I had ever seen before. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels were so faded with age that they had become indecipherable. The air grew colder, carrying with it a musty scent of old parchment and secrets long forgotten. The shelves continued to extend, revealing intricate patterns in the ancient brickwork of the walls, adorned with cryptic symbols of a bygone era. Coming to a stop before a peculiar jar crafted from dark glass that seemed to swallow the feeble light, I noticed its label bore a date that defied logic, 1820. With trembling hands, I lifted the jar, and in the quiet of the cellar, a faint whisper, more felt than heard, brushed against my senses. It was a sound like the rustle of time itself, turning the pages of history with a gentle breath. Turning slowly, I caught a fleeting glimpse of blurred figures shifting in the shadows, like half-remembered dreams struggling to take form. Sensing a need to retreat, I made my way back towards the stairs. But as I ascended, a disconcerting realization dawned upon me. The distance I had traversed seemed to have multiplied, the light at the top of the stairs receding into a distant pinprick of illumination. Striving to maintain composure, I counted each step, willing the familiarity of the cellar to return. The shelves shifted once more, the dates on the jars growing more recent, the walls reverting to their original state. The jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder of the surreal experience I had undergone. Emerging into the warm glow of the kitchen, I placed the jar on the bottom step and stole one last glance into the depths of the cellar. In that fleeting moment, a ripple in the darkness hinted at a world beyond time's grasp, a realm of infinite possibilities and enigmas waiting to be unraveled. Sitting at the kitchen table with a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I pondered the events of that night. The jar now bore a simple label, Blackberry Jam 2023, yet when I opened it, a fragrance unlike any other wafted forth, a scent redolent of ages past, sweet and poignant, like a memory cherished and forgotten. Since that night, every descent into the cellar has been tinged with a sense of anticipation, a question lingering in the air: will the infinite corridor reveal itself once more? The stairs remain steadfast, the shelves stocked with their usual contents, but in moments of dim light and profound silence, the cellar seems to hold its breath, as if beckoning me to delve deeper into its temporal mysteries. Perhaps one day, I will summon the courage to explore that endless corridor to its ultimate destination, to uncover the enigma that lies at the vanishing point where time surrenders its dominion, and the secrets of the past and future converge in a dance of eternal twilight. Story 45. The November breeze whispered through the dry leaves scattered along the driveway as I gazed at the silhouette of the forsaken mansion silhouetted against the gray sky. Known as the house untouched by residents, it held a mysterious past with whispers of a long-forgotten occupant. Approaching the weathered gate, the cold touch of the wrought iron sent shivers down my spine. The air carried hints of moss and damp stone, creating an eerie atmosphere around the neglected estate. Despite its overgrown garden and crumbling walls, the mansion exuded a haunting elegance that captivated my senses. As a real estate agent tasked with assessing the property, I wandered through the tangled vegetation, noticing faint pathways amidst the weeds, hinting at recent activity. Curiosity piqued. I wondered who could have ventured into this supposedly abandoned place. The locals insisted that the mansion remained untouched for years, yet the signs of recent presence puzzled me. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing a world cloaked in a bluish twilight that seeped through the closed shutters. The interior exuded a heavy stillness, filled with dust particles dancing in the dim light that filtered through the windows. Each step I took echoed on the creaking floorboards as I explored the desolate rooms. Covered furniture draped in yellowed sheets created ghostly shapes, while the veiled mirrors on the walls played tricks with the scarce light, casting eerie reflections. Ascending the polished wooden staircase, I ventured into the upper floor, where a row of closed doors lined the corridor. Room by room, I documented the empty interiors, frozen in time except for some covered remnants of bygone days. It was in the final room that I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A woman's bedroom, untouched by time yet disturbed, as if someone had recently disturbed the dust that settled everywhere. A silver brush lay on the dresser next to dark, fresh strands of hair, a stark contrast to the layer of neglect that covered the room. The perfectly made bed hinted at recent occupation, with a slight indentation on the lace bedspread as if someone had just risen. Just as I turned to leave, a flicker in the mirror caught my eye. A fleeting image of a female figure seated on the bed, gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving a lingering presence in the room. Descending the stairs hastily, a haunting melody floated through the air, a soft hum that tugged at forgotten memories. The afternoon light shifted, casting deeper shadows that seemed to watch my every move as I made my way to the exit. A faint sigh brushed past me, almost imperceptible, as if the house itself whispered a secret in my ear. Leaving the mansion behind, the tranquility of the garden enveloped me, the once howling wind now a gentle breeze. Glancing back at the mansion one last time, a pale glow flickered in an upstairs window, a spectral presence that vanished into the shadows. In the days that followed, I meticulously compiled my report on the property, detailing its unique charm and enigmatic allure without mentioning the haunting encounters within. The mansion lingered on the market, a silent sentinel of forgotten tales. Each time I passed by the rusty gate, a glimpse of a female figure moving through the upper rooms teased my vision, a ghostly reminder of a past that refused to fade. Perhaps the secret of the never-inhabited house lay not in its lack of occupants, but in the ghostly presence that dwelled within, forever haunting its halls with a melancholic melody of the past. Story 46, The Whispering Silence. The small hillside town lay shrouded in a hushed stillness, a tranquility that wrapped around the streets like a velvet blanket. It was an autumn evening, the air tinged with the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, while tendrils of fog slithered through the alleyways with a stealthy grace, akin to a silent cat prowling in the night. From the cozy embrace of my third-floor apartment, I gazed out at the neighboring houses, their windows aglow with a soft amber light. An unusual sight, for the late hour should have brought darkness and slumber to the town. Yet behind those misty panes there was no sign of life stirring. The church bell tolled 10 times, its chime ringing hollow in the quiet night, as though the sound itself was muffled by a cloak of cotton. Though I had only recently arrived in this enigmatic town, never before had I witnessed such an eerie desolation veiling the familiar streets. Normally, even at this late hour, a solitary figure would amble along with their faithful canine companion, or the youthful chatter from the corner bar would drift through the night air. But tonight, there was naught but a profound silence that seemed to hold the town in its tender grasp. Seated in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea between my hands, I observed the absence of even the stray cat that often prowled on Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The steam twirled upwards from the cup, waltzing in the air, weaving intricate patterns that dissolved into the darkness of the room. Choosing to keep only a gentle reading lamp aglow, its soft light casting delicate shadows on the cream-colored walls, I was suddenly roused by a faint rustling. It emanated from the hallway leading to the bedroom, a whispering sound that seemed to beckon me with a mysterious allure. Intrigued rather than fearful, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down on the wooden side table with care. Each step I took toward the hallway was met with a subtle chill in the air, not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of ancient stone walls in a forgotten cathedral. The floor beneath my feet murmured softly, a familiar creak that somehow comforted me in its familiarity. Pausing at the threshold of the bedroom, I hesitated, the door slightly ajar, a soft blue light seeping through the crack, unlike any illumination within my humble abode. Pushing the door open with a gentle creak, I found the window sealed shut, yet the curtain fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breath. And there, On the floor beneath the window lay a single sheet of paper. As I bent to retrieve it, my eyes fell upon the date at the top, October 15th, 1954. The headline of the article printed on the aged newspaper page seized my attention. Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. It recounted a night when the townsfolk had retreated into their homes, bound by an unspoken agreement whose origins had faded into oblivion. Engrossed in the article, a movement outside the window drew my gaze. Across the street, the warm lights flickered and faded, leaving behind motionless silhouettes that appeared to gaze out into the void. A sudden buzz from my pocket interrupted the eerie silence. A message from the building's WhatsApp group. "Tonight, stay indoors. It is crucial." Peering out once more, I noticed that all lights had extinguished, save for mine. In the deepening hush, I could sense my heartbeat slowing, as if harmonizing with a force older and more enigmatic than the world I knew. Perching on the edge of the bed, newspaper in hand, I felt its pages whisper secrets of bygone nights. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enveloping the streetlights in a ghostly glow. From my vantage point, the main street stretched out deserted and ethereal, a tableau frozen in time. Recalling the tales recounted in the article of how the townspeople had awoken the next day with no recollection of the silent night that had passed, I rose from the bed. Approaching the light switch, I hesitated, stealing a final glance at the fog-shrouded street. The mist swirled in sinuous patterns, hinting at elusive figures dancing just beyond reach, like specters from a forgotten era. With a flick of the switch, darkness descended, and I lay upon the bed, clothed in uncertainty. The silence pressed in, broken only by the steady cadence of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into slumber, I pondered whether the morning would bring remembrance of this enigmatic night, or if, like the town's residents of old, I would awaken oblivious to the mysteries that wove themselves into the fabric of our lives. As sleep claimed me, the distant toll of midnight bells echoed through the chamber, their resonance muted, as if emanating from a realm where silence reigned supreme, a realm where mysteries whispered in the night, lulling all who dwelt within its shadowed embrace. Story 47. The gentle glow of my desk lamp caressed the worn surface of my grandfather's vintage writing desk. Outside, the rain tapped a soothing melody against the window, filling the quiet night with its rhythmic song. As I sifted through old letters, my fingers tracing the delicate paper, a peculiar discovery captured my attention. Nestled among the aged envelopes and faded postcards rested a pristine white envelope, untouched by time, its paper crisp and unmarked. The familiar weight of it felt different, like a subtle shift in the fabric of memory. My name, elegantly scripted in deep blue ink, adorned the envelope without a stamp in sight. But what truly stirred my senses was the date inscribed in the corner. December 27th, 2025, precisely 1 year from that very moment. A shiver danced down my spine as I turned over the envelope. The unbroken seal, adorned with intricate dark red wax, held a mesmerizing pattern that seemed to sway under my gaze, like ripples on a tranquil pond. The scent of old books and leather mingled with a hint of lavender and a metallic tang, creating an otherworldly aroma that hung in the air. Placing the envelope on the desk, I observed the rain-kissed shadows playing upon its surface, while the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9 times, each toll lingering in the stillness of the night. Amidst the haunting chimes, a whisper of paper rustling reached my ears, though the envelope remained motionless before me. With trembling fingers, I broke the seal. Inside, a single sheet of paper awaited, folded with precision. The same blue ink, bearing a sense of urgency, sprawled across the page, my handwriting, yet not quite mine. The paper exuded a stronger scent of lavender and ozone, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips. The letter began with a pulsating declaration. By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice. Each word seemed to breathe life, unraveling a tale of untaken paths, unmade decisions, and unforeseen consequences. The ink seemed to dance in harmony with the shifting rain outside, revealing a future both inevitable and unimaginable, penned in a voice that echoed as my own, but altered by unknown experiences. As I traced the lines, the lamp's light flickered in unison with my reading, creating an illusion of a cosmic connection between the words and the world outside. The rain's melody morphed into a symphony, synchronized with the unfolding narrative. The final paragraph ended abruptly, hinting at an unspoken truth, while a postscript, penned in darker ink, warned, "Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once." Glancing at the clock, I noticed it was 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a profound silence broken only by the ticking of time. The paper grew weightless in my hands, as if on the verge of vanishing into thin air. Rising slowly, I drifted towards the window, holding the letter. The moon's silver light bathed the room, illuminating the fading ink on the page, each word evaporating like morning dew. By the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, leaving behind a faint trace of lavender and the lingering warmth of endless possibilities. Despite my searches, the envelope eluded me, disappearing as mysteriously as it had appeared. On quiet rainy nights, the scent of lavender and ozone still lingers, mingling with the memory of that enigmatic letter. I ponder the choice foretold in the letter, whether it's already made or awaits me in the shadows of time. Perhaps both truths coexist, suspended like the letter itself, between what was and what could be. The grandfather clock's relentless ticking reminds me of time's linear march. Yet on nights like this, when rain whispers against the window and shadows dance, I find myself gazing at the door, anticipating midnight, and questioning if, in some distant future, I'm writing a letter to my past self, bridging the chasm between reality and possibility. Story 48. The silver light of the moon seeped through the sheer curtains, painting ethereal patterns on the weathered wooden floor. Nestled in my cherished armchair, enveloped by the hush of the night, my gaze drifted to the ancient mahogany box perched on the mantelpiece. A fixture in this house since my grandmother's time, it had always remained closed, untouched. Its polished surface caught the moon's glow, and the intricate carvings seemed to stir ever so slightly in the shadows. I couldn't recall ever witnessing it open, not even during my grandmother's days. It merely existed as a silent sentinel, a piece of decor that blended into the background, much like a forgotten painting. But on that particular night, a shift occurred. Perhaps it was the way the light caressed the embellishments, or maybe it was the profound stillness that filled the room. Rising from the chair with deliberate slowness, the wool of my sweater whispered against the backrest in the almost sacred silence of the room. Each step towards the mantelpiece caused the wooden floor to emit a soft creak underfoot. The air thickened as I neared the box, as if an unseen mist cloaked its presence. My fingertips grazed the warm surface of the mahogany, almost pulsing with life. The intricate designs depicted intertwining leaves and branches, so delicately crafted they seemed poised to stir. And for the first time, I noticed a minuscule detail hidden among the carvings on the lid, a tiny eye. Examining the box closer, an ancient, subtle fragrance wafted through the air. A scent reminiscent of sandalwood, but with a mysterious undertone I couldn't quite place. Closing my eyes, I allowed the aroma to conjure forgotten memories, a woman's gentle smile, a whispered secret, a fleeting touch. The wind's murmurs against the window pane snapped me back to reality. My hands trembled as they traced the edges of the box. Though lacking a visible lock, I knew it had remained unopened. Or had it? Childhood recollections of this house blurred suddenly, like pages shuffled out of order in a book. Settling onto the couch, the box in my lap felt lighter than expected, almost as if it held nothing within. Yet, with a gentle movement, a faint presence stirred inside, intangible and elusive, akin to a passing shadow. The warmth emanating from it intensified in my hands, and for a fleeting moment, the tiny carved eye felt like a silent observer. A shiver rippled down my spine, not of fear, but of recognition, as if meeting a familiar stranger in a dream. Amidst this surreal encounter, my grandmother's cryptic words resurfaced. She had once uttered, "Some questions find answers only when we cease to seek them." Back then the meaning eluded me, but now, cradling the enigmatic box, understanding began to dawn. Shadows elongated and waltzed on the walls, mirroring the box's intricate motifs. The scent grew richer, enveloping me in its hypnotic embrace. Generations had passed through this house, each beholding the box without unveiling its contents. Did it truly matter what secrets it held? With a reverent touch, I returned the box to its original place on the mantelpiece, where it had stood for years. The carved eye now appeared to smile, as if endorsing my choice. Sinking back into my armchair, a peculiar tranquility settled within me. Some enigmas, once comprehended, seek not resolution but safekeeping. The moon's soft glow continued to bathe the room, and the night's silence deepened, imbued with significance. Drifting towards slumber, the lingering fragrance of the box embraced me, pulling me into the realm of dreams. In that delicate threshold between wakefulness and rest, a faint whisper seemed to emanate from the mantelpiece, a sigh of contentment, or perhaps just the wind teasing the curtains. The box remained, a silent sentinel of its mysteries, a fragment of a riddle that required no unraveling. And in that realization, a newfound serenity enveloped me, cradling me into a peaceful slumber. Story 49. The autumn mist draped itself over the streets like a soft gray veil, transforming each streetlight into a hazy halo in the darkness. It was late, and I was making my way home after a grueling day at work when I sensed it, a pair of headlights in the fog, trailing behind me at a steady distance. There was something peculiar about the way that car matched my every move, almost as if it was mirroring my journey with eerie precision. The gentle hum of its engine felt like a serene breath, syncing perfectly with the rhythm of my drive. Slow down, it slowed down. Speed up, it followed suit. Peering through the rearview mirror, all I could discern was a shadowy outline. A sedan, perhaps, with headlights that gleamed like vigilant eyes fixed on me. As I navigated the winding road of the residential area, the quiet houses exuded a sense of calm that clashed with my growing sense of unease. Curiosity piqued. I decided to deviate from my usual route and take a longer path. To my astonishment, the car obediently trailed behind, maintaining that hypnotic distance that was beginning to feel strangely familiar. The gentle patter of rain on the windshield added a soothing backdrop to the unfolding mystery. Raindrops cascaded down the glass, distorting my view of the persistent presence behind me. I made a series of turns, one after another, yet the car remained steadfast in its pursuit, as if tethered to me by an invisible thread. The headlights cast a steady glow, never drawing too near, never lagging behind. Amidst the slumbering neighborhood, we continued our nocturnal ballet, a silent duet under the watchful gaze of the night. At a red light, I stole a glance through the rain-smeared glass and caught a glimpse of a figure in the driver's seat, unmoving like a statue. With a shiver running down my spine, I decided it was time to head home. The car faithfully lingered behind as I parked in the driveway and cut the engine. In the ensuing quietude, the only sounds were the raindrops drumming on the car roof and the steady thud of my own heartbeat. Glancing through the rearview mirror, I watched as the car came to a gentle halt a few yards away, its headlights piercing the night like vigilant sentinels. Minutes stretched into eternity before the headlights finally dimmed, plunging the street into darkness, save for the silhouette of the car. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the rain, shielding myself with my jacket. Yet, when I turned to inspect closer, the street lay deserted. There was no sign of the car that had shadowed me through the night, Since that fateful evening, whenever I drive post-sunset, I find myself casting frequent glances into the rearview mirror, a lingering sense of unease tugging at my thoughts. And on mist-laden nights, when the fog weaves its cloak around the city, I swear I catch a glimpse of those familiar headlights in the distance. Steady, patient, waiting. I can't help but wonder if that car still prowls the streets, trailing another unwitting traveler, or if it bides its time, waiting for the opportune moment to reappear and resume our nocturnal dance through the city's shadowed alleyways. Story 50. The mist wrapped around my ankles as I strolled along the overgrown path behind my grandmother's home. The morning had only just begun, yet darkness clung to this place, defying the natural rhythm of the world. The air was heavy with moisture, carrying the sweet, earthy fragrance of decaying leaves and something else, something ancient and enigmatic that eluded my senses. I had recently inherited this estate, and while the house exuded a familiar warmth, it was the mysterious garden that beckoned me with its silent allure. It sprawled behind the Victorian residence, encircled by ancient stone walls draped in dark ivy. The most captivating sight was the towering trees that enveloped the garden, their branches intertwined to form a canopy so dense that even the brightest sunlight struggled to penetrate its depths. This garden had been in my grandmother's possession for over 60 years, yet in all my visits during childhood, I had never witnessed her tending to it. I had never even seen her venture into its depths. Once I inquired about the garden, and she simply smiled and uttered, "Some places prefer to care for themselves, dear." In my youth, I brushed off her words as the whimsical musings of an elderly woman. Now, as I traversed through the perpetual twilight of this enchanting space, her words carried a wisdom that resonated within me. My footsteps fell soundlessly on the damp ground, as if the earth itself absorbed any noise. The flora here flourished in a peculiar manner unlike any other. Pale roses bloomed devoid of red or pink hues, emitting a faint glow in the dim light. Ferns unfurled in intricate spirals, their fronds extending like gentle tendrils whenever I drew near. But most mesmerizing were the mushrooms that formed perfect circles across the garden, their blue-gray caps pulsating with a soft, ethereal light. Venturing deeper into the garden, I noticed a peculiar behavior among the plant life. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to shy away as I approached, only to slowly turn towards me once I had passed by. It was not the wind causing this phenomenon, for there was no breeze in this sheltered haven. The movement was deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to children peering around a corner at a stranger. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, long dry yet untouched by moss or vine. Its basin bore inscriptions of unfamiliar symbols, curves and lines that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. As I traced one of these symbols with my finger, the stone emanated a comforting warmth despite the cool air. A gentle vibration hummed through my fingertip, and for an instant, a distant melody seemed to echo in the air. It was then that I beheld the butterflies. Not the vibrant creatures of ordinary gardens, but pure white beings with wings that appeared translucent, like snowflakes caught in morning light. They flitted amidst the pale flowers, leaving trails of silver dust in their wake. This silvery dust lingered in the air, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of constellations. As I gazed, captivated, I realized that these patterns were not random. They were inscribing something in a script that felt familiar yet elusive, like forgotten words from a dream. A chill descended, prompting me to wrap my sweater tighter around myself. I glanced at my watch, only to discover it had ceased ticking, though I could not discern when time had halted. The light remained unchanged. It was perpetual in this garden, yet I sensed that hours had slipped by unnoticed. Time flowed differently in this realm, akin to honey, viscous and unhurried. In my grandmother's diary, discovered in her study after her passing, a single entry spoke of the garden, It existed before us, and it shall endure long after. We do not own it. It owns us. Some gardens bear flowers. This one harbors secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying flora, I comprehended. I began to discern further details. The absence of birds in flight above, the shadows that moved independently of any light source, the flowers that bloomed and withered within moments only to bloom anew. As evening approached, though how I discerned this in the unchanging light, I could not articulate. I retraced my steps towards the house. The path seemed altered, yet my footprints from earlier remained imprinted in the soil. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none had existed before, their petals tightly enclosing mysteries they were not yet ready to reveal. Before departing the garden's confines, I cast a final glance backwards. In the distance, by the fountain, a figure resembling my grandmother appeared to tend to plants that defied logic. Yet when I blinked, there was naught but the mist, the pallid blooms, and the eternal twilight that murmured, "Welcome home." That night, as I readied for slumber, a lone white butterfly alighted on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows resembling words upon my wall. Drifting into sleep, I pondered if the garden had chosen me, as it had chosen my grandmother years before. In my dreams, I heard the fountain's melodic hum, comprehending finally why some places shunned the sun. They possessed their own luminescence, born of secrets older than time itself. Story 51. The rain cascaded onto the roof in a hypnotic symphony, orchestrating a natural lullaby that serenaded the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now cool chamomile tea, I found myself entranced by the tranquil melody of the raindrops. Amidst this soothing chorus, a subtle anomaly captured my attention. A delicate, almost imperceptible sound that intertwined with the rhythm of the rain, faint footsteps echoing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as the routine settling of the aged house. Old dwellings possess a unique language, a way of conversing through creaks and murmurs, especially on damp nights when the wooden structure swells with moisture. However, there was an eerie precision to these sounds, a cadence that mimicked human steps too closely to be mere coincidence. Leaving the armchair with deliberate movements, I set down my cup on the nearby table. The wooden floor beneath my feet exuded a residual warmth, a lingering embrace from the day's fading heat. Crossing the space towards the basement door, a chill enveloped me, creeping up from the stairs like a ghostly breath. The brass handle, icy to the touch, yielded with a click that reverberated through the silent house. Descending into the darkness, each step echoed in harmony with the mysterious footfalls that lingered in the air. The familiar scent of the basement, a blend of aged timber, earthy dampness, and an elusive essence, intensified with each stride downwards. Shadows danced on the walls as lightning briefly illuminated the skylight, casting eerie shapes from the cluttered shelves laden with forgotten relics. Amongst this macabre dance, a peculiar sight arrested my gaze, traces of moisture, resembling footprints, imprinted on the dusty floor. These enigmatic marks led me to a revelation, a spiral pattern, meticulously crafted from the delicate imprints, spiraling towards the room's core. As my eyes traced this arcane design, I noticed the freshest prints, still glistening with moisture, as if left only moments ago. In the shadowed recesses of the basement, a subtle movement beckoned me towards the darkest corner, where light dared not penetrate. A sense of curiosity mingled with an uncanny familiarity spurred me onward, despite the icy tendrils of air that enveloped me. The phantom footsteps, now a symphony enveloping the entire space, echoed in a haunting chorus, as if emanating from all directions at once. An inexplicable calm washed over me as I stood transfixed, witnessing the gradual disappearance of the footprints, evaporating into the frigid basement atmosphere. The echoes of footsteps gradually faded, merging seamlessly with the persistent rain outside. Ascending the staircase once more, I carried with me a profound sense of tranquility, as if I had glimpsed a timeless ritual, veiled in mystery, unfolding in the heart of the house. That night, as I retired to bed, the rain's melody bore a newfound resonance, synchronized with the phantom footsteps from below. Drifting into slumber, I pondered the enigmatic presence that lingered within the confines of the house, wondering if the ethereal visitor would grace me with its presence once more, and if I would summon the courage to unravel the secrets veiled in the dust. Story 52. In the heart of my new dwelling, I encountered a peculiar enigma, woven into the very fabric of its design. The hallway, adorned with doors that led to expected places. The vintage tiled bathroom, the bedroom cloaked in faded wallpaper, and the kitchen with its weathered linoleum floor, unfolded a mystery behind the final entryway. This last door, painted in a shade slightly darker than its companions, unveiled a sight unseen. Behind it, a semblance of a basement lay, devoid of any staircase to descend into its depths. It was in the midst of the chilling whispers of winter winds that I stumbled upon this anomaly during my initial week in the house. Peering over the threshold, I gazed down at the concrete floor below, bathed in the gentle glow of a solitary bulb that seemed to illuminate without source. The space beneath appeared pristine, almost unnaturally so, with walls and corners that melded into darkness despite the light's presence. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing bore no reference to such a space. When I reached out to her, confusion laced her voice as she insisted she had shown me every corner of the house. Describing the mysterious door and the view it offered, her bewilderment only deepened. She vowed to investigate the original blueprints and provide me with answers. In the days that followed, a magnetic pull drew me to that enigmatic door, compelling me to open it at various times. The light below remained unwavering, casting its constant glow over the concrete floor, indifferent to the passage of time. At times I would bring a chair, perching on the threshold, witnessing the dance of shadows in the basement's corners. The air that wafted upwards carried a delicate fragrance, not of musty dampness, but of something purer, a scent akin to fresh linen or the crispness of morning frost. One evening, as I sat in my customary spot with a cup of chamomile tea, a peculiar discovery awaited me. Nestled in the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, painted with a faded letter A, a presence that I knew, without doubt, had not existed in my previous observations. The appearance of this block posed a question that lingered in the silence of the space below. How had it arrived without a staircase to bridge the gap? I commenced documenting the subtle changes within the basement. Some mornings, the block had shifted a few inches from its prior position. On other occasions, it had rotated to reveal different facets. Not once did I hear a sound emanate from the depths, not even the settling creaks typical of aged abodes. The light persisted in its vigilant watch, unwavering in its glow. After 3 weeks of vigilant observation, a call from my real estate agent cut through the stillness. Unease tinged her voice as she divulged that the original blueprints contained no indication of a basement door in the hallway, only a solid wall. Standing by the door as she spoke, I found it unchanged, its dark veneer stark against the surrounding walls. That night, the block visited my dreams. Multiplying before my eyes, it formed cryptic words on the concrete floor below, words that tantalized my understanding yet eluded it. Rushing to the door upon waking, I beheld the basement hosting only the original block, albeit subtly relocated. Now it rested directly beneath the hanging bulb, casting a precise square shadow on the floor. As winter's grip tightened outside, the basement remained a constant in my home, neither warm nor cold, neither bright nor dim. At times, on hushed nights, a faint humming, akin to a distant melody, seemed to rise from below. Yet whenever I focused on the sound, it dissipated, leaving me to question its existence. The block continued its deliberate journey across the floor, orchestrating a mysterious pattern that teased comprehension. Mapping its positions on graph paper, I attempted to discern the shape it formed, a shape that felt almost familiar, yet remained elusive in its recognition. With each passing month, I acclimated to the enigma of my inexplicable basement. I resisted the urge to venture into its depths, a silent warning in my mind advising against such a venture. Instead, I embraced the routine of observation, finding solace in the unfolding mystery, akin to a tale unfolding at its own unhurried pace, unfazed by the reader's curiosity. Spring blossomed, ushering in longer days and gentle warmth, yet the basement persisted in its twilight realm. One morning, upon opening the door, the block had vanished without a trace. The expanse below lay barren, untouched since my first encounter. Hours passed as I sat vigil, awaiting change that refused to manifest. That night, my dreams unveiled a vision of stairs. Gracefully descending into the basement, these steps, crafted from dark wood that seemed to absorb light, beckoned me downward. With a single step into the dream, the air filled with the distant chime of wind. Awakening, I found the basement door ajar, a stark contrast to my recollection of securing it before slumber claimed me. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a flicker of movement catches my eye as I pass the door, a fleeting shadow, perhaps, or something more elusive. The block never returned, yet in the quiet of night, I catch whispers of wooden toys, echoing from the space below. I've learned not to investigate these sounds. Some mysteries, it seems, prefer to linger unsolved, content to dwell in the realm between reality and dreams. Story 53. The wooden floor murmured softly beneath my feet as I wandered down the hallway during the hushed embrace of twilight. Grandma's house was a place of secrets, where each creak and groan of the ancient boards seemed to carry a hidden tale. The air was heavy with the fragrant blend of lavender and aged wood, a comforting aroma that had lingered with me through the summers of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. Pausing before the weathered attic door, a detail that had eluded me before now beckoned me closer. The once white paint, worn and chipped, bore strange markings upon its surface. Intrigued, I leaned in to examine them more closely. These were no ordinary scratches left by the passage of time. They seemed purposeful, almost deliberate, as if a message had been etched from within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber ribbons of light through the windows, elongated shadows danced along the walls. The only sounds that broke the stillness were the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock downstairs and the gentle rustle of leaves outside, stirred by the evening breeze. Running my fingers over the marks, I felt the rough texture of the wood beneath my touch. They formed a pattern, intricate and precise, some deeper than others, as if they had been etched over time. How many times had I passed by this door without noticing these cryptic symbols? Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences in the attic, yet I recalled how she always skirted around the subject of those stairs. A chill brushed against my neck, causing a shiver to run down my spine. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly before me, the shadows thickening around me. Taking hold of the heavy brass key hanging from the wall, its floral patterns faded with age, I hesitantly inserted it into the lock. The mechanism resisted briefly as I turned the key, and a faint sound caught my ear. It was a soft, almost imperceptible intake of breath, as though someone or something waited on the other side. My heart quickened, the sound fading into the silence of the house. With trembling hands, I activated the flashlight on my phone, illuminating the door in a new light. The scratches formed a circular motif, a spiral of mystery winding upon itself. In the center, barely visible, were a series of numbers etched with delicate precision. A memory stirred within me, of Grandma's cryptic mention of a hidden diary carrying family secrets. its location known only to her. The wind outside rose in intensity, the windows protesting with eerie moans. The shadows swayed in a spectral dance, and a connection formed in my mind between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary. Yet, a sense of caution held me back, a primal instinct or ancestral wisdom passed down through generations of women in my family. As I retreated slowly, a soft scratching sound reached my ears from within the attic. It was not menacing, but rhythmic and gentle, as if someone were patiently inscribing a new message. Glancing back one final time, I saw the scratches on the door shimmering faintly in the fading light, as if imbued with a life of their own. That night, nestled in my bed, I pondered the numbers I had glimpsed. Recording them in my journal, I resolved to return the following day for further investigation. However, when morning came, the attic door appeared unblemished. The mysterious markings vanished without a trace. Only the brass key retained a peculiar gleam, hinting at untold secrets waiting to be unveiled. Since that enigmatic evening, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before that enigmatic door. Sometimes, in the dim shadows, I swear the scratches reappear, or I catch a whisper of that phantom breath from within. Yet, I have never dared to unlock the mysteries held beyond. Some enigmas, perhaps, are meant to remain untouched, safeguarded within the silent confines of an ancient abode and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 54. The ancient house had always whispered its secrets to me, but that wintry night held a different kind of magic. Outside my window, the snow drifted down in a hushed ballet, each flake gleaming under the soft moon's gaze before settling on the earth below. Nestled in my favorite reading nook, cocooned in a cozy wool blanket, I savored the serene crackling of the fireplace, its warmth a gentle companion in the stillness of the night. The familiar creaks and sighs of the house, like an old friend's murmurs, usually brought me comfort, but on this night they carried a mysterious undertone that captured my attention. At first, the whispers were faint, barely brushing against my senses, a subtle rustling, perhaps the breeze sneaking through the ancient walls. Setting aside my book, I held my breath, tuning in to the enigmatic symphony of sounds. There it was again, a soft murmur akin to distant conversations veiled behind heavy curtains. Though the words remained elusive, the rhythm echoed with an unmistakable human cadence. Placing my hand against the weathered wallpaper beside me, I traced the rough textures with my fingertips. Beneath the surface, a gentle vibration pulsed, akin to a slumbering cat's contented purr. Surprisingly warm to the touch, the wall seemed to hold a hidden heartbeat, contrasting with the winter's icy grip that enveloped the rest of the house. Leaning closer, I closed my eyes, allowing the whispers to envelop me. As I focused, the voices grew clearer, meandering through the walls like elusive streams finding their way through hidden caverns. They ebbed and flowed, drifting from one room to the next, their direction shifting like a playful breeze. Yet, there was no sense of malice or unease in their gentle tones. Instead, they evoked memories of intimate family gatherings, where loved ones shared secrets under the cloak of night. Driven by curiosity, I embarked on a silent journey through the house, guided by the ethereal whispers that beckoned from room to room. My bare feet made no sound on the worn carpets as I traced the phantom path of the voices. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots, while in the hallway, they resonated beneath faded landscapes that hinted at distant worlds. Each time I felt on the verge of deciphering their words, the whispers would shift and meld, slipping through my grasp like elusive dreams at dawn. The grandfather clock's chime marked midnight, its deep resonance merging with the enigmatic murmurs, casting elongated shadows that danced across the walls in the pale moonlight. Standing in the study's darkness, I noticed a peculiar bulge in the wallpaper, a subtle anomaly that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. As I drew closer, The whispers crescendoed, and the wallpaper trembled slightly, as if concealing a hidden heartbeat. With trembling fingers, I reached out, and as I made contact, warmth radiated from the surface, accompanied by an intimate whisper that seemed to caress my name with tender familiarity. The bulge receded, leaving the wall smooth once more, but the residual warmth lingered, a silent testament to the fleeting encounter. Intrigued, I continued to explore, discovering more of these mysterious bulges that appeared and vanished like ripples on a tranquil pond. Laughter and lullabies, sung in a language unknown to me, intertwined with the whispers, weaving a tapestry of forgotten memories and untold stories. As the night waned and dawn approached, the voices gradually faded like mist evaporating under the sun's gentle touch. The last whispers enveloped me in a final embrace, a symphony of sound that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. With the first light of day filtering through the windows, the house returned to its slumber, the whispers retreating into the shadows until the next quiet night descended. The origin of these enigmatic voices remained a mystery, a fragment of the house's past that surfaced only on rare occasions, like a fleeting dream. Perhaps the walls held echoes of bygone residents, their conversations and laughter etched into the very fibers of the home. Or maybe on certain nights, the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, granting us a glimpse into a realm beyond our comprehension. One thing remained certain: the whispers had woven themselves into the fabric of my solitude, a soothing melody that lulled me into a realm of tranquility. They spoke of connection in the midst of isolation, reminding me that even in the quietest moments, we are surrounded by unseen presences that bridge the gap between reality and imagination. In the depths of winter nights, when the world grew still and the snow whispered its secrets, the walls of my house became a vessel for ancient tales, shared in whispers that transcended time and space. And in those fleeting moments, I found solace in the knowledge that we are never truly alone, for the echoes of the past linger on, waiting to be heard by those who dare to listen. Story 55. The night had enfolded the house in a shroud of profound quietude, broken solely by the soft tap of raindrops against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls, in perfect harmony with the flickering firelight from the hearth. The warmth enveloped me like a comforting embrace, as the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the delicate scent of vanilla tea cradled within my hands. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my attention in my niece's toy chamber, peeking through the slightly ajar door. An antique porcelain music box, a keepsake from Grandma, seemed to exude a faint bluish luminescence. I couldn't recall it ever radiating such a glow before. Slowly, I stood from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each footfall on the floor produced a gentle creak that harmonized with the rain's rhythm, composing an almost hypnotic melody. As I drew near the door, the glow intensified yet retained a softness, akin to moonbeams caressing tranquil waters. The toy room was a haven of reminiscences and enchantment. Wooden shelves housed porcelain dolls adorned in Victorian attire, vibrant toy locomotives, and plush animals with gentle countenances. The music box occupied a central spot on the shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if brushed by an unseen zephyr. Approaching closer, I noticed the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in the form of wispy vapor, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its glow, casting minuscule rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her imperceptible motions, and a faint melody, akin to a musical whisper from a bygone era, teased my ears. Extending my hand toward the music box, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf appeared to have turned their heads towards me slightly, but upon blinking, they reverted to their original positions. The melody grew more distinct. It was the lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I believed I had long forgotten. The music box commenced rotating on its own, at a glacial pace. The ballerina pirouetted with an unnatural grace, her movements fluid like those of a living dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of yesteryears. The room's atmosphere thickened with memories, as though time itself had condensed around that small, bewitching object. I remained transfixed, ensnared by the spectacle. The music from the box intertwined with the rain's cadence, crafting a symphony that spoke of yearning and hidden truths. The shadows in the room appeared to sway to the music's beat, and for an instant, I sensed I was not alone in witnessing this private performance. Slowly, the melody began to fade, akin to a dream slipping away upon awakening. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a barely perceptible glow, and the ballerina gradually halted her dance until she was motionless. Silence descended upon the room once more, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. Observing the final embers flickering in the fireplace, I ruminated on Grandma and her fondness for objects imbued with tales. I pondered if she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always possessed that enchantment, or if it was a unique gift reserved for specific moments and observers. Since that nocturnal encounter, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Sometimes I believe I catch a fleeting blue radiance or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet, perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 56, the snowfall snow, whispered its descent on that tranquil evening in my cozy antique haven. The delicate flakes pirouetted behind the windows, bathed in the gentle glow of vintage lamps, weaving a tapestry of warmth and serenity. The aged wooden shelves murmured softly, harmonizing with the unhurried cadence of the pendulum clock's meticulous dance. The air held the essence of antiquity, a blend of old books and beeswax, a scent reserved only for objects steeped in bygone tales. As I arranged the ancient volumes, a crystalline chime pierced the stillness, announcing the arrival of a visitor. A draft of wintry air tiptoed into the shop, ushering in a few snowflakes that dissolved upon the polished wooden floor. Turning to greet the guest, I found myself momentarily transfixed. Standing at the threshold was a figure cloaked in shadows, draped in a coat that seemed to swallow the light around it. A broad-brimmed hat shielded their upper features, while a gray wool scarf obscured the lower half of their countenance. "Good evening," I murmured, the words tinged with a hint of unease creeping up my spine, though I endeavored to maintain a professional demeanor. The visitor offered no reply, but glided gracefully among the shelves, their gloved hands skimming over the displayed treasures. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, a dance to an unseen melody, drawing my gaze with an almost magnetic pull. I observed intently, noting the curious behavior of light around this enigmatic presence. Shadows seemed to deepen and linger, possessing a life of their own. Pausing before an antique mirror, an exquisite relic from the 18th century newly acquired, the visitor's gloved fingers traced the ornate golden frame with deliberate precision. Silence settled upon the shop like a heavy cloak, broken only by the solemn ticking of the clock, each beat elongated in time. Seeking their reflection in the mirror, I was met with a disquieting absence. The glass offered only a view of the shelf behind, as if the visitor existed beyond the realm of reflections. Approaching cautiously, the floor beneath me creaking softly, I inquired, "Can I assist you in finding something specific?" My voice, a mere whisper of its usual timbre, hung in the air. The visitor turned slowly towards me, obscured by shadows beneath the hat. With a fluid motion, they produced a weathered piece of parchment from their coat, unfolding it delicately on the counter beside the register. The script, elegant and aged, detailed a list of peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. With each word read, a chill seemed to descend upon the shop, my breath materializing in wisps of frost. The objects on the shelves seemed to hum with a subtle vibration, as if recognizing a kindred essence in the visitor's presence. "I regret to inform you," I murmured, "that I don't possess such items in my collection." The visitor stood motionless for a prolonged moment before nodding slowly, retrieving the parchment with the same grace it had been presented. Drifting towards the exit, they paused before departing. Turning slightly, a murmur escaped from beneath the scarf, a whisper more akin to a thought than a spoken word. "You will." It wasn't a query, but a statement of certainty. The bell tolled as they exited, its resonance deeper, as if echoing from distant realms. Outside, the snow continued its descent, yet for a fleeting instant, the flakes appeared suspended in time, frozen in their graceful descent. That night, after securing the shop, I scrutinized the antique mirror, its reflective surface seeming to conceal secrets within its silvery depths. The pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted precisely at the moment of the visitor's arrival, a silent witness to the mysterious encounter. Since that evening, as twilight casts elongated shadows and light wanes, I find myself drawn to the door, awaiting the familiar tinkle of the bell. Every object in the shop seems attuned, as if anticipating the return of the enigmatic visitor. In an antique emporium, each item harbors a tale, a history waiting to be unraveled. Perhaps, just perhaps, certain objects are poised to embark on their own narratives, guided by the subtle hand of fate. And so we wait, suspended in anticipation, for the next chapter to unfold in the realm of antiquities. Story 57. The night lay hushed, enveloped in a thick fog that turned the streetlights into faint, distant stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows waltzing across the walls of my study, painted by the dancing flame of a solitary candle on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a comforting aroma, a testament to the many years this house had witnessed, while the only sound that dared to break the stillness was the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. Amidst this tranquil tableau, a peculiar occurrence caught my eye. Amongst the familiar silhouettes that frolicked on the wall, there was one that moved to a different cadence. While the others swayed in harmony with the flickering candle, this particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, exploring the wall's surface with purpose. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my fatigued mind. Long hours of work had a way of playing tricks on one's perception. Closing the book resting on my lap, I rose to investigate this anomaly further. As if sensing my scrutiny, the shadow timidly retreated to a corner of the room. Drawing closer, I scrutinized the wall's textured surface. While the irregularities naturally cast small shadows, the one that had captivated me stood out, denser, more defined, almost tangible. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had paused. The spot felt icy cold, starkly contrasting with the surrounding warmth. In the days that followed, I began to discern other peculiarities. The shadow would appear sporadically, always in solitude, always when the light was dim enough to birth shadows, yet not so faint as to banish them entirely. Sometimes it materialized in the corridor, other times in the kitchen, always with a curious and almost bashful demeanor. One evening, as I sat at my desk engrossed in writing, a presence brushed against my senses. It wasn't the disquieting sensation of being observed, but rather akin to feeling a cat's silent gaze upon you. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow projected on the closed door of my study. This time, it held its ground, observing me in return. It was then that a detail, previously overlooked, seized my attention. The shadow lacked a source. Every shadow we know is cast by a tangible object, a person, an animal. Yet this one existed independently, as though a sentient entity in its own right. I began to communicate with it, not through words, but through gestures and movements. In response, it danced upon the wall, weaving shapes that almost resembled letters, fleeting and cryptic. Occasionally, a message seemed to materialize, while other times they dissolved into nonsensical patterns. With time, its presence became a familiar, almost soothing presence. On restless nights, I found myself seeking it out, anticipating its distinctive movements amidst the ordinary shadows. It was akin to having a silent companion, a sentinel of the nocturnal hours. The shadow's origins and true nature remained elusive. I delved into research, consulted ancient tomes, even engaged with experts in the supernatural realm, yet no definitive answer emerged. Some theorized it to be a physical anomaly, others alluded to residual energy manifestations, but none encapsulated the essence of its existence. Now, seated in my armchair penning these words, I glimpse the shadow's subtle stirrings in my peripheral vision. It has woven itself into the tapestry of my daily existence, an enigma I've come to accept without unraveling its enigma. I often ponder if it, too, contemplates my essence, if I am as confounding to it as it is to me. The candle's flame on the side table flickers weakly, signaling its imminent demise, and I know the shadow will soon dissolve into the encompassing darkness, only to reappear when a fresh light births the space it inhabits. And here I shall remain, awaiting its return, locked in this silent discourse between a man and a formless shadow. Story 58. The autumn mist draped the park like a gentle shroud of silver, as leaves pirouetted lazily in the cool evening breeze. I strolled along the pebbled path, relishing the aroma of damp earth and the hushed cadence of my own footfalls. The lampposts cast soft, diffused glows through the mist, barely lighting my way forward. And there, amidst the ethereal haze, I spied a dark coat, neatly folded upon a weathered wooden bench. The solitude of the park at that late hour made the coat's presence all the more enigmatic, its placement seeming deliberate, as though carefully arranged by unseen hands. Drawing nearer, I observed the woolen fabric absorbing the moisture of the night, its elegance palpable, with mother-of-pearl buttons faintly shimmering in the fading light. The warmth lingering in the coat hinted at recent occupancy, a detail that piqued my curiosity rather than instilled fear. I dared to explore its pockets, hoping to uncover a clue to its owner's identity, yet they yielded only a lone bus ticket from the year 1985. Time appeared suspended as I scrutinized this artifact from a bygone era, its aged paper remarkably preserved, as if shielded from the passage of years. Seating myself beside the coat, I let my mind drift as the mist thickened around me, enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility. A delicate fragrance of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the coat, evoking memories of yesteryears, of faded sepia-toned photographs. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials JM, intricately embroidered in gold thread, nearly obscured by time. The park's silence was broken by a distant melody, a tune of antiquity, as though emanating from a phantom gramophone, its ethereal strains mingling with the fog. Rising from the bench to trace the source of the music, I found it elusive, a ghostly presence that seemed to echo from all directions and none. Upon returning my gaze to the coat, I detected a subtle shift in its position, as if it had been moved in my momentary distraction. The once perfect fold had altered, a button catching the light in a different manner. Despite my solitude in the park, a sense of unseen company lingered, time unfurling at an unhurried pace. As shadows waltzed among the fallen leaves cast by the flickering streetlights, the haunting melody persisted, its tendrils weaving through the mist. Contemplating the enigma of JM, I envisioned myriad identities for the coat's absent owner, perhaps a scholarly figure seeking solace post-lecture strolls, or a musician drawing inspiration from nature's embrace. or perchance a soul longing to shed a fragment of their past into the park's eternal embrace. Lost in reverie, a gentle touch brushed my shoulder, akin to a zephyr's caress. Startled, I turned, only to find the fog swirling in silence. The coat appeared weathered, as though time had accelerated solely for it, the fabric showing signs of wear and color fading further. Respecting the mystery that enshrouded its presence, I chose to leave the coat undisturbed, a silent sentinel in the park's nocturnal embrace. Retracing my steps, the music momentarily crescendoed, a waltz of unfamiliar yet strangely familiar notes that lingered in the air. The following morning, driven by intrigue, I returned to the bench, finding it vacant, save for the lingering imprint of the vanished coat upon the dew-kissed wood. Beside it lay a fresh bus ticket, dated for the present day. Even now, when twilight descends upon the park in wisps of fog, I fancy I hear that distant melody and catch the essence of lavender and tobacco on the breeze. At times, as the lamplight dances with the mist, I almost glimpse the silhouette of a distinguished figure fading into the park's shadows, only for it to dissolve like leaves in the evening wind when I strain to see more closely. Story 59. The mysterious journal materialized on my nightstand one chilly winter morning, the deep red leather cover gleaming under the soft, filtered sunlight seeping through my curtains. Its presence was a puzzle, as I had not placed it there, yet there was a peculiar sense of recognition in the weathered spine and the creamy pages. The air held a crisp tang of frost, and a distant wind chime added a soothing melody to the surroundings. Running my fingers over the intricate designs embossed on the cover, I felt a connection to the well-loved leather, smoothed by time and touch, though the source of this familiarity eluded me. Upon opening the journal, a delicate fragrance of lavender and aged paper wafted out, stirring elusive memories just beyond my grasp. The initial pages lay blank, an invitation awaiting fulfillment. But as I turned them, elegant handwriting seemed to shimmer in the morning light, unmistakably my own yet foreign in origin. The entries were dated for days not yet lived. Day after day, I found myself drawn to the diary, drawn into the world of words penned by my hand, detailing events yet to unfold. Simple prophecies manifested first, an unexpected meeting with an old friend, the unearthing of a lost ring beneath furniture, the distant toll of church bells at the stroke of midnight. Each prediction came to fruition with a gentle precision, like rings spreading across a calm pond. Gradually, the entries grew more intricate. I read of conversations verbatim before they took place, witnessed sunsets mirroring the descriptions, felt raindrops on my skin as foretold by the pages. The journal never foretold anything alarming or distressing, only soft enigmas and subtle unveilings that lent each day the ethereal quality of a slowly unfurling dream. One entry spoke of the aroma of freshly baked bread drifting through my window, heralding a knock on my door. True to the writing, a basket of warm rolls awaited outside, the identity of the giver remaining a mystery. Another entry hinted at a mysterious melody that would grace my garden stroll, played on an unidentified instrument. When the music materialized, it wafted through the air like gossamer threads, its source forever concealed. The presence of the diary altered my perception of time. Each morning carried a sense of eager expectation, each evening a moment of tranquil contemplation. I began to discern nuances overlooked previously. The dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air before rainfall, the various shades of silence enfolding my rooms at night. Pressed flowers occasionally emerged between the pages, their hues vivid despite being tokens from futures yet to unfold. The petals felt tender beneath my touch, their scent mingling with the perennial lavender fragrance that accompanied the journal. Over time, I observed that entries faded after their occurrences, blending seamlessly into the pages like mist dispersing under the sun's rays. Fresh entries materialized in the same familiar script, maintaining a delicate equilibrium between intrigue and solace. The origins of the diary and its selection of me remain shrouded in mystery. Some enigmas, I realized, were meant to remain unsolved, their allure lying in their enigmatic nature. The journal taught me to embrace the unknown with inquisitiveness rather than trepidation, to discover tranquility in the gentle progression of time. On tranquil nights, when the moon bathed my room in silver light, I caught glimpses of words forming across the pages, letters materializing like ink drops in clear water. I refrained from deciphering them as they emerged, opting to let the mysteries of the morrow remain veiled until their appointed hour. The diary evolved into a steadfast companion, a conduit between present and future. It divulged no grand tragedies or moments of profound jubilation, only the subtle enchantment inherent in everyday life when viewed through a lens of attentiveness. Perhaps its supreme offering lay in teaching me to find marvel in the delicate cadence of existence, in the ephemeral spaces where reality converges with dreams. As I pen these words, I sense the forthcoming entries taking shape in my thoughts, poised to grace yet unwritten pages. The journal rests by my side, its cover yielding warmth to my touch, prepared to unveil another day's array of gentle mysteries. Beyond the window, the wind chime resumes its melodic refrain, and I smile, aware that its song was foretold in the entry for tomorrow, scripted in handwriting that is both mine and not mine, within a diary that dreams of days yet to be lived. Story 60. The autumn rain descended gently, draping a veil of mist over the world. Night had fallen, and my shift at work had extended beyond its usual bounds. The echo of my footsteps on the damp pavement mingled with the soft pitter-patter of rain on the parked cars' rooftops. The air was heavy with the unique fragrance only rain can conjure, a blend of damp soil, decaying leaves, and that elusive freshness that accompanies a storm. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. Seated on the bench beneath the transparent shelter, they remained motionless. Clad in a dark coat blending seamlessly into the darkness, a wide-brimmed hat partially obscured their features. What struck me immediately was the peculiar dryness of their coat amidst the downpour. Halting a few steps away, I discreetly observed this strange anomaly. The dim street lamp light cast eerie shadows around the figure, blurring their contours as if seen through frosted glass. The rain's rhythm seemed to hush in their presence, creating an unnatural pocket of tranquility. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. Tentatively, I inched closer to seek refuge from the intensifying rain. The stranger remained still, seemingly unaware of my presence. Settling at the distant end of the bench, I kept a respectful distance. Another unsettling detail caught my eye. Despite sharing the shelter, raindrops near them diverted off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's sound shifted in tone as it neared them, emitting a subtle hiss. Time crept by, agonizingly slow. Attempting to distract myself with my phone, the stranger's enigmatic aura continued to ensnare my attention. Peripherally, I caught glimpses of their head moving slightly, as if fixated on an invisible sight in the distance. A gust of wind caused the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the stranger turned towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should have been, I discerned only two faint glimmers, akin to moonlight on tranquil water. My heart thudded in my chest, a steady yet fervent beat. Despite the urge to flee, an insatiable curiosity rooted me to the spot. Gradually, the stranger resumed their original posture, and the moment ebbed away like a receding wave. The bus's approaching rumble in the distance shattered the stillness. Its headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the rain-soaked road. As the bus halted with a hiss of brakes, I rose swiftly. Casting a final glance at the bench, the stranger had vanished. No sound of movement, no trace of footsteps, simply gone. With slightly trembling legs, I boarded the bus, opting for a seat near the driver. Peering out the fogged window as the bus departed, the shelter stood empty. Yet for a fleeting instant, a shadowy figure seemed to dissolve into the rain, akin to smoke carried away by the wind. In the ensuing days, whenever I frequented that bus stop at night, it bore an altered ambience. The street lamp's glow appeared fainter, and the rain's resonance held a strange echo, as if the very air retained the memory of that enigmatic presence. The stranger never reappeared, but on rainy evenings since, I occasionally observed raindrops falling askew, deviating inexplicably from their course. Story 61. Time on that autumn evening felt like it had paused, the rain whispering gently on the roof of the ancestral home. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the tender glow from the floor lamp, a gift left to me by my grandfather in his legacy. This particular lamp held a unique allure, its colored glass shade casting playful patterns of light that danced upon the walls. Yet on that evening, a peculiar shift in the shadows beckoned my attention in a way entirely unfamiliar. The shapes that swayed across the walls seemed to possess a life of their own, weaving intricate patterns that had previously eluded my notice. Initially, I attributed it to a trick of tired eyes, a product of the day's weariness. However, the longer I fixed my gaze upon those shadows, the more I discerned their defiance of the laws of nature. When a breeze caused the lampshade to sway, the shadows did not mirror its movement, but moved to an enigmatic rhythm of their own. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity. The warm, almost pulsating glow emitted by the colored glass held a mysterious secret within its geometric design. Tracing my fingertips delicately along the lampshade, I felt the faint imperfections of the handcrafted glass beneath my touch. And then, amidst the play of light, a revelation surfaced before me. Etched onto the lamp's metal base was a symbol, faint yet radiant in the soft illumination. As the shadows continued their silent ballet, more distinct forms emerged before my eyes. Graceful human figures, swaying trees, and elusive creatures that materialized and dissolved like fleeting whispers of memory. It was as though the lamp was not merely casting shadows, but projecting memories, narrating tales of bygone days through the silent dialogue of light and dark. Enthralled, I settled onto the floor, captivated by the surreal spectacle unfolding before me. The shadows seemed to respond to my presence, drawing nearer as I leaned in and receding as I pulled away. Occasionally, a distant melody, a spectral echo, accompanied their mysterious dance, enveloping me in a gentle embrace of contemplative wonder. With the night deepening, the projected figures grew more intricate, blending mundane scenes of daily life with flights of whimsical fantasy. A child at play in a garden transformed into a soaring bird. A seamstress became a fluttering butterfly in a gust of wind. The lamp endeavored to communicate through the language of light and shadow, spinning narratives that straddled the realms of reality and dreams. Then, a revelation of profound magnitude unfolded. Certain shadows depicted scenes from my own childhood, memories long thought forgotten, but vividly resurrected on the chamber walls. I beheld myself as a child, frolicking in the backyard of this very house, my grandfather unveiling the lamp's magic for the first time, and a cascade of recollections surfacing from the depths of my consciousness. Outside, the rain persisted in its gentle patter, a melodic accompaniment to the intimate and enigmatic performance within. The droplets against the window pane seemed to synchronize with the shadowy choreography, as if all elements conspired in a harmonious, silent symphony. Time in that nocturnal reverie seemed to dissolve, leaving me adrift in a tranquil state of contemplation. Gradually, the figures slowed their dance, their movements languid like weary performers after a grand spectacle. The shadows softened, their edges blurred, yet their allure remained undiminished. It was as though the lamp murmured the concluding verses of a bedtime story, preparing to resume its guise as a mere fixture. When at last I rose from the floor, I discerned a cessation in the rain. The room enveloped me in a soothing hush, and the shadows reverted to mere projections of the lamp. However, an indescribable shift had occurred. Surveying the aged familial heirloom, I understood that I would never regard it the same way again. I pondered the untold tales this lamp harbored, the myriad memories and dreams awaiting projection upon my home's walls during nights as tranquil as this. Reclining upon the couch, I surrendered to the lamp's gentle radiance, allowing it to guide me into slumber. In my waning moments of wakefulness, I fancied I glimpsed one final shadow pirouetting softly on the wall, the spectral form of my grandfather, his smile a silent assurance that some mysteries need not be unraveled to be cherished. Story 62. In the hushed glow of an amber-lit hotel corridor, the soft light filtered through honey-hued glass shades, casting a gentle warmth upon the scene. It was the late hour, the stillness broken only by the distant hum of air conditioners whispering their lullabies. With a weary sigh, I navigated the hallway, my suitcase gliding noiselessly on the rich burgundy carpet, a testament to the long day of meetings that now weighed upon my shoulders. Approaching the elevator, I pressed the button and watched my blurred reflection in the polished metal doors. The digital display above me blinked its slow progression. 6, 5, 4. A soft green light bathed the space, casting ethereal shadows on the walls. As the doors slid open with a melodic chime, I stepped inside the mirrored enclosure, the walls adorned with dark wood. Selecting the 7th floor, the topmost level, I leaned back against the cool surface, closing my eyes briefly. The ascent began, the elevator gliding smoothly upward with a gentle rhythmic cadence. The mechanical hum was a subtle undercurrent, akin to a tranquil breath. Upon reopening my eyes, a peculiar sight met me in the mirror's reflection. An uncanny delay in my movements, a mere fraction of a second, as if my reflection danced a subtle waltz out of sync with reality. Shaking off the odd sensation as fatigue-induced trickery, I refocused my attention. The elevator came to a soft stop, the doors parting to reveal a hallway that felt distinctly unfamiliar. The carpet beneath my feet was no longer burgundy but a deep green, and the antique wall lamps exuded an old-world charm that hadn't been present on the lower floors. Consulting the display, it confirmed my arrival on the 7th floor, yet the ambiance was a world apart. The corridor stretched longer, narrower, the air redolent with the scent of aged books and ancient timbers. The door labels bore unfamiliar markings, 7A, 7B, 7C, a departure from the standard numerals I had known. Turning back towards the elevator, a wave of unease washed over me as the doors sealed shut, the call button yielding no response. The once soft silence now thickened, enveloping me in its palpable embrace. With hesitant steps, I ventured further down the hallway, each door a mirror image of the last, yet resonating with a distinct aura, hinting at untold tales within. At the hallway's end, a figure sat serenely in an antiquated armchair. An elderly doorman, clad in a uniform of bygone elegance, his silver hair impeccably styled, greeted me with a knowing smile as he peered up from his book. "Lost, are you?" His voice, calm and familiar, carried a sense of quiet assurance, as though anticipating my arrival. "I believe so," I confessed. "I sought the 7th floor, but this isn't what I expected." With a cryptic smile, he interjected, "Ah, but this is indeed the 7th floor, just not the one you sought. This elevator, you see, has a way of guiding weary travelers to where they truly belong, rather than where they believe they should be." Surveying the surroundings anew, I noticed the subtle intricacies. Golden-framed portraits adorned the walls, capturing smiling faces of a bygone era, while the clock's hands moved in defiance of time's natural course. "Fear not," the doorman reassured, closing his book gently. "The elevator shall return when the moment is right. In the meantime, why not rest a while? Time is but a fleeting companion here." Seating myself beside him, a sense of tranquility washed over me, the once disquieting silence now a soothing balm. The doorman resumed his reading, the shadows dancing in a mesmerizing ballet upon the walls. Time lost its hold, minutes blending seamlessly into hours, the counterclockwise ticking of the eccentric clock weaving a hypnotic melody, a whispered lullaby in the stillness. A familiar chime broke the reverie. "Ah," the doorman remarked without looking up, "I believe your path awaits." Rising to my feet, a curious sense of rejuvenation enveloped me. As I headed back towards the elevator, a gesture of gratitude poised on my lips, I found the armchair vacant, the book resting upon it, its aged leather cover gleaming softly in the ambient light. The elevator doors parted with a whisper, ushering me inside. The journey this time was fleeting, and as I emerged, the familiar corridor greeted me with its burgundy carpet and modern fixtures. Slipping into my room, I paused outside, stealing a final glance at the elevator. The digital display flickered briefly, unveiling a symbol unknown to me before settling on the familiar 7. Since that enigmatic night, every elevator ride carries a whisper of uncertainty, a question of destination versus destiny, and on the stillest of nights, a phantom rustle of pages echoes through a hallway that exists betwixt one floor and the next, a testament to a realm where time dances to its own enigmatic tune. Story 63. The night draped the ancient countryside house in a serene embrace. Nestled in my beloved armchair next to the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltzing across the walls, while the flames tenderly devoured the logs. The cozy warmth enveloped me like a soft blanket, while outside, the autumn wind whispered through the tree leaves, creating a gentle symphony. Amid this perfect tranquility, a sound out of place captured my attention, a tinkling, childlike laughter, as if woven from silver bells, drifted down from the upper floor of the house. Pausing to listen, I let the laughter merge with the dancing fire's melody. It held a joyous tone, almost melodic, yet puzzling, as I had dwelled alone in this house for over 2 decades, never welcoming children. Curiosity stirred within me, a quiet stream displacing the drowsiness that had almost lulled me to sleep. Rising from the armchair with deliberate movements, I savored the sensation of the aged Persian rug beneath my feet. The wooden floorboards murmured softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm, inviting glow, projecting my shadow in a silent, graceful dance upon the walls. Climbing the stairs, the air grew cooler, not uncomfortably so, but akin to a gentle caress on the skin, reminiscent of the seaside breeze. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room, a seldom used chamber adorned with antique furniture draped in white sheets that swayed as if moved by an unseen hand. The partially open door bathed the corridor in a silvery light, pulsating softly and distinctly different from any other illumination in the house. It wasn't moonlight, too warm for that, nor the harsh glare of electric lamps. It exuded a unique quality, a gentle, rhythmic pulse akin to a quiet heartbeat. When I pushed the door open, the ancient wood crooned a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that mystical luminescence. The draped sheets formed gentle, reassuring shapes resembling clouds in a serene sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, was a sight that stole my breath. A formless play of light and shadow that appeared childlike. The laughter chimed once more, resonating from this luminous presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child seemed to frolic, casting intricate patterns on the walls with its radiant rays, as if painting with light itself. Drawing nearer, the room's temperature oscillated between cool and warm, like the ebb and flow of ocean waves on the shore. As I approached, the familiarity of the figure struck me. In its fluid movements, I recognized echoes of my own childhood gestures when I played alone in my room. A forgotten memory stirred within me, sweet and poignant. The crystalline, pure laughter belonged to my own childhood self. Time slowed to a languid pace as I beheld this surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, interrupted sporadically by that melodious laughter, now a ghostly echo of the past. I refrained from speaking or interfering, afraid to shatter the spell of tranquility and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light dimmed, resembling the sun setting on a wintry evening. The childlike figure faded until only a faint glow lingered. The last laughter I heard was a soft murmur, a tender farewell before dissolving into darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like eternity, enveloped in a serene silence. The draped sheets stilled, and the air returned to its usual temperature. Yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository for dusty memories, now held a precious enigma. Retreating to my armchair by the fireplace, where the flames smoldered gently, I realized that the events of that night would forever remain a mystery. Was it a dream? A recollection? Or perchance, something profound, a message from the past embodied in a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that mystical night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the quietest of nights, a faint echo of that crystalline laughter seemed to whisper, a gentle lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I cherished the mystery, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the darkness. Story 64. The rain whispered its gentle lullaby against the panes of the cozy establishment, blending harmoniously with the soft clinks of cups and the murmurs of the few lingering patrons. Seated at the bar, I watched as the dim lights pirouetted on the polished surface of the mahogany counter. Jack, the bartender, moved with a deliberate grace, cleaning glasses in a rhythmic cadence that bordered on hypnotic. On this particular evening, a shift had occurred in his demeanor, a subtle nuance that had eluded my notice during my routine visits. His dark eyes held a depth of contemplation as he prepared my customary lavender tea. Each movement was precise, yet a tremor betrayed a hidden unease when he placed the cup before me. The fragrance of lavender waltzed through the air, entwining with the essence of coffee and the nostalgia of aged wood that saturated the atmosphere. Jack's gaze would intermittently dart towards a solitary figure at the farthest corner of the bar, their stillness blending seamlessly with the furniture. With measured steps, Jack replenished my cup, his voice carrying a tinge of tension when he inquired if I desired anything more. In that moment, a disquieting detail caught my eye. A faint reddish blot marred the cuff of his once pristine white shirt, barely discernible in the soft glow of the establishment. Time ebbed away languidly, the downpour outside maintaining its hypnotic tempo. Patrons bid their adieus one by one, leaving behind vacant seats and forsaken cups. Solemnly seated, the enigmatic figure in the corner remained motionless, an enigmatic presence waiting for an unknown purpose. Jack meticulously rearranged the bar, his meticulous actions tinged with an escalating restlessness, while the pendulum clock methodically told the passage of time. Another detail emerged from the shadows, nestled amongst the bottles beneath the counter. A weathered notebook with secrets untold lay concealed. As Jack tended to the final customer, my gaze was drawn to the aged pages of the journal. The script was minuscule and meticulous, indicative of a meticulous chronicler. Names, dates, and locales flowed in orderly succession, but it was the final entries that ensnared my attention. Enigmatic numerals devoid of logic, accompanied by intricate symbols etched with precision. The sound of footsteps stirred me from my reverie. The mysterious figure had finally stirred from their vigil and was now making their way towards the exit. A fleeting exchange of laden gazes transpired between them and Jack as they passed the counter, laden with unspoken truths. The bartender nodded imperceptibly as the stranger vanished into the rainy veil of night. Jack returned to his duties, though a subtle shift had taken place in his demeanor. His hands, usually steadfast, now trembled faintly as he stowed away the glassware. His gaze drifted, lost in a reverie of distant remembrances, or perhaps desperate forgetfulness. As I readied myself to depart, Jack detained me with a gentle gesture. "You see," he murmured in a hushed tone, "there are tales that only a bartender bears witness to, stories that are best left shrouded in the silence of these walls. Yet, at times, the burden of these confidences grows too weighty to shoulder alone." A pregnant pause lingered as he measured his words. I turned towards him, observing the flickering lamplight casting shadows upon his fatigued countenance. The notebook remained nestled among the bottles, a silent sentinel of enigmatic truths. Jack mustered a weary smile, one that failed to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he implored softly, "and perchance a story I shall impart, or perhaps not." I stepped out into the nocturnal downpour, the rain's hush a comforting companion. Through the window of the bar, I glimpsed Jack resuming his meticulous tasks, a facade of normalcy cloaking the enigma that lay beneath. The illumination within dimmed as I distanced myself, allowing the shroud of obscurity to enfold the mysteries harbored within those walls. I pondered how many similar narratives lay concealed behind bar counters, how many taciturn custodians like Jack safeguarded secrets too weighty to expose. The answer, however, eluded me, drowned out by the symphony of rain cascading steadily in the starless expanse of night. Story 65. In the early hours of the morning, the autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate shroud of mist. As I moved among the fallen leaves, the crisp air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying the earthy aroma of the damp soil and the chrysanthemums I had carefully planted not long ago. The world around me was hushed, save for the gentle rustling of dry leaves underfoot and the sporadic serenade of a lone early bird. It was as I toiled near the weathered stone bench that a glimmer amidst the foliage caught my eye. A soft, silvery gleam that beckoned like a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Kneeling down, I brushed aside the moist leaves, revealing an antique necklace nestled among them. The piece was a work of art boasting an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral motifs and a small azure gem at its heart, radiating a captivating light. Cradling the necklace in my hands, I marveled at its craftsmanship and cool touch against my skin. It was a treasure foreign to me, a mystery in my solitary abode of 2 decades. The azure gem retained its mesmerizing glow, seemingly possessing a light of its own. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I placed it on my nightstand where it caught the moon's gentle rays, casting ethereal shadows on the walls as I drifted off to sleep. Throughout the night, I stirred from slumber, faintly hearing a distant melody, a haunting tune reminiscent of a music box playing in some far-off corner of the house. Sweet and melancholic, the melody dissipated whenever I strained to listen closely. Come morning, I discovered the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if moved by an unseen hand. In the daylight, the azure gem appeared duller, yet upon touching it, I sensed a subtle warmth, a departure from its prior coldness. Curiosity piqued, I delved into the necklace's origins. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations unfolded within the house. The kitchen table's items displaced each morning, family portraits askew on the hallway wall, and the elusive melody growing clearer, though its source remained elusive. One evening, with the necklace resting beside me, I discerned light footsteps from upstairs, soft, delicate footfalls akin to a child tiptoeing. Ascending the staircase cautiously, I found no one, but in the guest room turned storage space, an unfamiliar wooden box awaited my gaze. Adorned with floral engravings mirroring the necklace's design, the box cradled a time-aged photograph depicting a young woman bedecked in an identical necklace. On the photo's verso lay a faded date and the words, "To remember the happy days in the garden." Thereafter, the music box's melody graced the nights, no longer unsettling, but rather comforting, a lullaby sung by the abode itself during the quiet hours. At times, amid autumn twilight in the garden, a spectral figure seemed to flit among the trees, an ephemeral memory seeking corporeal form. The enigma of the woman in the photograph and the necklace's provenance remained unsolved, yet I embraced this mystery as one does the ebb of seasons and the march of time. The necklace still rests on my nightstand, and on tranquil nights, beneath the full moon's glow and the wind's gentle susurrations through the leaves, there lingers a faint laughter blending with the music box's melody, a whisper of joyous days lost to time's embrace. Story 66, I awaken as I always do, enveloped in a weighty embrace that feels like a leaden shroud. The room is bathed in a gentle light, a luminescence that appears to emanate from nowhere in particular. The walls possess an elusive hue, shifting shades each time I avert my gaze. The ceiling stretches far above, reaching heights beyond those of an ordinary bedroom, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a sky devoid of stars. The bed beneath me is luxuriously soft, the silk sheets whispering hypnotically against my skin with each movement. A familiar sweet fragrance lingers in the air, tantalizing yet elusive, reminiscent of lavender or perhaps vanilla, morphing into something else whenever I attempt to capture its essence. In this space, time meanders in peculiar ways. Shadows ebb and flow as if imbued with a life of their own, pirouetting across the walls in a languid, mesmerizing cadence. The silence, though never absolute, is punctuated by a background hum akin to the deep slumber of a distant sleeper, or perhaps the echo of my own heartbeat reverberating through the emptiness. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a plush carpet so thick it feels like traversing clouds. The room, sparsely furnished, houses only a dark wood desk, a velvet armchair of rich burgundy, and an oval mirror adorned with a gilded frame. The mirror perpetually misted over, as if veiled by the steam of a recent shower, yet no bathroom is in sight. Approaching the desk, I find an array of ever-changing objects. Today, a weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen brimming with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea. The tea, still warm, exudes a delicate wisp of steam, though the memory of its preparation eludes me. The diary's pages remain blank, yet beneath my fingertips I sense the faint imprint of words, as if etched in invisible ink. The inviting armchair beckons, and I acquiesce, the velvet yielding warmth as if recently vacated. From this vantage point, a peculiar anomaly catches my eye, a subtle pulsing in the wall before me, akin to the rhythmic breath of a slumbering chest. Upon closer inspection, the wall appears resolutely solid, devoid of movement. Seeking an exit, as is my habit, my hands trail along the walls, tracing every imperfection, every minute crevice. Occasionally, the semblance of a handle teases my touch, only to dissipate like morning mist upon grasp. The misted mirror captivates my gaze. Through its haze, my reflection appears distorted, movements delayed as if mimicked by a hesitant doppelganger. And on rare occasions when clarity momentarily pierces the fog, a fleeting glimpse of another figure materializes within the glass. Time unfolds erratically within this realm. The light waxes and wanes, adhering to a rhythm divorced from the cycle of day and night. I find myself seated in the armchair, perusing the diary for what feels like moments, only to realize the shadows have shifted, as if hours have slipped by unnoticed. Reclining upon the bed once more, I gaze at the boundless expanse of the ceiling. The sheets envelop me, as if imbued with sentience, cradling me in a tender embrace. The scent in the air intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of summer rain. I close my eyes, anticipating the inevitable restart that heralds each awakening. The room ensnares me within this liminal space, where dreams blur with reality, and time coils upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertain if I dream the room, or if the room dreams me, I relinquish myself to slumber once more, a fragment of my consciousness pondering the existence of an escape, questioning if perhaps I never truly desired to find it. The room has melded with my essence, or perchance, I have always been an intrinsic part of the room, ensnared in an eternal cycle of wakefulness and reverie. where the demarcations between actuality and fantasy meld like hues on a freshly painted canvas. Story 67. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a constant companion as I teetered on the edge of wakefulness and slumber. Amidst the soothing rainfall, a subtle, persistent hum intruded, disrupting the natural cadence of the night. Initially brushing it off as mere background noise from the nearby road, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease as the sound persisted, unchanging and unwavering, a car engine humming in the vicinity. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a gentle red glow, signaling the impending arrival of midnight. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, compelled by an inexplicable curiosity to investigate the source of the mysterious hum. Approaching the rain-streaked window, I discerned a dark sedan parked across the street. Its headlights remained dimmed, yet a faint bluish light radiated from the dashboard, and wisps of exhaust twisted into the misty air. A surreal stillness enveloped the scene before me. No movement, no visible figures within the vehicle. Yet the steady purr of the engine persisted, a discordant presence in the tranquility of the night. The raindrops, illuminated by the glow of the street lamp, danced on the car's surface, rendering it almost fluid-like in the obscurity of the night. My breath created a fog on the window as I observed, framing the enigmatic vehicle in a dreamlike haze. Every detail captivated me, the water droplets clinging to the car, the ethereal shapes formed by the mingling exhaust and mist. Questions began to surface in my mind, each one adding to the mystery. Who would leave their car idling unattended at such a late hour? Why here, on this unassuming street? The engine's pitch subtly shifted, resonating through the air, hinting at an unseen presence within the fogged windows. Despite rational explanations lingering in my thoughts, waiting for someone, a driver taking a break, a neighbor preparing for a night shift, the peculiar atmosphere defied simple reasoning. Time seemed to stretch and warp as I gazed out into the night. The rain's melody continued, the car's vigil unbroken. Minute changes occurred, condensation patterns evolving, the shapes of exhaust clouds transforming. Yet the car remained an enigmatic tableau, frozen in time. As drowsiness crept over me, I reluctantly tore my gaze away from the window, drawn back to my bed. However, a compelling urge made me glance back one last time. The car still there, its engine humming persistently. And then, a fleeting movement behind the fogged windows caught my eye. A shadow, a trick of the light, a mystery concealed within the vehicle's confines. Nestling under the covers, the hum of the engine now a hypnotic backdrop to my descent into sleep, merging with the rain into a haunting lullaby. My final waking thoughts lingered on the enigmatic car and its secretive occupants, hidden behind the veiled windows in the silent depths of the night. At dawn, I hastened to the window, half expecting the street to be devoid of any evidence of the previous night's events. Yet there, in the soft morning light, I discovered clear tire tracks imprinted on the wet pavement, a lingering pool of water mingled with a shimmering substance, perhaps transmission fluid, its iridescence captivating in the early sunlight. The mysterious car never reappeared, but on quiet, rainy nights, when the world hushes into stillness, I catch faint echoes of an idling engine in the distance. And I ponder, as I lie awake, how many others are attuned to the same haunting sound, peering through rain-streaked windows, waiting to catch a glimpse of the enigma concealed behind those foggy panes of glass. Story 68. In the quiet of Grandma Rose's attic, the November rain tapped gently against the windows, weaving a soothing melody that resonated through the old space. It had been years since I last stepped foot in this attic, now tasked with sorting through Grandma's belongings after her passing. The scent of aged wood and weathered books hung in the air, mingling with the soft light filtering through the half-open shutters, casting ethereal shadows on the vintage wallpaper. Among the dust-covered nooks, I stumbled upon Grandma's cherished brass record player, a relic of days long gone. Its ornate mechanical arm, adorned with intricate floral patterns, gleamed like a polished mirror, beckoning me closer. Beside it lay a collection of vinyl records, each encased in worn cardboard sleeves, a testament to their age. As my fingers grazed over the records, they paused on one that seemed unfamiliar. A plain white cover, devoid of any title or artist, save for a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. Though unknown to me, I felt drawn to it by an insatiable curiosity. With a sense of anticipation, I placed the mysterious record on the turntable, the hum of the player filling the attic with a familiar comfort. As the needle descended, a soft crackle heralded the beginning of a waltz, its melody foreign yet captivating. The notes seemed to shift subtly, evolving with each rotation of the record, creating an ever-changing harmony that mesmerized me. Closing my eyes, I let the music envelop me, transporting me to a realm where the scent of jasmine, Grandma's beloved flower, lingered in the crisp air, a contradiction to the winter outside. Upon opening my eyes, I witnessed a peculiar sight. The shadows in the room moved with an otherworldly grace, swaying to the enigmatic rhythm of the waltz. And there, before me, a figure materialized in the dancing shadows, a phantom presence twirling to the music's cadence, a laughter familiar and dear intermingled with the piano notes, unmistakably Grandma Rose's laughter, echoing through the attic. A wave of emotions washed over me, a blend of nostalgia and awe as I stood witness to this spectral dance. Drawn to the window, I caught a glimpse of a reflection that momentarily revealed Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite gown, spinning elegantly in the center of the attic. Yet, as I turned around, the apparition vanished, leaving only the lingering echoes of the waltz in its wake. The record played on, its enchanting melody filling the space with a newfound warmth and vitality, as if awakening dormant memories embedded within the very walls. Returning the record to its white sleeve, I noticed a detail previously overlooked, etched in Grandma Rose's elegant script, a date, her wedding day. Beneath it, almost imperceptible, a phrase emerged: "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Since that moment, whenever I revisit the attic, I seek out the enigmatic record, sometimes finding it easily, other times hidden amidst the collection. Each listen unveils subtle variations in the melody, as if it holds infinite iterations of a singular memory. The origin of this mysterious record remains a puzzle, whether a gift from Grandma Rose or a product of something more mystifying. Yet one certainty remains. On rainy evenings when the record player spins its enigmatic tune, the attic brims with a subtle enchantment, blurring the lines between past and present, reality and memory. In those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose dances on, eternal and jubilant, locked in an everlasting waltz that transcends time. Story 69. In the dead of night, when the world is hushed and the rain taps a soothing lullaby on the roof, I awoke. This wasn't an unusual occurrence lately, but tonight was different. A soft glow caught my eye on the nightstand, its source a mysterious object, an ancient brass key. The moonlight, gentle and faint, revealed intricate designs etched along its length. A key unfamiliar yet strangely familiar, as if it held a place in my life long before this moment. As I lifted the key, its cool touch sent a shiver through me. Surprisingly weighty for its size, the metal bore the aged patina of time, telling silent stories of days long past. Its design was unlike any key I had seen. Smooth, worn by the touch of ages, adorned with floral motifs and cryptic symbols hinting at a forgotten language. Compelled by a nameless urge, I rose from my bed, allowing the key's soft bluish glow to guide me through the darkened house. Each creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet, each scent of ancient wood and faded pages in the air, led me deeper into a realm where shadows held secrets and whispers danced in the night. Approaching each closed door, I felt an instinctual pull to bring the key near, though I knew it didn't belong to any lock within. Yet a subtle vibration tingled through my fingers whenever the key neared a wooden surface, as if it sought something hidden from sight. It was in my study that the key's true purpose revealed itself. The old bookcase, a relic from my grandfather, hummed in harmony with the key's glow. Tracing the key along its edges, a deep resonance filled the room, as if a long-forgotten melody stirred the very air around me. As the key met the bookcase's central panel, a quiet sigh echoed through the room. The wood seemed to come alive, rippling like water disturbed, revealing glimpses of faces and places lost to time in its polished surface. With the dawn's arrival, I found myself seated at my desk, the key tightly grasped in my hand. Though the morning light banished the shadows, the memory of that night lingered, etched in my mind like a secret too precious to forget. In the days that followed, the key lost its ethereal glow but retained its weighty presence, a silent reminder of the mysteries it held. Sometimes, on nights of profound silence, I swear I hear the bookcase's soft call, a faint echo of the key's song. Yet I resist the urge to unlock that which should remain hidden, for some doors are best left unopened, even when we hold the key. The brass key now rests in a velvet-lined drawer of my writing desk, its whispers a tantalizing reminder of the enigmas it guards. As the night envelops me in its quiet embrace, I wonder if it was the key that found me, drawn to a destiny intertwined with mine. And I ponder the depths of secrets a key without a lock may hold, mysteries waiting to be discovered in the realm of dreams and shadows. Story 70. The Rain's Reflection. The gentle cadence of raindrops tapping against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing rituals. Each drop meandered down the glass, leaving shimmering trails in its wake, painting a fluid masterpiece of light and shadow. The soft amber glow of my desk lamp enveloped me in a comforting aura, while the rest of the room embraced me in soothing darkness. I found solace in observing the raindrops, tracing their wandering paths and uncovering hidden stories within their crystal-clear trails. But on this particular night, a sense of intrigue stirred within me. The water seemed to move in mysterious patterns, as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of my weary eyes, nearly succumbing to the tranquil allure between consciousness and slumber. Yet, the anomalies in the rain's dance grew more pronounced as I continued to gaze. Droplets avoided certain areas on the glass, forming dry patches that slowly shaped into the outline of a figure. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, studying the reflection that unfolded before me. Not only did I see the rain's delicate embrace, but also the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. In that dual world of glass and water, my own reflection held a peculiar fascination. It seemed slightly out of sync with my movements, as if echoing them with a subtle delay. The rain's whispering melody intensified, weaving a hypnotic spell around me. I observed, captivated, as my mirrored self reached out to touch the window, a gesture I did not make. The motion flowed smoothly, with a grace that felt unfamiliar yet strangely captivating, like a dancer performing a choreography unknown to me. A gentle warmth enveloped me, contrasting the cool air by the window, as my reflection's features began to shift and transform. The face that peered back at me transcended gender and age, exuding a timeless aura. Its eyes held a wisdom that seemed to span epochs, depths that delved beyond my own understanding. Motionless, I bore witness as my reflection underwent a subtle metamorphosis, surrounded by the rain's silver embrace that defied the laws of gravity. At one fleeting moment, my desk lamp flickered, casting a brief shadow over the room. In that ephemeral darkness, I sensed a presence beside me, as tender as a mother's caress. As the light steadied, my reflection reverted to mirroring my movements flawlessly. Yet the rain continued its dance in perfect circles, a silent testament to the extraordinary encounter that had transpired. For hours, I sat by the window, immersed in contemplation of the inexplicable. The lingering presence I had felt lingered like a cherished melody, neither menacing nor intrusive. With the approaching dawn, the rain's intensity waned, leaving only ordinary streaks on the window pane. Now, on nights veiled in rain, I find myself drawn to that window, abandoning pen and paper on my desk. In those rare moments when the rainfall creates a mirror-like surface, I catch glimpses of that enigmatic reflection watching me from the other side. We share a silent understanding, a recognition that some mysteries are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. The rain continues its descent, each droplet carrying the promise of another ethereal encounter. And in those fleeting instances of observation and being observed, I ponder if in a parallel existence, another version of myself sits by a window, yearning to glimpse my world through the glistening threads of rain.